City of joy. This is Kolkata. This is Tata Steel Chess India. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, my good friend Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. And we are absolutely thrilled to be bringing you our coverage of India's biggest and strongest chess tournament. Sahaj, how excited are you?
I'm absolutely thrilled to be part of this event. I mean, it is such an honor to see world-class talent, at the biggest stage in India, and I can't wait for the games to start. It is such an honor.
We absolutely can't wait. And just a few steps away from us, we get out of this room, and the playing arena is right there, where 20 top-class chess players, including a certain world number one, will be walking out in just a few moments, and action will be starting with the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. First, let's bring up the schedule that we've got lined up for you in the coming days, over the next 5 days. And right there, Sahaj, we've got 3 rounds of Rapid every day, a total of 9 rounds as we see, and there will be a champion who will be declared on the 15th for Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. How important will endurance be in this format?
I think it's very, very important. I mean, when it comes to rapid events, I mean, your stamina is really, really important. Plus, if the one round doesn't go your way, it's important to kind of keep your cool and, not let your emotions take the better of you. So I feel that also is a very important factor here, which is stamina is absolutely going to be very important as well.
3 rounds played every day over the course of the next 3 days. And every round only gets tougher. Let's take a look at the format for the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. It will be a total of 9 rounds, and if you bring up the format right now on our screens, and right there we've got it, it will be a total of 9 rounds, 25 minutes. Every time a player makes a move, they press the clock, they get a bonus of 10 seconds. If at the end of day 3, 2 players are tied only for the first place, they will go into a blitz best of 2. If that doesn't work, if they're still tied, then we've got the big Armageddon sudden death. But this time format says the 25-minute with a 10-second increment, I find it very tricky because it's not exactly speed chess, but it's also not classical.
That is true, actually. It's like a mix. It's like a hybrid format of both rapid and blitz. And it's going to be very interesting to see how players are going to play in this event. Yeah.
Speaking of the players, I think let's try and get the visuals of our playing venue, the playing arena. We are in the stunning Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium in Kolkata. So if you guys are watching from Kolkata or you're around, you're really missing out on something. You need to get right here, right now. Take a look at that. The boards are set. The stage is set. We've got a lot of audience already waiting for the players to walk in. And just a few moments ago, one of the first players to arrive was in fact Magnus Carlsen. And we are sitting a little bit away from the arena, and we could hear the crowd go absolutely nuts. The love for chess, the love for the players, the love for sports that this city has been extremely clear so far. And we will have the first moves very soon. Saj, should we take a look at the matchups for round 1, for our opening round?
Let's do it.
And we will start the day here at the Tata Steel Chess India. Let's bring up our round 1 pairings, the matchups that are coming our way, because it's already a big, juicy start to the day. In Tata Steel Chess India Women, we've got 5 Indian players. You've got 3 of them who are part of the Olympic winning team, the gold medal winning team, and sorry, I will correct that, 4 actually of them who are part of the Olympic winning team. And then we've got 5 players, 5 of the strongest female players from the rest of the world. This is our starting round. Which matchup stands out to you, Sahaj?
I think they're all going to be very, very important, of course. But for the Indian audience, obviously, it's going to be the matches between the 2 Indian players, the Divya and Vaishali. Of course, they were just teammates, and now they're going to be opponents. That's going to be very interesting. Vaishali
versus Divya, they clearly know each other really well. And these are the 2 juniors of Indian chess, right? They are kind of the future of Indian chess as we know it. I mean, you've got Hampi Harika playing here as well, who have been the veterans of the teams. And then you've got these 2 youngsters. Let's also bring up is we are getting ready for the first moves, the matchups in Tata Steel Chess India men. There's a lot of exciting action coming our way. If you bring up the matchups one more time on our screen, and we've got SL Narayanan playing against Vincent Kaima, there's Wesley against Vidit, Arjun takes on Nihal, another all-Indian clash, and then a big one, Sahaj.
Magnus versus Pragg. I mean, that's going. I mean, you know, I've always said that Pragg with the black pieces is a very, very, very dangerous opponent. I have always felt that because Pragg, I feel usually never, you know, plays that solid. He does not have that solid style. Even with the black pieces, he goes all out for the win, and it's going to be very exciting to see him doing that against the world number one.
This is not only a clash of generations, it's a matchup that I know everyone in the auditorium is really excited about. And of course, we've got Nodirbek in action as well. Now, we had the players at the opening ceremony yesterday, and they all looked extremely chill and calm and ready to go. But some of the answers they gave were very telling. You know, Nodirbek spoke about how he understands his Indians' rivals' gameplay so well, and he loves playing against them. That's the thing I've noticed about this younger generation, Sahaj. They're absolutely fearless regardless of who they're playing against. They're ready for the fighting action. As we take you back to our grand auditorium, is that a player already?
I think
not yet.
I can see Wesley.
Is that Wesley?
I can see Wesley on the board. Yeah.
And we've got our first player who's already walked in. That's Wesley So. He's ready to go. He's waiting for his opponent to arrive. What do you think? What is it, Saj? As a grandmaster, you know, these moments right before the start, what do you think Wesley's thinking right now?
I mean, knowing Wesley a little bit, probably he's thinking about what he prepared. So, I mean, probably the moves are going through his mind, but you know, what his opponent is going to play, you know, the opening phase of the match, you know, it's going to be quite exciting to see what he goes with. What do you think he's going to play?
And we've got another player. I think whatever he plays, hopefully we'll get some action on the board. But we saw there from Germany, Vincent Kaima. And the players are walking in one by one. And you can feel, you know, when that happens, these are the most tensed moments at the start of the game, right? They've got their game plan, they've got their strategy, but you don't know how the opponent will surprise you. If I had to take a guess, I think that's Harika.
That looks like Harika for sure. Oh, that's Vincent Kaima right there. You have him?
Vincent Kaima from Germany. He was here last year as well in Kolkata. He looks very ready to go. He's always this player who has this calmness about him. But when the situation gets messy, you can see it on his face. You know, you can see the tension rising as well. The players know that action will start, and I would love to get our chat's view on our big marquee matchup, Magnus versus Praggnanandhaa. Sahaj, what do you think the chat poll will be like right now? If we can have that up, that would be great.
That would be great. I mean, it's tough to say what will happen, you know, but I mean, it's definitely going to be an exciting match for sure, because you know, Magnus is, you know, is definitely looking to start strong, and Pragg, as I mentioned, you know, with the black pieces, is also going to be, you know, quite dangerous. So that matchup is going to be, you know, there's going to be a lot of fireworks there.
It's Magnus taking on Pragg. Now, the first time Pragg beat Magnus ever in his career was in 22 in the Air Things Masters. I think it was back in Feb. And that was such, you know, it's a monumental moment in any chess player's career when you win a game against Magnus. No matter what we talk about this younger generation being fearless, not caring about who they're playing against, but that's the moment when, you know, you realize your idols become your rivals. He did it first at that time. And then in May 24, earlier this year at the Norway Chess, was when he beat him for the first time in Classical. So Pragg knows, you know, there's one thing, Sahaj, believing you can do it, and another is knowing you can do it. Pragg knows he's done it before. He's going to try and do it again today.
Absolutely. But you know, he was playing with the white pieces, so you know, there is that little, you know, I mean, as a chess player, you know, if you play with the white, I'm sure you can relate to this as well. When you play with the white pieces and you play with the black pieces, there is a slight difference, you know, because with the white pieces you tend to be a bit more ambitious, and with the black pieces you tend to be a bit more, let's say, solid.
Well, this is Pragg we're talking about. I think the solid will be thrown out of the window at some point. The thing is, right, if these players get their opportunity, their chance, they will try and take it. But let's not forget, he's playing against the world number one. He's playing against Magnus Carlsen. Last time Magnus was here was back in 2019. And he was dominating in that tournament. I mean, the guy was dribbling the football up in the terrace in between rounds to chill as well. So Magnus is a favorite regardless of where he's playing, who he's playing against. But these youngsters are always so motivated. Let's have him back on our screen. We saw Magnus Carlsen. He's arrived in the playing hall. If we can get a shot. You know, this is one of those rare moments where Magnus comes before his opponent.
Absolutely, actually, you are right about that. I remember that incident in the Olympiad as well, when Magnus, was a bit late to his. I mean, Magnus is known to be a bit late, he arrives at the last minute usually. Some might say it's a psychological trick, but this is Pragg, so, maybe he has arrived early. Maybe that's a psychological thing as well.
It already started, right, at the start of the day when he was one of the first players to get to the venue. Magnus Carlsen is not used to waiting for his opponent, and there he is, Pragg not keeping him waiting too long. Handshakes as he takes his seat on the board, ready to start. Magnus with white. He's often spoken about how much he enjoys playing the younger generation because he always finds it a challenge. When he's playing against his own colleagues, he knows what to expect. They rarely go out of book. But Magnus Carlsen enjoys a challenge, and we're going to love this matchup.
Absolutely, and it's the first round, him playing against Pragg, and he specifically enjoys playing against Pragg a lot, especially because I would say amongst the younger generation, Pragg is, as you mentioned, is the only player I believe in this. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's the only player who has beaten Magnus in a classical match this year, if I'm not mistaken. But so that definitely has to, to take some effect in his approach towards the game.
And that was a great game, but let's not forget there's a Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the mix as well, who has had a good result against Magnus. It was a fantastic game in Vaikanze that he won. These youngsters are, I don't even feel like calling them youngsters anymore. I mean, their experience, their style of play, and we've got the board with us. Magnus Carlsen starts with white. Are we expecting 1e4, 1d4, queen spawn, king spawn, or something completely different?
I'm gonna go with the the safe and solid option with the king spawn opening with the 1e4 because that's exactly what Pragg played against Magnus. He played 1e4 and it was a Sicilian defense, I remember. And Magnus probably this is exactly what he wants. He will play 1e4. Maybe this is the revenge he's looking for.
Can I just say I love this scene in front of us. We've got this beautiful studio that we're here at. With Tata Steel Chess India at the back. What a tournament this has become, already a mainstay in the chess calendar. And then you've got this beautiful, stunning playing arena. Chess being played in front of a live crowd. That's what I love, the energy of it all. You've got the world #1 there. You've got Praggnanandhaa. And we see the applause, which means we will have the ceremonial moves right there. Not a great camera angle though.
But just the whole environment, it cannot get better than this. I cannot imagine it being better than this.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And we see the players are seated, the ceremonial moves are happening. And that's Mr. Chanakya. He is from Tata Steel. He loves chess there. And I think he's really enjoying this moment right now as we see our guests. And is Magnus going to take that move back, or will he let that stay on the board? And what move was that, Seth?
It was e3, and I don't think I've ever seen Magnus play e3 before, so I believe he is going to take that move back.
He hasn't already though. It is still on the board. E3 will be next level trolling by Magnus. Absolutely. If that stays.
We've seen Magnus play all kinds of stuff.
Took it back.
But we have seen Magnus play all kinds of different. But I've never seen Magnus play e3 before. So I believe he's going to take that back.
If it was a mouse slip, you would still understand it. Where an over-the-board chess, e1, e3 would be too much. And just a few seconds from liftoff now.
Because when you play e3 also, you're not technically taking advantage of being the white color, and because you're moving the pawn only one square, and I think that's not something that he will go for. Maybe knight f3 can be possible. Maybe e4 is. I think e4 is the most.
Looking at these two players, who looks more calm to you?
That's a very good question.
And we've got handshakes. We're ready to go. Pragg was moving around in his chair a little bit there, and that's usually a sign of a chess player getting a little nervous.
Absolutely, and we have liftoff. We have c4 on the board, the English opening. I did not expect that, Tanya. Did you?
It's Magnus. He's capable of playing anything on move 1, and he's often spoken about anti-young player chess. So whenever he's playing this lot, this generation, which is now pretty much the new wave of chess which has arrived. He tries to keep it a little offbeat, just wants to get a game, not go into any big theoretical discussions. We see the knights coming out, and now Praggnanandhaa, with that last move, has opened up the diagonal for his bishop to continue development.
Yep, he starts with e6 and now he plays g3. So maybe he's going for the Catalan system, but Tanya, he has not pushed the d pawn yet. So maybe it's going to be some kind of, maybe he will play d4 later on, or maybe he can also play the move b3, which I believe is, it's called the Reti system. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, it's either d4 or b3. That's what's going to happen. But the fact that he hasn't played d4, definitely this is not something that I would expect Pragg to prepare before the round or before the game,
And he did not play d4. In fact, he's allowed Pragg to push that d pawn one step ahead, gaining more space as black, and this usually means that it's going to be quite a spicy middle game.
Absolutely right. I mean, Pragg playing d4 definitely means that he is going for the win here, because d4 definitely makes the game very, very interesting. This is not going to be a solid game anymore.
Not at all. And we have this concept of space in chess, right? We often say the side that has more space, and I'm sure everyone watching who follows broadcast has heard this term being thrown around a lot, space advantage. What it actually means and how a player gets a space advantage is if you find one of your pawns cross over to enemy lines, to the other half of the board. And Pragg's the first one to do that with the d pawn. Now, will that be a weakness or a strength in his game? Has that taken too much time from him to continue development? But I do see that it's Magnus who's slowed down. Pragg looking away, he's looking at the other boards. He looks pretty confident with the way the opening's gone so far.
Absolutely right. And Magnus thinking here could be because of Pragg playing his last move, bishop to b4 check, because that is not the traditional way of playing here. You can play c5 here, you can play knight c6 here, but bishop b4 check generally something you don't play. So this could be Pragg's preparation. And very good point about space. And I would like to also add something else here, because it's not just space, it's also he's controlling the center. He's also controlling the deep, the center in his opponent's territory. So that could also have, that could also be a strength in the future.
So far, with the play that we've been seeing by Pragg, it does feel like an ambitious approach. It's not a cagey approach by black. He's played more towards Magnus's territory. Meanwhile, still a slow game. But the one drawback of pushing this d pawn ahead is that sometimes the bishop, as we call it the Catalan bishop in chess, becomes extremely strong. This is the longest diagonal on the board. And you have to find a way to neutralize this bishop at some point.
Absolutely right. But at this point, because his own knight is kind of blocking that, Pragg doesn't have to worry about it so much just now. Maybe in the future of the game, I think the bishop on g2 can become a very, very dangerous piece. But for now, I think Pragg is fine. And just looking at the time itself, he has, there's only a 10-second increment, and he already is on 21 seconds. So, Pragg hasn't thought much so far, and, I believe he's still very much in opening preparation here. I think this looks really good for Pragg.
It's building up to be a fascinating middle game, and as you said that, I realized, we've been so taken in by Magnus versus Pragg that we forgot there are other matches on. So I think this is a good moment to check in with the other players and do a little opening roundup of the action that we're seeing. And is there a board that catches your attention that you'd like to go to, Sahaj?
I think let's just check maybe the other four boards, maybe one by one, and see where the games are, where we can see some interesting chess. Maybe we can check the game between Wesley and Vidit. We haven't checked that, and it has gone, the games have gone a much, I think we're on move 10 or 15 there, so I think both players are pretty much in opening preparation there as well. Oh wow, that's a lot of moves.
Great call there by you as we go into the middle game in this matchup. Vidit playing with the black pieces against Wesley. Now, Vidit's coming out of another tournament. He was at the Chennai Grandmasters right before, and it didn't really go his way. So I think he's really looking forward to this one and trying to finish this on a high. He loves playing in Kolkata. He really enjoys this event. But he's playing against a super solid Wesley. Who do you think this position, given their styles, who does it favor?
think the position looked really solid. I mean, of course, Wesley is a very solid player, but Vidit is also a really solid player. So I think the position is fairly balanced for now. Maybe a slight advantage to White, maybe a very very slight advantage because White has this 2 center pawns on e4 and d4. We can go through the game.
Let's do it. Let's take it from the top. Saj, take us through the moves.
We have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to c4. The Italian opening, and Black plays bishop to c5. I have a dream to see the Evans Gambit at this level, but I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. So we have knight f6, d3, we have d6.
So just defending the pawn, keeping things extremely solid in the center so far. This is all standard book theory as both players continue development.
Absolutely, and the c3 move is really important because the Italian bishop is really important to. We have to save this bishop in the future of the game. And when Black plays the move d6, he threatens the move knight to a5 and to capture the bishop on c4. So that's why c3 is good because it gives the bishop this escape route to c2. It's a very clever move and quite, still we're very much in preparation here as well. I believe, Tanya, this could be, there is this, this could be one of the, Wesley did this opening course for Chessable like some time ago, and I believe this was the opening he recommended there. It could be.
With the white pieces? Or
I could be mistaken about that, but I've seen Wesley play this so many times. I could be mistaken about that.
I mean, we have seen this position in the chess world, without maybe exaggerations, at least 1,000 times.
Absolutely.
And I think it's one of the more complicated positions because so many pieces stay on the board. There's slow development, but at some point when there's a central break, either white gets in a d4 or black gets in a d5, the position just explodes. We see in the last move with it is getting his knight to a more active square, trying to bring it into his opponent's camp. But right now, we're going to see a central break. White strikes first.
Black goes knight g6, and now queen c2. That's an interesting move. Yeah, rook to e8. Okay. Maybe he's just threatening bishop to e6, and the bishop gets traded off, and the Italian bishop goes away. So I think this is pretty standard so far from both sides. But look at Wesley's time. He has not. He's gained 44 seconds since the first move, and with only 10-second increment, that just goes to show how well prepared he is.
Wesley So has more time than he started with at the start of the game. With it, meanwhile, also keeping up pace. I mean, he's not that far behind. He also has, or maybe, sorry, my clock hadn't updated back then, but he's got about 22 minutes, so not that far behind on the clock. Position looks standard. Now, you kept saying the Italian bishop. It was the light squared bishop, which is now off the board. And usually that does favor black because it's one of the pieces that Wesley could have used to attack in the position. It's gone. Wesley's got this control that we see with the central pawns. There's a bit of tension, but still a slow position right now, Sahaj.
Absolutely right. And the position can become very, very, very dynamic the moment with it pushes d5. And I think he's gearing up for that break because he has played, just look at the symmetry of the position. White's queen is on c2 because he wanted to play d4, and black has just, sort of done the same thing because he's maybe planning for the d5 push. And once that break happens, it's going to be chaos.
And chaos is what we want to see, but not right now. Wesley's like, hey, I've seen this position a million times. I don't even need to look on the board right now. I know exactly what I'm doing. With it, probably trying to calculate the complications that arise from that push that you're talking about. We leave with it to that for now and check in and see if he decides to open up the position with a central move. Let's head over to one of our other boards. There's a big matchup as we've got Daniel Dubov taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I want to take your attention to that because, Sahaj, according to me, Daniel Dubov is one of the most creative players in the world and perhaps the most creative player, at least in this field. I kind of feel weird saying that when you got Magnus playing here, but his ideas, they always seem to entertain us. Should we take a check on that one?
Absolutely, let's do it. So creative indeed.
I told you so. And you say that because of this incredible pawn formation that we see by white.
I don't even know what you call a pawn formation like that because I don't think we see that quite often. I believe he's pushed c5 to kick the queen from b6 away, and he has he has full control of the center. It looks like a very complicated position from the get-go. And both players have taken quite a bit of time, so I think it's safe to say that they're not in their preparation anymore.
I agree with you. Now, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's the youngest ever world rapid champion. He won it in 2021. And looking at him on our screen, this is classic Nodirbek. He always has his hands folded. He's always leaning forward and he's so zoned in, locked into the position as we see right there. But I think you're right that Nodirbek might be feeling a little bit of a pressure here because one is the space. We had Pragg who'd advanced the D pawn. Here we've got Daniel who's pushed the C pawn into Nodirbek's territory, gaining more space. Also, you have to watch out because as black, the last move that was played by Nodirbek was a developing move of the knight. But Dubov has the option to also continue developing, gaining more tempo, hitting that queen on C7. He's thinking right now.
Absolutely, and we might see e5. In Vidit's game, we were seeing that d5 break with 4 pawns on the center. And I'm no sorry, I meant after bishop f4, you could see the e5 push from the black side. And in both games, you will see 4 pawns in the center. I mean, in the first round itself, that says something.
I am so sure right now, looking at Nodirbek on our screen, that is the line that's going on in his head. He's looking at white taking out the bishop, hitting the black queen, and then how does he retaliate to that? Does he have the time with both kings in the center to blow it open with the move that you suggested with e5?
I think it's definitely possible, and I would be a bit. I mean, because whenever there is a break in the center, it's always advisable to have your pieces developed, your king safe, and you can see that white's king is still in the center. Both the bishops are on their original square, so it might not be appropriate to kind of invite that break just yet. Maybe you could play bishop g2, maybe you could play bishop d3. Bishop g2 maybe is a very standard move here, but e5 definitely looks like a dangerous break. Or actually your move here, Tanya, maybe maybe Daniel can play e5 himself. And say, okay, I'm not going to allow you to break this center anymore, and I'm going to close it myself. I'm going to gain some space and see where the position goes. And
I want to point out one interesting thing about this position. For example, you never want to retreat your pieces. You want to always think about moving forward. And if you can have the analysis board up right now to just quickly show a line here, that you have to be a little careful with where you go with your knight, because yes, you go forward, but knights on the edge fall off the hedge, knights on the rim are a little bit dim, and this knight has a very dark future, because I believe that after a move, I was thinking actually e5, knight h5, you can go g4, and already this knight is pretty much trapped. It doesn't have squares. So in fact, after the move e5, black will be forced to retreat, but a samurai knows when to retreat, and that knight moves, he goes back only to come forward next.
Absolutely correct, and it reminds me of that Breyer setup, where it happens on the other side of the board, where the knight goes from c6 to b8. But we have seen this idea many times. You are absolutely right. Knight to h5 is not possible. Knight to g8 is not.
We have a move, by the way.
Did he play it?
Daniel decided to develop the bishop, the other line that we were looking at, and Nodirbek had clearly been thinking in Daniel's time, because he almost immediately responded with the queen going back. So he decided that e5 perhaps does not work from a tactical perspective, and falls back with the queen. But I'm really liking white's position now. Black just feels really cramped, Sahaj.
White has way too much space in this position. And, I'm sure with e5 there must be some tactical reason why that is not working. And when such moves don't work, it usually means your position is not looking the best, because you couldn't play the most active move from your side. So queen c8 is already retreating. Maybe this doesn't look the best for him, but it's still a bit early to say how this game is going to unfold.
It again comes back to that concept that we're talking about space advantage, right? And what is space advantage in chess? It just means that you have more squares for your pieces. You've taken away squares from your opponent's pieces. It's sort of, imagine you are in Bombay, okay? And you're living in a 1 BHK. And you've got 20. Okay, in this case, you've got 16 pieces, 16 people to manage in that space. How are you going to move around without coming in each other's way? It's very difficult. But now imagine that you are, I don't know, in a penthouse suite, and you've got 16 people with you. It's so much easier to, go from one bedroom to another, to have a good time, to decide where you want to spend your time in, while the other person's just suffering.
Absolutely right, and you know, right now it looks like Nodirbek is living in that 1 BHK apartment in Mumbai. So
We just had Sagar here in the room. It's he gave us the look with that 1 BHK. Sagar, come and say hi to everyone. Join us. So we were just talking about how Nodirbek's position looks a little bit like 16 people trying to live in a small apartment.
I realized that I have a 2 BHK, but so then at that point I didn't feel it very personal. But yeah, this is very, very interesting, this position.
How's the vibe outside?
Well, when Magnus came, people went so crazy. They all got up from their chair, and the entrance is this much, right? So they all wanted to take a picture with him. In fact, even if you guys go outside, they all want to take a selfie. They all want. That's why I feel that the chess craze in Kolkata is just insane.
Do you want to sit? Pull up a chair now. Sit for 5 minutes with us. Come. No, I completely agree with you. I feel like this is the city of sports, and you can feel it because the audience here, it's the first day. And today is, what day is it? It's a weekday, right? It's Wednesday. We're in the afternoon, Sagar, and the hall is almost full.
And you know, I was in Chennai right now, right? And okay, the chess craze is amazing there. But somehow in Kolkata, I find the people to be filled with so much of excitement. Like in Chennai, it was more calm.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, yes, can we have a selfie? Yeah, like, yes, like everyone is really loving chess. So I'm very glad. Very glad.
Yeah, and so you were saying that, producer Ji, maybe we can get the Magnus and Pragg board up. I think Sagar probably just has, I know he's got a million things, but just stay with us for a few moments and while we bring up Magnus versus Pragg as well.
What a game. And look at the backdrop, right? This is so beautiful, this entire venue. And Sahaj bhai, how is it feeling for you?
It's feeling amazing, actually. I mean, this is such an amazing vibe here. I mean, you know, such a big stage here. I mean, and the studio is fantastic. You know, it is amazing. Brilliant. You know.
And meanwhile, I think the biggest encounter of this tournament has occurred on the first round itself. You know, Magnus really loves Pragg, Pragg really adores Magnus, and they're playing each other.
And they have this mutual respect for each other, Sagar, but they're also rivals on the board.
Right.
You know, it's not, there's no sort of intimidation in Pragg's mind when he's playing against Magnus anymore. And when do you think that switched?
I think when he beat him so many times.
We were just talking about that.
But is Pragg really better?
You know, it's interesting because we see our evaluation bar, which seems to say Black's doing well, but I'm looking at this position, right? Magnus's rook has gone all the way to that last rank. He has the control of the only open file in this position. Pragg has more space, more central control, but I would be a little worried with Magnus's rook coming into my camp.
Yeah, Magnus's rooks look very dangerous. But you know what, Tanya? We also have a GM here, you know, and maybe Sahaj bhai, what do you think?
If I had to pick a color, I would say Pragg because I think he's slightly better simply because he has more control over the dark squares. You know, it's e5 d4 rightly pointed out by you, Tanya, that you know he has those pawns in the center, but also look at the square on b4, c5. I mean, he has such free space to move around, and you know, I feel because of those dark squares, it's just very easy for Pragg to make moves here.
Now I'll keep thinking about 1 BHK every time you say space.
Every time you see me, sorry.
Every time you say space, Sagar.
Also, Pragg is a very tough opponent for Magnus in the first round because, you know, generally Magnus is a slow starter. You know, he's a bit rusty at the start, and Pragg is, I think, really wants to latch on to this opportunity here. I think it might be dangerous for Magnus.
But you know, you bring up a really good point, and Saj, I want your view on this. Yes, we've got the evaluation bar telling us that Pragg's position looks great and everything. From a player perspective, is it going to be that easy for Pragg to feel the advantage here? Or do we have the evaluation bar bias right now?
No. I even if there wasn't any evaluation, but because he has the rook on 8, Magnus does have the rook on 8, but it doesn't have any mobility right now. That rook cannot go from 8 to anywhere else. In fact, on that whole file, on A5, A6, A7, 8, he has no space to sort of move around. So I feel like even on B8, the rook cannot move around. So I feel like that rook is just sitting there waiting to be exchanged with the F8 rook, and the other rook can maybe join in on the action, and then maybe it can be a bit dangerous. But is he going to move the bishop? I don't think so. Maybe he can just go for queen b4. That looks pretty good to me.
Also, knight d7 to c5. If you move your knight to that square, it's the most, it's the nicest maneuver in such positions, right?
Absolutely right. And then you can sort of join in with knight to b4 as well.
Right.
And
then f5, e4. You start playing in the center with your pawns.
You're living in the penthouse then. It's not the 1BHK anymore. Sagar, you have such a close relationship with these youngsters. You've kind of seen their whole journey. What is it like for them to play against somebody who, of course, they've idolized, grown up, playing against Magnus? What does it really mean for them?
I think what I'm observing is that from, we are going to play Magnus in this tournament, it has started to become, we are going to play Magnus now and we want to win. So, that approach has shifted. Even when I was traveling with Arjun yesterday in the cab, because we came from Chennai together, they're still excited to face Magnus, but now it comes more from the space that can we really test the best in the business, rather than saying that, this is now an opportunity to face the best in the business. So it's just a small change in mindset.
It's massive.
It's a big one.
It's a big one. It's one of those small step for, what is that saying? Small step for mankind.
Yeah, it's like small step by
Chat
human
small step for men and giant leap for mankind.
Yes,
like that.
That's the one, Saj. And that's what it feels like for these youngsters, which this switch has happened, and completely agree. And it's not just the Indian youngsters. I feel it's the same attitude with a Nodirbek. And it happens when you get that first win.
I agree.
Against a player.
I agree. And what a feel, right? Nodirbek and Keimer, both very talented youngsters. Whenever they say who are the most talented youngsters, the names come up. Pragg, Arjun, Gukesh, Keimer, Nodirbek, and we have 4 out of 5 here.
Absolutely.
Because Gukesh has to play World Championship, otherwise maybe he would also have been here.
Speaking of mindset, what according to the two of you, I'll start with you, Saj, is the most ambitious move for Pragg here?
He played
G6. He played G6 just to create space, now even I'm thinking about the same thing. But after G6, I think he's making space for the king to come out to G7. I think it's a very nice strategic move, and I think soon he can employ Sagar Bhai's plan, with knight D7, knight C5. I really like that plan actually. The more I think about it, the more I want to play it myself.
Also, this square for the king has been opened up, king G7 at the right time. So I feel like Pragg is building this up slowly and steadily.
Yeah.
He's enjoying himself. Time-wise, also slightly ahead on the clock. Yeah, looking good for Pragg.
Looking really good. And he responds with B3. I mean, maybe is he gearing up for Queen A2? Maybe just to exchange with Queen A3. But maybe he's playing Queen A2 to make space for that E1 knight to get to C2. That's maybe his plan in this position. But still, it feels a bit harder to make moves for white here than it does for black.
Yes, I agree. Like king G7, knight D7, knight C5, all these plans coming up.
Yeah.
So,
Sagar, Saj, I'm just thinking about this time back in 2018 when Pragg got a wildcard entry into this tournament.
Yes.
It was his debut in the Tata Steel Chess India, and it was Pragg and Nihal who came in as the two youngsters having this platform. And here we are talking about him perhaps having an advantage against the world number one with the black pieces.
No, I cannot tell you how important this tournament has played a role for these youngsters. And earlier I used to think okay, it's just one tournament. What difference would it make? It's 9 games. A player has to play many. But now I have realized that one tournament can change anyone's career. And I think Tata Steel Chess India has kept on doing that, and they have stayed true to their vision of giving 5 Indians an opportunity every single year. And that is commendable. I really admire this.
And from that opportunity, these players have now become part of the world elite. they become part of the world's best players.
So it's like earlier it was like 5 elite players, 5 Indians. Now it's like 10 elite players. That's how this tournament has become so strong.
So eventually Pragg goes for your idea, Sahaj, of perhaps a trading off one of the rooks on that 8th rank. So a little tension will be released, but
can't we win the pawn? Isn't it a free pawn?
Is the bishop getting trapped? Is the bishop getting trapped? Is it knight b1 maybe?
Oh, knight b1.
Wow. Knight b1 looks...
Or knight e4. Would that also work?
I was just a bit afraid to
and let's show that. I think we have to show the lines both of you are discussing. So it looks like a free pawn, but also notice how the bishop has no retreating squares. Let's go with one of the moves. Let's start with knight to e4. The queen suddenly becomes the monster piece. And the point is, yes, you have one retreating square, but it's not going to be good enough because after a queen trade, you've got the move g4, trapping the bishop, winning the bishop.
Yeah.
So bishop takes pawn is going to be a massive blunder.
I think this little pawn push is something that Magnus is asking Pragg that did you really think that you could win that pawn, and Pragg quickly goes back.
But very often, Sahaj, it's about provoking this move as well, because sometimes later on, Pragg had definitely seen he can't capture that free pawn. The h3 pawn can become a target. The queen and the bishop might line up and start hinting at this pawn which has been pushed to h3.
Absolutely. It's just about gaining that extra tempo. Whenever you play queen d7, and he just has this in the back of his mind, anytime he can play this and gain this tempo. But yeah, queen c1, yeah, I think he's going for that.
Wants the knight to go there.
Yeah. Oh, the h6.
Oh, he's also attacking h6. Nice one, Tanya.
Nice
just
one.
showing there. I was looking for the knight, but actually a very nice move by Magnus.
It's eyeing that square. It's a tender spot. We were highlighting h3, but the main idea has to be, what is this knight doing there? One of the big advice that I had from my coach when I was young, that when you're struggling with space, think about which piece you can improve. And that clearly for white has to be this knight. He wants to move it forward. He doesn't want to move it to a square where it comes on the way of its own bishop.
Right.
True. Absolutely right. And
Sorry, go on.
The knight c2 looks like a really nice, and you can also gain space via b4 and maybe c5 later. I know it looks a bit unlikely at the moment, but it just adds another piece, that sort of strengthens your idea of b4. Maybe that could be possible later on.
And Sagar, I know we've just hijacked you, so anytime you just tell us, just sit and analyze with us now.
Yeah, no, I'm getting the front seat view to this game. Otherwise I had to be in the working in the press room and so on. So I'm enjoying this, but please feel free to tell me when to go.
We will keep you here forever, so you will have to make that call.
We love it.
But also talk to us, Sagar, a little bit about the Magnus aura in Kolkata, because that's something very special. I've seen, he is a superstar everywhere that he goes, but here everyone just loves him.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Magnus is loved worldwide, but also now Magnus is, very, very thoughtful about everything he does wherever he goes. He realizes that when he spends time in India, he can really inspire a lot of people. And this he managed to do yesterday. If you look at how he was so encouraging to the little boy, 3-year-old Anish Sarkar. This is a life changing for someone, just Magnus shaking hands, giving autographs and so on.
Even though Anish's favorite player is Anish.
Oh, he's so cute. He was playing today in the open section.
Oh wow,
Yes.
So he's here in the building.
He was playing here, and he will be here somewhere. So
Amazing.
He's racing towards his 15:55, and he's like, I need to become a GM by when I'm 8 years old. Knight c2. Magnus,
Great call.
actually, these are the little maneuvers that Magnus is really good at, and he's slightly improving his position. So is Pragg. So now we have to see who makes the first mistake.
Absolutely. And apart from b4, I also see the idea of e3. Because later on you can say, I'm going to take this pawn on d4, and then maybe that d4 pawn can become a weakness in the longer run.
Very rightly said. This is in this structure, either you can get the b4 push or the e3 push, and I think Magnus will be keeping an eye out for both of them.
I'm just, once again, I want to bring this up, that I am loving the visual that we are seeing right now. The Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium, it's almost packed. Middle of the afternoon on a week.
What's the day today?
It's Wednesday.
What will happen on the weekend?
I mean, everyone watching, you have to be here. And Sagar, you were saying that there are more events because this tournament, it's a bit of a celebration of chess. It's not just the masters playing.
Right, there is a festival happening, then open tournament. I saw that there's a juniors tournament happening. And overall, I think the organizers have taken care that everyone has a good time here. And by the way, Pragg has moved his knight. That plan which we were talking about with the knight maneuver is happening.
Let's quickly bring up our live board because I want to make a switch next into a game that's absolutely blown up. We are seeing the move being played out. Pragg, he wants to start targeting the pawns on the left side of the board, on the queen side. His rook is nicely placed for that. We'll come back to this. But I really want to draw your attention to the all-Indian matchup, Arjun Erigaisi versus Nihal Serene. And what is this position?
Maybe they are playing this game where the first pawn that reaches the last rank wins.
White is 2 steps away from that. But should we just quickly do an action replay? Because firstly, how did black get a pawn all the way here, Sahaj? This is one of the craziest positions I've seen.
Absolutely. And also, I didn't notice this in the beginning, but Arjun is actually up an exchange. I did not, because you look at that pawn on f2 and you just, everything goes out the window. But yeah, he's definitely up in material, but I think the position is still, what would you say?
Yeah?
I'm looking at the bar and I'm saying that. I mean, if I didn't have the bar, I don't know who I would choose here. Still, white looks, maybe Arjun looks slightly more comfortable to me because that f2 pawn is not queening anytime soon. But still, it's a very dangerous, piece to have on the 7th rank.
Absolutely. Maybe as Tanya said, should we have a look at how this was reached, perhaps?
Just really fast, I won't start from the beginning, but I'll start from this position, which looks quite normal right now. And both sides have developed their pieces. It's standard opening. And how did it blow up from this point? Because Nihal decided to do Nihal things on the board. He pushes the pawn in front of his king, hitting that bishop. The bishop falls back. The knight comes forward, eyeing that big square on f4, trying to get rid of the bishop. White does the same. Every pawn move has its own set of consequences, some light square weaknesses. The white knight wants to enter there, and it does. Hits the queen, and this is where things went out of control, Saj.
Wow. He just gave up an exchange without getting anything in return.
Wow, that is a beautiful move.
Just going to do a quick chess action replay. Rook takes knight, banger on the board. Break this down for us. It gets awarded a brilliancy. He's giving up a rook which is worth 5 points for a knight which is worth 3 points. Explain that to us.
I think it's because the knight on the knight that he just sacrificed, that he just sacrificed his rook for the knight. It was probably the strongest piece that Arjun had on the board, and it made sense to sort of gain activity, in that dynamic sense. And I think his idea is to push e4 next and to take that knight on f3, and I think that's the pawn that ended up on f2, Sagar bhai.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, it looks really, really good to me. I really like I really like this style of play.
Sagar, I just want to point out, just from this position, just check out the number of exclamation marks that are about to appear on our board. 1 means it's a good move, 2 means it's a brilliancy. White plays the first good move. Nihal responds with a brilliancy. White, of course, picks it up. Nihal responds with another good move, e4 as you pointed out, hitting out the knight. And now, another brilliancy by Arjun on the board. I don't care about the knight, pick that up. This is some super GM level chess.
Yeah, if you were in a courtroom, it's like 2 judges, sort of lawyers arguing with each other and making some great points.
I love that.
This is my point. Okay, fantastic. Suddenly he comes back with a great retort, and this is what is happening here.
And just quickly, I won't go too much into details because I think, Sahaj, this is a very complicated position, but perhaps you can break it down for us here. Why would white not just defend this knight? Because it's a piece hanging.
Because I believe there is e3. Okay, knight h2. I was looking at knight d2 this whole time. But after knight h2 also maybe there is e3. Maybe there's knight takes g3. Oh no, there's knight takes g3 I feel, which is quite dangerous here. stakes. Maybe I can put my knight on c6 somewhere. Look, there is
This
no...
is crazy.
there
This
is not
position is so insane.
I wouldn't say there is a very big difference in evaluation, but just, because your king is in the center, because black is the one who has the initiative, it is wise to sort of, castle as quickly as possible.
You make it sound simple. Wait, how many of us would just leave that knight hanging? I mean, this is Arjun's chess. This is his brand of chess.
But also Nihal is, I think, in great form right now, and he played well recently. He's also we can't say defending champion because he didn't play last year, but he did win 2022 Rapid.
That's true.
So then he is one of the strong Rapid players in the world right now.
Yeah, he's one of the best speed chess players that we've seen, and the more the clock ticks slow, the stronger Nihal Serene gets. And I really liked that analogy that you gave of two lawyers making these incredible arguments which the common man cannot understand. How did you come up with this argument? And it just makes complete sense. I mean, to me, leaving a piece on f3 to be just picked up as it was in the game is insane understanding. And of course, he returns the favor by getting that knight back on c6. He says, I need to get my king to safety. The f-pawn arrives on the second square, and I'm sorry I skipped a few moves. The bishop developed. A quiet move, king g7. I mean, what is this? What on earth is this?
Tanya, go one move ahead, then there's even more craziness.
It's like your house is on fire, but you're just chilling. You're still making your meal in the kitchen and saying, I'll finish my food and then get back to the action and run away.
Yeah, exactly. This is crazy stuff. He's pushed his pawn forward, and I guess it can be taken by the bishop.
Yeah. Also, just a small side note, someone in the audience might be wondering, why he didn't play b5 immediately. That's because, white had this, not here, like one move before. If he could play b5 here, this queen g6 check.
Ooh, that was the point of the move king g7.
Yes.
That is such a great point you make, because this little move pins that pawn, and now queen g6 is a big threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well spotted there, Sahaj. I think this is, every move is very deeply thought out by them, and fantastic chess.
And this is on the board now. Very often, what I learned was when you've got a pawn which is one step away from queening, you often think about actually giving up material to neutralize that pawn. So is Arjun perhaps at some point thinking about giving up his rook?
I would say so, because if he captures that pawn, then I believe the position would be fairly balanced, but he would have an extra pawn. So I think he would go for rook f2 if he's given the if Nihal allows him to do that. There's b5. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
Guys.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes that pawn, let's say
bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, I guess Nihal would develop his bishop on e6, perhaps. I don't know.
Get the bishop out, and maybe then the idea that we're talking about. Because you really get rid of a monstrous pawn, and suddenly white's king is super safe, and black's king not so much with the dark square weaknesses.
Yeah.
True. I think Arjun is already clearly better, I would say. But after bishop b5, I really like the move rook to b8, because just continue that momentum.
Pressure.
Because you keep providing threats one after another. And you just don't give him the chance to take on f2 ever.
Just keep attacking your opponent's pieces. I would need 1 hour in this position to really understand what's going on and all the complications.
I think Arjun also doesn't usually take so much time, but here he's going 2 minutes below Nihal and he's moved his bishop. He doesn't want that pawn.
He doesn't want to give tempos. And I think we're going to fix the screen in just a little bit, but the idea that you were pointing out of the rook coming to this b file was something that white wanted to avoid. Places it to the center of the board. Who do you think is enjoying these complications more right now?
I think black somehow is having a little more fun than white, but the moment that pawn on f2 is gone, suddenly it will turn around.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's a threat now, right, Saj? Rook takes pawn once again in the air.
Is that queen e3 check?
You have to be careful.
Is that queen e3 check?
Rook d2?
Then queen e1 check.
No, this rook. So let's just show that.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, you're right. 100% you're right. I was thinking about the other rook. The rook f2 is a threat, I believe, in this position. So he has to be careful. Maybe he can play queen e3 check immediately.
Yeah.
Because this pawn is just so strong.
You don't want to lose it. So maybe a check from the queen.
Who's got better nerves out of these two players? Because I feel this position is so much about that as the clock ticks slow.
I think I would assume that Arjun has slightly better nerves considering that he is 2800 in classical chess, but then again classical chess is different, you know. So very tough to say. These two are really the best speed chess players in India right now, I feel.
Oh wow.
Somehow. You know, like you can say Pragg is there, right up there, but somehow even when you see Magnus, he really respects Nihal as a speed player, and Arjun, of course, he lets his results do the talking. So yeah, I think it's a very important clash right in the first round.
Arjun's been unstoppable, but also the dynamic, right? These two are good friends of the board. They're very close friends, you know. They work together, they've chilled together.
They ate dinner yesterday together, you know.
Really? Wow.
So right now playing a really complicated position, and we've got our eye on the other boards as well, but it's really all the fire is right here. But Sagar, Sahaj, if there's a board you want to jump to, just give it a shout.
Sure.
Yep.
I think the Pragg Magnus game, maybe if we can quickly have a look, I think Pragg is making progress against Magnus. Yeah, you can see there Magnus took some risk on the king side, he pushed his pawn, he wanted to open up stuff.
This is where we left it last.
Right. And so takes, and this was maybe a move that I didn't expect Magnus playing.
And Pragg, you know, following your idea with knight d7, knight c5, you know, it's going to happen, I believe, very, very soon. Maybe not anymore because now the pressure is on the e5 pawn. But still, that was the original idea.
Yeah, but look at this best move that's been pointed out by our engine, the blue arrow. It points out the best move in the position. And apparently it's really the only one that keeps an advantage for Pragg. So it's important for him to find that.
It's, you know, it's like you need a lot of confidence to play that move because Magnus is attacking your central pawn and the knight is defending it, but you want to create your own threat by moving the knight and forking on that square.
Can Pragg find the move knight c5? To me, the screaming answer inside my head is yes.
Yes, you think so?
Because Sagar, you know, the point you made, yes, you can pick up the central pawn. But knight takes pawn, winning more material is a massive threat.
Yeah, huge one. Huge one. And it's in fact not so easy to defend that pawn as well. So, very critical moment in the game. Pragg has 7 minutes 20 seconds. Magnus has 8 minutes 52. Sahaj bhai, what do you think?
He's played it. It's on the board.
Whoa.
Knight c5 play.
Wow.
Game on.
Wow. Maybe, you know, I was thinking about some ideas where he could sacrifice his rook on a1, maybe fe5, queen f4, something like that. But I don't see that working. I couldn't make it work myself.
Slow down. So what is the line that you're talking about
I was
right
thinking f takes c5. You know,
Pawn takes pawn?
we just saw Arjun's board, you know, where where all of this was happening, and I'm still in that mode, you know, where you want to sacrifice something. But I don't think this
it
is working.
works because you don't have enough time.
Exactly. There's not enough time to, you know, bring all the pieces to the king's side.
Yeah.
Do you see Magnus adjusting himself in the chair and he's like, okay, I need to be very careful now. I need to calculate well. This is the moment where Magnus has to decide what to do. I mean, does he give that pawn up? Does he take on e5 with his knight, pawn? There are many options. I don't see a clear route. Do you?
No, I all I can think of is just play rook b1 and just sack the pawn, and maybe you have some counterplay on the king's side. But you know, it doesn't feel very comfortable to be you know, to be playing this with the white pieces.
And you can see him, he's being a bit shifty, right, Saj? He picked up that pawn, he's doing that pawn roll, keeps it back now, but it's definitely a stressful position because it's too late. It's sort of, you've crossed that point of no return. This pawn cannot be defended. You can't go on the defense anymore.
No, now it's like it's wartime, you know, it's like the two armies have crossed each other, there's no going back.
There's no going back. How is Magnus defending this position?
Yeah, very important moment, and you can see there's tension in the air. Magnus is focusing completely here. The time on Magnus's clock has gone below Pragg's time.
You know, usually the crowd is rooting for the Indian player always, but here there's also so much love and respect for Magnus that I think they're sort of divided right now. when these two are facing each other's edge.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like a very, very difficult position for him.
Oh, did you see that?
Look at that. Magnus is like, not, it's like, he was thinking 4 moves deep into the variation and he couldn't find a finishing touch there. So he's right now struggling, I would say.
I would say, yeah, you're 100% right about that. And also, it's not nice to be, to have less time than your opponent, and also to have 6 minutes on the clock when you have to be so precise. Because I believe one mistake here can, make it from worse to a, maybe a lost position.
True.
It can happen.
True. I agree. And Pragg, this would be such a confidence booster for Pragg if he manages to convert this position. But okay, we are still far away. It's not like a huge advantage. It's a small one, but it's significant.
Yeah. Let's go back to our full screen of the players if we can have that scene up, because it's a massive moment for Magnus Carlsen. As Sagar, you mentioned, a point of no return in this one. As we bring up the players on the screen, we could see it on Magnus's face. Let's remind everyone the big threat right now by Pragg is knight takes pawn.
Yes.
He keeps burning the clock. He's not being able to find a response.
I'm actually looking at the engine right now, and the move that it suggests is to play your queen to a3 to trade queens. Oh, he played it. He played the same move. It's like damage control mode, maybe the best move in this not so great position.
And now he has to go with the maybe this game is headed towards the end game, but there is that b3 pawn that is hanging still.
Yes.
So I feel being a pawn down in the end game is still he still has to defend quite a bit in this position.
He is the best player in the world best player in the world full stop, but also especially when it comes to end game. But the point you made, Magnus finding the best move in a difficult position, Pragg immediately responds with a trade. Sagar, you're reacting?
I am amazed at how Pragg actually took the queen, then took first the king side pawn, because now he will take maybe the b3 pawn, so that the move order was really precise.
And he's calculated his way through. He goes into an endgame with an extra pawn. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces is on the defense. Absolutely.
I think now Pragg is a clean pawn up. Magnus has to be careful. Great winning chances for Pragg.
Absolutely right. It's definitely a clean pawn up for sure, Sagar. But you're 100% right about that. But somehow I feel that knight on b3 is just hanging there, protecting the d4 pawn. Because the moment it moves, the d4 pawn is gone. And a move like c5. You can play c5 to protect the d4 pawn. But then I have a question: where is that b3 knight going to go?
Yes,
it doesn't have any more squares.
That b3 knight is someone who's also very well placed, but maybe could also be misplaced, as you very correctly pointed out. So Magnus still, you can see him there looking at other games, but I think he still has hope here.
It's not the position he was dreaming for in the starting round of this tournament for sure. He's looking up at the other boards right now. He's almost got a little bit of a smile on his face, no? It's definitely got nothing to do with the position on the board.
Maybe he saw someone else's position and he's kind of smiling. I think one of the players who is very good friends with Magnus here is Dubov. And they generally have a very good time with each other. So I think Magnus would be quite interested in seeing his game perhaps.
Well, Daniel Dubov was part of the World Championship preparation team for Magnus. I think it was against his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yep. So these two definitely know each other really well. They're close friends, and Magnus seems to be enjoying a position that's not his own for sure. Pragg has done a big chunk of the work, but it's far from over yet, because he has to show exceptional technique to win this one.
And when you face Magnus,
exactly.
You have to win several times in a game. You have to win in the opening, then in the middle game, then in the end game. So maybe Pragg has done 2/3 of the work, but still a major 1/3 work is still left.
Not only you have to win in the 3 phases, you have to win on every move. You give Magnus one chance to make a comeback and all your advantage disappears and everything's gone. Pragg makes I think, probably the most natural looking move in the position. He brings his king to the center of the board. That's traditional chess advice. King is a piece in an endgame.
Absolutely. You know, I'm thinking about this really, it seems a bit crazy if it doesn't work. What if I bring my king from f2 to c2 just to kick that knight away? So
Ooh, not from d2?
Not from d2, just d1, c2.
Well, Tata Steel Chess India is known for illegal moves. I'm actually waiting for one in this tournament.
Okay, let's make predictions. Every year, so let's just give some context here. I think almost every edition of Tata Steel, we've had an illegal move being played on the board. Last time it was Vidit giving a check with his king, the king versus king position that we had. I think it was against Hikaru. That's what comes to my mind. Who do you think will make the illegal move in this year's edition?
Even Pragg has done it.
Yes.
He had once moved his king and castled. So there are many different kinds of illegal moves that have happened here. I hope Magnus doesn't do it. You know, if Magnus does it, that would be epic. Okay, h4, he's pushed his pawn on the king side. Both sides are actually just making those little moves, trying to bide time, because as Sahej pointed out, the knight is very precariously positioned on d3.
You can't come back to safety because the d pawn will fall.
No, another really nice idea of h4 I like is that, you know, Pragg played king f6 to play king f5 because Pragg probably anticipated this e1, d1, c2 idea from Magnus, and if he does that, then black can play king f5 and capture that pawn on f4. So he plays h4 to have this bishop h3 check in case black plays king f5.
Very nice.
So, but f4 will be hanging. So first you'll have to
Like
king g3 and then you push it back.
Then you give a check.
Let's just show everyone that yes, for example, if black was to put the king here, attacking the pawn, white simply comes up with the king, defends that pawn, and then can push that black king back. One thing's clear, that Magnus is playing for the draw right now.
Yeah.
I don't see winning chances, although that the moment I say that, the rook just dashes all the way up the board.
Also, the thing is, when Magnus is playing just for like a draw, Pragg is trying to play for the win. And when someone is trying to play for the win, then chances can come up for Magnus as well.
For sure. If he overpresses,
Yes.
then, you know, Magnus can definitely, you know, if Magnus is able to win the d4 pawn, I'm going to pick white here.
Yeah.
Because for sure, that's that because you have central pawns are, you know, more valuable than, you know, outside pawns. So I would say it's just one mistake away.
Right, and Magnus says no trade of rooks, keeps his rook active there in black's camp. Pragg's pawn is hanging, Tanya.
It's a threat on the board, and once again the knight cannot retreat to defend that pawn. That motif keeps appearing on the board, so Pragg has to make a defensive move right now to defend that pawn which has just been threatened by the white rook.
So also, Tanya, I feel this is maybe a polite draw offer, because if Pragg plays rook to b6, is he going to go back rook a8?
It doesn't matter because Pragg is not playing for any repetition.
But what's happening here? What if you take the pawn? What is his idea?
He's going for counterplay. Sagar, it's all about getting your own pieces into the game, but now I'm thinking, how does that work? Because let's take a look. Rook takes pawn. My first feeling was knight jumps to c1. I'm hitting the e2 pawn, I'm hitting the d3 pawn, because notice how the rook is pinning that defensive pawn.
Tanya, great point, but there is knight c5. I believe knight c5
Ooh,
is
even better.
That attacks the rook and the pawn on d3, and he wins pawn back with interest. And
And then f4 also is attacked, and oh my god, so this is actually a great idea, and you can see Magnus realizes that Pragg is not going to submit to his threats. He's going to counter-attack every single time.
Offense is the best defense. I love the fact that you pointed out this move which comes in with an attack on the rook, because now white doesn't have the time to capture that center pawn as well. And incredible resourceful play by Pragg, right? How many of us getting the opportunity to repeat against Magnus would just immediately take
I would
it?
take it in a minute, in a second.
That's why we are here and they're there.
Good point.
3 minutes 30 seconds for Magnus, 4 minutes 10 seconds for Pragg. Time is also going to play a crucial role now.
Also, there's only a 10-second increment, so you are 100% right. It's going to play a very, very crucial role. Rook to a2. Knight c5 is actually happening anyways now, Tanya.
Yeah.
I love this move. I mean, Pragg, his rook from this square in 2 moves has landed really into Magnus's camp, putting this pressure on e2 pawn. He's in big trouble. And the eval bar doesn't give a massive advantage, but from a player perspective, a practical perspective, you're sweating right now.
Yeah, and also the thing is that Magnus doesn't know what to do, right? Like, does he take the pawn on b7? Does he move his king away somewhere? But where to move? I mean, it's so tough right now to be in Magnus's shoes. What did he do? Oh, he blundered over.
Great call, Sagar. He did move the king away, by the way, but it gets awarded a question mark.
Big mistake. Look at the bar just going down.
The bar reacted, Sagar reacted. Can Pragg react correctly with the best move on the board, which is to get the king further into the action?
Oh, this is now what Sahaj actually mentioned, that the king can come up, but white king had to be there to protect the pawn.
Exactly.
Now it came back, so you come and attack.
So that's the mistake.
No, not easy though for Pragg.
What if it's easy for anyone? It's Pragg. The point is, right, Sagar, he made the move king to f6. And Sahaj, you mentioned it then that he wants to get in with the king. It's at the back of his mind already. Oh my god.
I think he will play it, because I think any other move, if he goes knight c5 for example, there is no d3 pawn attacked anymore, because it's not pinned anymore. The e2 pawn is not pinned anymore. So I think king f5 is definitely possible, and it's definitely in the back of his mind.
Big moment.
But is it actually winning? Is the position winning after this? After king f5?
I'm actually not even sure what's going on, because we could analyze that king f5 move, then there is rook takes pawn.
Let's do it quickly, Sagar. Let's bring up the analysis board. If we can have the analysis board along with the players on the screen, and the line that you're pointing out.
So I was saying, king f5, rook takes pawn. Now the knight is hanging, so I don't know what to do here, because you can't take. You go back, but then knight takes pawn check, and then king takes pawn, and now the king is coming into e3, and the knight is attacking the rook.
Oh,
it's very complicated.
And you have to calculate all of that.
Yes.
He's down to less than 2.5 minutes on the clock. It is an increment of 10 seconds with every move that you make, but Pragg can feel it, but he has to calculate, not only calculate, he has to evaluate the line at the end.
And he has to sense it, that this is the moment. You know, it's not easy to sense it. Here the bar dropped, but Pragg didn't see any bar dropping. It's just still the continuation of the same game.
You know, it's also a very hard move to play king f5, because right now he has an extra pawn, but in that last position the pawns were equal.
You know, Magnus reacts. Did you see that? Immediately after the rook went back, I think Magnus saw king to f5. He just came back on his chair, had a head shake and made his move. Magnus saw that line.
But you know what? Pragg can now go back to a2 because Magnus went back with his king. But I don't think Magnus will repeat.
Magnus will not repeat.
He will not.
I will be surprised if Pragg repeats, unless he's seen king to f5 this time. I think Pragg is ambitious here.
But his confidence might be dropping a bit, Tanya, Sahaj, because look at the time on the clock. 1 minute 45 seconds.
Maybe he plays rook a2 just
okay, it's rook a2. Guys, he's repeated. Magnus will not go because he has seen this line. You know what? I'm not going to bet my house on this.
Do it.
Not betting that, but Sagar, the thing is, we saw the reaction Magnus had when Pragg went back rook a7. He knows that after king e1, he does it.
He played it, Tanya.
Bishop
f1.
Bishop f1.
My house is just happy with that
You were
right
absolutely right about this. Is he going to go back rook a7 now? Isn't that a 3-4
now. Oh
repetition?
wait, what happened? Nothing.
But do you think he would do that?
But his pawn on b7 is attacked.
Is there any other move here apart from that repetition? Because I think Magnus could be happy with a draw here.
Of course, I mean, he's down a pawn right now. There's pressure on him. But rook takes pawn, you always have this idea, right, of coming back with the knight. As long as the king is on this square, the e pawn is pinned and the d3 pawn is vulnerable. But what a miss by Praggnanandhaa, that opportunity that he had, Sagar.
Right, but right now he can still continue with knight c1 as the engine points out. I'm not so sure if Pragg will be brave enough to do that. This is a big moment. Will Pragg continue or go back rook a7 and take it?
He goes back.
a7.
Wait, is bishop g2? If Magnus was to play bishop g2, is that a 3-4?
It's a draw. I think it's a draw.
No, it's not a draw because rook a2 will be 3 times.
Okay.
The rook came from a6 in that
Pragg
position.
will do
Yeah,
rook
you're
a2.
right.
Pragg is, I get this sense that Pragg is okay with the draw. You see, Magnus has played his bishop, asked this important question to Pragg, draw. Just not asked it. It's
On the board. It's sort of like it's on the board. You know it can be over right here, right now. You just have to make one move, and that's so tempting with 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, time is going to play a major role in Pragg's decision there. I think he'll take it. And
What do you think,
Magnus
Sir?
knows
I think he goes for the draw. I think he goes rook a2.
Take it. Oh my god.
With 40 seconds against Magnus, I'll take
If
it.
doesn't take it, then I don't think that's going to happen. No, come on.
Yeah.
You do it? Come on, Tanya.
You know, I want to believe he plays on, but the more he thinks, under 30 seconds. And the point is that now what is the move? You can't move your knight anywhere. King moving forward. Now the difference is white's king comes forward.
You know you have to move your bishop.
19
here.
seconds, he's going for it, Sagar. He's going for it. Guys, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't go for it,
It's on the board.
But he could claim a draw. Now what if Magnus says I don't want to draw and play
Exactly.
something else?
Down a pawn.
Pragg is also wanting to play on. Pragg doesn't want to claim. Otherwise he would have stopped the clock and called the arbiter.
Because psychologically, right, you're up a pawn. You don't want to be the one who's sort of making a claim for a draw. I really want it at this moment.
But no, the time.
Oh, he does it.
He
He's
does it,
claiming.
he does it, he claims
Magnus
it.
is claiming.
Magnus is claiming. Okay. Pragg will be like, okay, Magnus, let's agree. Why are you calling the arbiter?
And Magnus is definitely the one. Both of them are claiming. He said, come quickly.
I will accept.
We've got another round to play. A 3-4 repetition as the arbiter comes to confirm that.
I think the arbiter.
And it is a 3-4. We have a repetition
ask
here.
the opponent whether you agree. And I think he did not. Okay, he just went. Pragg knows that it's a draw, but perhaps just.
So Sagar, in this situation, does Pragg have to agree, or if he just agrees, do they have to still check, or do they just?
No, if he agrees, it's a draw because the player has claimed for a draw. The only reason why the arbiter is checking because the opponent hasn't agreed.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and really quickly, I think this one will end because we do have a confirmation that it is a 3-4 draw. And there we have the handshakes. Magnus Carlsen-Praggnanandhaa ends in a draw, and I think he's just pointing that line out to Pragg, but we quickly have to move on because Arjun versus Nihal. The position has liquidated in a big way, but Nihal is on 14 seconds right now. So if we quickly move on to our other board, as this one has indeed ended.
Yeah, now Arjun Nihal here. It looks drawish because of the queen endgame, but the time is going to play a crucial role. Although I feel they both will be able to hold this.
I feel, Sagar bhai, that queen endings are very, very tricky. Unless there is a repetition, I feel Arjun is gonna go for a draw here, gonna go for a win here.
Really?
Because I think the king can go all the way up, to a5, and the time is also gonna play a very big factor. He has 4 seconds on the clock.
Wow. We all know how ambitious Arjun is, so maybe Sahaj, you are right. He might just continue playing here. Yeah, he brings the king.
Tanya, what do you think?
It's game on, especially when you're playing on seconds. White seems to have a slightly healthier pawn formation right now. Whoa, that's a pawn sacrifice, but you want to give a check on b5 next.
Yeah.
So that's not really losing a pawn, and a good move there by Nihal, kind of equalizing the position.
Maybe there is queen d5 here, just centralize the queen, and you still have that a7 pawn to play for.
Right. And the funny thing is, right now all the games that are going on are roughly balanced. Even the fact that we are under time pressure.
Sagar, if there's a game that catches your attention, let me know. Right now, this one, Arjun, he's got 3 seconds on the... No, there was a little bit of a time delay. Oh, he doesn't have time on the clock. He's playing on his final few seconds.
No, but 10
He
second
does.
increments,
It's quite a bit. He does centralize the queen.
Does he take with the king, Sagar bhai, do you think? Because then he has a passed pawn, and maybe he can...
Crucial moment then.
He's definitely thinking. C takes, I think, is a safer option, but king takes is where you take the risk.
Oh, he gives a check first.
He's going to decide in the next move.
Queen also possible. Wow.
Also, I think he can just keep checking for as long as he's allowed to. He can. For example, if the king goes to the last rank, your queen can give a check again. If the king comes one step forward, you can give a check on the light squares.
True, absolutely right.
Actually, both the players have such good sense of this 10-second increment. They are letting their clock run right down to the last 2-3 seconds and then making a move.
Not good for my heart, for sure. He
takes
doesn't
it.
repeat. Is Arjun playing for more here, Saj?
I think so, because he's got the king on the queen side, and he's hoping for a scenario, Sagar bhai, where Nihal takes the pawn on g2, and somehow he wins the pawn on a7, and maybe there can be some imbalance
Oh,
there.
I think we're seeing a repetition, boys.
Yes.
Maybe he goes queen d2.
No, he does centralize, and we've got handshakes.
Oh, there's a draw.
Arjun versus Nihal ends in a draw, and let's quickly move on to Vidit's board against Wesley, because Vidit, both players are playing on seconds right now. So if we can get the players on the screen as well, and there we have it.
not a big fan of Vidit's position because his king is a little bit exposed. Although he's going to win some pawns on the queen side, what if Wesley is able to coordinate his queen and knight? It will be dangerous for Vidit.
True, but right now I have a question. Can I not just take the pawn on h6 and there is a repetition there if you take my knight?
But I guess Wesley wants to play for a win, no?
Yeah, true.
He plays queen d3. He wants to get in with his queen, then bring the knight to the center.
Let's just point that line out. You want to give a check, and then after the king moves, you can bring your knight to the center. You can also win this a pawn. Suddenly, this knight becomes super active, putting a lot of pressure. Vidit, how's he feeling about his position? He can't be too comfortable right now with this queen entering.
Yeah, right now I think Vidit does look.
Wait, some moves have happened.
Allowing queen d8 check.
This happened.
Oh, really? It happened? Wow.
This is on the board. King to f7, last move. And he gave a check, another check on c7 because it still is connected to the a pawn. The white knight can capture this pawn. How ambitious is Wesley is the question right now.
Yeah, he can take a draw by perpetual checks. But let's see. His time is also ticking down. He has 20 seconds on the clock. We have seen players going for safety first approach in this first round.
Saj, predictions. Will Wesley play for more or will there be a repetition here?
I think knight f5 seems safe enough to me. It doesn't feel like he's giving up a lot because he can also do the repetition later on as well.
But what if now Vidit goes and attacks the f2 point? That is, move the queen somewhere. Yes, that's what he does.
Yeah,
so now he's forcing Wesley's hand, like, take a draw or else I also have an attack.
But I can put my queen on
This is
a7.
so smart. With a check.
I can put my queen on a7.
With a check.
Yes, and then knight
and
c6.
then take the pawn.
And the point of a7 is that f2 is attacked, is defended.
Oh, this is.
Did Vidit miss this? When the bar slowly creeps up.
Because now when white knight takes the pawn, the black queen will also take the pawn. So we don't know.
And he's got no time. Sorry, he played that last move with 2 seconds.
Yeah, Vidit is feeling a bit shaky.
So knight takes
He
pawn.
took the pawn. And we were talking about this attack with the queen and knight. It's happening.
The queen and knight, it's the most dangerous combination, and Vidit's king is also in the center. And he has.
That's on intuition. He just
1
says
second.
the king will be in the center of the board. The king is bang center on the board, but he says I'm safe here. He's just gone for it.
Stressful. Is there a mate? You don't know. The bar is right now saying black is okay, not completely lost, but it can happen at any moment.
Practically, it feels very dangerous to be black here for sure. Maybe this queen d7 check. Yeah, queen d7 check. I think the bar also points out. This knight e5 afterwards. The problem is his king went. It was protected by the pawns, and now the king is completely out in the open, and the pawns are also left hanging. So maybe in some situation, he can lose the g6 pawn, and that can be a bit dangerous for him.
He did give that check, and now where does the king go?
Only one square, Sagar. Not so many options.
Oh, 95.
Hitting the queen, hitting the pawn.
If Vidit manages to hold this, it will be a very good result for him.
And it's equal material, equal pawns, queen and knight dynamic, but it's all about king's safety. Black's king is the one feeling the pressure, and Vidit Gujarati has just made a blunder.
What's the winning move now? Not so simple. Queen c6 check.
So I know there is no arrow, so there's more than one move for white here.
Oh,
Queen
gave a
c6.
check. And
He
now
does
queen
find the
b6
best move.
guys to defend f2. That's I think the point. Again, that same concept.
And then you win g6.
And then and then take the pawn with your knight.
Yeah, I think this is not looking good for Vidit.
He's defended the f2 pawn, and now Wesley can get an extra pawn. Again, it's all about checking this black king, which is making Vidit's life so difficult, apart from having seconds on the clock. I think Wesley is going to pick up that g6 pawn right now.
Yeah, he takes it. He takes it. Which means that now Wesley is a pawn up and his king is also safe.
I think his last hope, Vidit's last hope, I think is to play knight to d2 and hope for some queen f3, queen f1 type of ideas, and maybe something can happen there.
I agree. That looks like the most. Yes, he does it.
Great call.
You are very right.
But it looks like Wesley was expecting that because he immediately plays the move. And is the f pawn going to fall as well next? Or I just want to quickly show some. It falls with a check.
It's with the check.
But why did he play it there?
It falls with a check. And now
Oh,
Can you not just trade? But you can just trade queens.
Oh, Queen G4, Queen G4.
That's a great point.
Is that the only move here, or are there other moves here that?
I'm not sure, but it's the most human move here. You're up 2 pawns. You get rid of the pieces that are attacking your king. Go into and winning endgame. It's such a Wesley move.
It's the move he'll play.
No, he doesn't. Wow.
Because now he thought that maybe even if the queen gives a check, his king is safe in the side of the board, king h2.
And actually, the evaluation bar likes the move that Wesley's played.
Amazing. Brave move there by Wesley.
Okay, h5 is protecting the pawn.
And also stopping queen g4.
No, good point.
No more queen trades.
Good point.
Because Vidit's only hope is that the pieces remain on the board.
True.
Somehow he can trick Wesley's king. Wesley's the most untrickable player ever. I mean, he's so solid once he gets a winning position.
But in time trouble,
Anything can happen.
Anything can.
To anyone. 22 seconds for Wesley, right? And 34 for Vidit. So Vidit gained a bit of time there.
And
Where's he
Wesley,
gone?
he's hesitating.
Wait, that's a mistake. Is that
It's a mistake? The bar dropped. We have no clue why.
The engine points out the best move for Vidit is to give a check from f3. But it's not easy to understand what happens once the king moves.
Maybe there's knight d4, I think.
Okay, this is
looks-
but it's still hot. You want to displace that white queen from an active square where it defends a lot of important. And with it, he's thinking he goes,
He goes
knight
the other way,
f1.
but not the best idea there. Now the bar just simply climbs up. Just don't play king g2, right?
Ooh,
Because
that's a
then-
trick. That's a big trick.
King g1 maybe.
That would lose on the spot. Wesley, of course, spots it.
Okay, he goes knight d2 again, and now it's also not easy to play for white here either, no? Because that black king on d1 just feels so uncomfortable.
You
somehow.
had to trade queens at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, why did Wesley not go for that? It just felt like you want to get rid of black's pieces. Is he repeating? He's repeated once.
And Vidit is pretty sure that his move is great. He played it again. And now king moves up.
Okay, knight d2 again. Queen f1 check maybe is the threat, Sagar
It's
bhai?
India.
Could be a queen coming in there. I feel like even though Wesley is winning, with less time and these black pieces so close, it's not easy.
It's actually a bit scary. One wrong move by white and you could also be losing this position because your king is vulnerable, the knight needs to be defended. All of black's pieces have sort of found their way into your camp.
You know, because black's king is on d1, you know, Wesley doesn't have those checks anymore.
Yeah.
You know, that he had earlier, I think. So he can't even gain time with that repetition that he was doing a bit earlier. So yeah, looks a bit uncomfortable for
The
both of
irony.
them actually.
Black's king is safest on the white queen square on d1, the other end of the board.
Yeah, and somehow Vidit is playing quickly, he's gaining time, he's putting Wesley under pressure. I don't know if Wesley can figure out a win here, it's not easy. He's repeating, I guess they are repeating.
What a save! I mean, I have to say, I mean, he's putting up a stellar defense here.
Yeah.
But it's not done. I have a feeling Wesley will find a way to continue, but it's hard to see what move he's about to make because Vidit would be happy to escape with a draw right now if the king comes back.
I had a quick look at the bar and it points out knight to f4.
On
he
the board.
plays it.
Now he's giving up a pawn, queen takes f2.
With a check.
But it's the best move. Insane that Wesley found it.
Insane.
But explain that to us, Sahaj. What's going on here?
He gives up the f2 pawn, he takes the h5 pawn, and that way, you know, he can get out of this sort of, his king, white's king is sort of trapped on h2, you know, and once the h5 pawn goes away, the king can also, you know, be a bit more free, and he can also push his own pawn, his own h pawn, and yeah, I think that's basically the
I get
crux.
it. You win the H pawn and you're doing great. But what happens if black continues giving checks and trading that white king? He does it. The queen comes back.
So he's now following your plan, you know, exchange the queens.
Oh, can you go queen? I almost blundered, by the way. I was just about to suggest queen to e2 check. I got very excited about that move.
Oh, it's not working, yeah? G4 is, no, it's not working.
But now what to do as white? Because you lost a key pawn, you're not winning the h5 pawn which you wanted. There has to be some move. Wesley goes check on h1. Okay.
Oh, maybe he wants to play queen d5. Yeah, queen d5.
But you have a check on f1 and you can force either the queen or the knight to come back to block that check.
I think he's just trying to gain time with these moves, and he moved his king from d1 to c2 just in case there's no repetition. You know, there's no threefold repetition because the king is in a different square. So I think
Very
that's pretty
nicely
smart of
pointed
him.
out.
I think he's just trying to gain time here. That's
But you also have to make progress.
Guys, if now queen b5,
Yeah.
then could we go queen e2? Tanya's idea, because now the queen has gone away.
Now that it's not a blunder anymore.
Yeah, that's why when he plays it.
wow.
I feel better about that
Yeah.
prediction now. I do
Every
feel
blunder
better.
leads to something, you know.
Every great move was a blunder at some point. Queen to e2, offering a queen trade and hitting that h-pawn. Actually, that's very deep. He's, with these last few moves, forced black's king to a less desirable square to get a desirable setup for his own pieces.
Fantastic. And now when the h5 pawn drops, white will be winning. So with it, he's lost.
Oh, he goes into the endgame. Oh, I think we're going to see knight takes h5. Tanya and Sagar bhai. There's knight f4, knight takes h5 coming in. Because no, he's going to go knight e4, knight f6, and I think he's going to take knight h5 and go.
And you think that a knight, let's just, it's happening actually.
We're getting a knight sacrifice.
Analyze that.
Really?
This might happen.
So, Sehaj, you are saying that white will give up the knight to push the two pawns.
Yes.
But,
Because black's
That's
king is
super
too far
cool.
away. It's too far away. It's
okay,
intuitive.
he's done it.
Go on, do
What
it.
a
He
call.
does it.
He's done it.
Wow, Sahaj, you called it from way away. That's amazing.
And if we can get a close-up of the players at this moment, these are the final moments of the game as well. Wesley finding this precise sequence of moves.
And the knight cannot stop those two pawns. It's too tough. Of course, if there were just two pawns, knight could have stopped them, but the white king is also nearby. So this is not happening. And meanwhile, just so that everyone knows that SL Narayanan is winning against Vincent Keimer. We'll go to that game next, but for now, let's finish this. Amazing.
Let's catch the end moments of this game as the black knight does retreat. And now it's time to start marching those pawns up the board. And the biggest problem, if that black king, if Vidit can somehow magically just place it on g8 or h8 and then you're safe.
Dead draw, yes. But you have to be precise, yeah? You have to decide which pawn to push, because one mistake here can turn the position from winning to a draw, just like that.
Wesley is just saying my h pawn will win, I don't need anything else. Yeah, he's just doing it very, very easily.
Yeah, very clinical. Now the knight has to retreat to stop that h-pawn from going one step ahead. And then the g-pawn and the king joins the party. If the knight goes back, you can go king to f4 first. Just make sure that the black king doesn't come back.
Shouldering, yeah, king f4. That's the only move I think that wins it. Because otherwise black's king would have gone to e4, and I think he would have had a fortress there.
Brilliant. And now the g pawn goes forward, or
Yes.
king goes forward? I mean, there are many ways, I guess, to win.
You can just combine
Yes.
these two pieces, the king and the pawn, moving ahead, and Vidit's king is helpless right now.
Right. I guess the first win in the open section here coming in for Wesley So.
Actually, the first win is already in.
It's in.
SL Narayanan wins his game against Vincent Keimer. We will replay through that once the action's over from round one. But right now, let's stick to the end of this game. So we've had two draws, one win, and actually Daniel Dubov, Nodirbek Abdusattorov also ended in a draw. So two decisive results, and Wesley's pawns are unstoppable.
Yeah, I think this is over now. Pushes at 7, yeah.
Yeah, Vidit resigns there. Wesley So showing some great technique at the end, holding his nerves under time pressure. Brilliant chess. He never let that win go by, just maybe a minute, one move or two. Vidit had his chances, but apart from that, amazing.
Amazing conversion there, technical play by Wesley at the end, playing on seconds, not agreeing for the repetition. Both players analyzing, but there is another second round that is coming up. What was the most impressive thing about this round, Sagar, before we let you go, for you so far?
For me, it was like how Wesley played here, but I mean, we didn't look at SL Narayanan's game in detail, but him winning this game against Vincent just shows that SL Narayanan is here not just to sort of hold his own, but he's going to go out there, beat these top players.
And that's amazing, right, Saj? Because players like SL Narayanan, players like Arvind Chidambaram very often come into the shadow of these younger players who are winning tournaments, who are crossing these rating barriers. But the moment they get an opportunity, Arvind's play at the Chennai Grandmasters, SL Narayanan, he said it in the opening ceremony. He's so happy to get this chance, this platform. He's looking forward to playing against Magnus. They are so hungry and motivated for the wins.
Absolutely, and he delivers, with that win against, Vincent also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Sagar, but you would know this better than me, but Vincent generally has an amazing score against Indian players.
Yeah.
SL defeating him in the first round itself is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I agree actually, and Vincent is, as they say, the greatest German player since Immanuel Lasker.
Wow.
So he is definitely a big sensation in Germany, in Europe, and here coming to the first game and SL beating him just shows the depth of Indian chess. Yeah, and right now we can see this game. I think you guys can go through this game. Thank you so much for having me here. I had a wonderful time going over this round, and I hope to join you guys again at some point.
Come back
Awesome.
whenever you can, Sagar, and keep us updated with everything that's happening outside and the whole atmosphere.
Just don't diss me with that one BHK.
I promise it wasn't because you walked in that came into my mind. Wow, what a start this has been, Sahaj, to the day. And perhaps very, very quickly, if we can bring up our analysis board. We didn't get an opportunity, and there we see our playing venue. The players are still analyzing. Vidit and Wesley still on their boards, going through that complicated queen and knight endgame. Harika, is that Harika? She's walking around, so she hasn't. There's a beautiful players' lounge here, Sahaj. So they haven't gone there, and look at the crowd. They're loving what they're seeing right now.
Absolutely, and also it just shows the dedication of these two players. Yeah, I mean, they know they have a match in in half an hour, something like that.
Less, much less.
And still they're analyzing, what went wrong in this game and what could have been better. It's just fantastic.
Amazing stuff, and it's also so fascinating to see how different players have a different approach during this break time, right? There are some who go into the players' lounge, who are perhaps refreshing their memories, trying to think about the next round opponent. And then you've got Harika, she's pacing around the tournament venue, and we saw Vidit and Wesley still on their board. We are going to be back with round 2 action that starts very, very soon. We will take a very quick break. You get one as well. Get your refreshment in. You got a banger of a start so far, Sahaj, and looking forward to more.
Absolutely. See you soon.
So, I think we'd only be able to look at the women boards like maybe in the beginning. Unless something like big is going on.
We didn't even mention what is happening.
Yeah, but we didn't know what is happening. I didn't have a screen and in the middle I can't stop. Start होने वाला है उन्हें बोलो काउंटडाउन स्टार्ट कर क्या हो गया
Should I sit here?
Of course you have to sit. Once he comes.
I thought he was coming here now.
He comes when he wants. He comes whenever he wants.
Oh, the matches have begun.
Matches start हो गए उन्हें बोलो.
हाँ, G3. मेन सेक्शन का स्टार्ट से और बता देना मेरे को.
Welcome back everyone to Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. This is round 2. I'm Tanya Sachdev. With me, Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. What a start we've had today, and round 2 action has already begun. Sahaj, I think we have to jump straight to it.
Yes, let's do it. And there's something crazy happening in this round. I was just telling this to Tanya, right before this started, that there's not a single game where anyone has played e4. I can't remember the last time that this happened in any event, Tanya.
So the first round in the men's, we didn't have it. Also, another good news, this time we do have the women's board as well with us. Matchups for round 2 as well. You said you haven't seen e4 yet. Well, Nihal Serene taking on Magnus Carlsen. No e4 there either.
No e4 on any board so far, which is insane to me, because it's supposed to be the most popular move. At this level, you expect e4 to be played almost. In 5 games at least you expect it, But but still crazy games. Also 2 identical games happening as far as I can see. Which we'll have the boards for you shortly.
Yes, let's do that. If we can go over to the action as it's already underway. On our screen, we've got Vincent Keimer versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's a clash between 2 youngsters. And there we've got Magnus versus Nihal. So Magnus, his second Indian opponent, his second Indian youngster in a row right in this one. That was a scare that he survived in round 1.
Definitely, and I think now in the first round generally you tend to be not as awake, I want to say, for the lack of a better word, but from round 2, because of that scare, I think now is going to be a lot more dangerous, I want to say.
Magnus is always dangerous, but I agree with you that he tends to have a slow start, and then once he picks up the momentum, he's unstoppable. Saj, take us through the first few moves of this game before we do a quick opening tour.
Okay, so we have b4, knight f6 and knight f3. At a lower level, people play this because they don't want to allow Benko, but I'm sure that's not the reason why Nihal tried it. He goes for e6 and now c4 is played. And Nihal, by the way, does not go for his trademark London system, which he plays a lot, by the way, in blitz and rapid formats. So he goes for c4, black plays d5, knight c3, and now d takes c4. So this is the first, I want to say, not a deviation from mainstream theory, but this is also a mainstream theory these days. It's known as a Vienna gambit or Vienna system, Tanya?
Well, it's a gambit if he doesn't pick up the c4 pawn is what I want to say. But it's a very combative opening, right? Because for now, Nihal has sacrificed this pawn, taken control of the center. We see these 2 beautiful pawns in the middle of the board. He's opened up the bishop. He wants to recapture, and Magnus does allow that. He says development over pawns right now, takes out his bishop. So no more a gambit.
Just wait for the next move, Tanya.
I just realized the moment I said it, no more a gambit until suddenly knight takes pawn. That's actually a big central pawn that you lose, and we will be setting our screen up correctly if we can do that. And knight takes pawn on the board. Short castle played, no more pin. This is a crazy opening, Sahaj. How important is it to be prepared in this one? Really well prepared.
I used to be really scared with this opening, with the white pieces and with the black pieces, because, white has sacrificed a pawn, but he gets a lot of activity in exchange for it. And I mean, you can see that black, I believe, has gone knight f6 back in this position already. And you can see this technically wastes the tempo.
Yeah.
Knight c3 is the main move in this position for sure, but Magnus going back knight f6 is, technically wasting a tempo. What is rook b1?
No, this could have happened and white would have 2 extra pawns, but this is theory that's been well discovered, and it just makes black, you see all the pieces still in their starting position. Magnus wanted none of this. He keeps it safe and falls back with the knight.
Tanya, just coming back to that position that you said, I would not want to play that position with the black pieces with such low time control, because I feel you have to be so precise. So I feel it kind of makes sense why he went back knight f6, but still it looks like Nihal has a pretty nice initiative going for him.
It still looks pretty crazy to me because Magnus had to play the move knight c6, blocking the check and defending the bishop. But Nihal, he continues putting the pressure, like you said, playing for the initiative. He brings the knight forward. Now there's pressure on this knight one more time, which means there's pressure on the bishop, as the knight is the key defender. And Magnus makes this small move, rook to b8, so indirectly defending that bishop on b4 in case there's a trade. Saj, how familiar are you with this theory? Because the players are blitzing out the moves. Are we still in standard theory right now?
I don't believe so, because knight f6, what Magnus played, is not, as you rightly pointed out, knight takes c3 is the mainstream theory there. Knight f6 I don't think is theory anymore, although this looks like a familiar structure. It feels like, although you see the structure a lot in the Catalan systems where the bishop is on g2, of course it's a bit different from that, but it definitely doesn't feel normal to me. It feels like they're creating their theory in this, maybe in the next 1 year or so, this will become mainstream theory. Who knows, Tanya?
The Nihal system.
Yep. You heard it here first.
It happened first at Tata Steel Chess India. But okay, this is amazing because white has managed to get the king to safety. Nihal is going completely greedy on the position. He's now picked up the a7 pawn, so still not allowing Magnus to castle because the rook is hanging. And I'm trying to do the math really quickly, and it's actually equal material. So you don't have an extra pawn, but a healthier pawn formation.
That's true, and I mean he's attacking the rook right now. It feels like a very strange position.
Very strange.
Even though the position is balanced, because of the weird pawn structure, black has a double pawn on c7 and c6. Nihal has a an isolated pawn on d4. But definitely it's a bit of it feels like a weird system for sure.
And Magnus takes a think, and I agree with you. This looks like it's not part of any opening plan, opening preparation. The players are figuring it out on the board. I'm expecting Magnus to develop his bishop, connect the queen to the rook to defend it. Perhaps trying to figure out which square he'd rather move it to. Magnus, they're deep in thought.
I also really like the move rook to b6, but now that I think about it, there is knight a4, which I would be a bit worried about. It feels like a weird system for sure. And also, let's also point out that both players are not blitzing out the moves anymore. So I mean, they're probably out of preparation.
Yes, and we will leave this board just for a bit and come back and see if Magnus figures his way out and what he really wants. Let's again remind everyone that the start of the day hasn't been ideal for him from one perspective, that with the white pieces, he never got going, he never got his kind of position, was always on the defense. But at the end of it, it went his way. He was able to neutralize and draw that first game against Pragg. Saj, should we do a quick opening roundup of our boards?
Yep, let's do it. I would really like to go into Vidit versus Arjun because something crazy is happening there.
I love that call. And what a moment you've chosen to go to that. If we can quickly jump over, and there we have it, the players on our screen. How does Arjun always manage to get these insane positions.
I have no idea. I don't even know which system this is. Or maybe it's that weird Queen's Indian system where you don't play e6 earlier on. But still very, very, very interesting for sure. All of his pawns, b6, c6, e6, g6. It's not the standard way to play. But yeah, I think he's doing that just to have a game. Yeah, to just not have that solid, safer type of a position. He wants a game. I think Arjun wants a game in this position.
Definitely. And, he drew that game 1. And Vidit had a tough start to the day. And I think this position is so crazy. So just in time, we've got the best kind of reinforcement as well here in the studio with us to take us through all the complications that are there. Joining us is 5-time world champion, the ambassador to the tournament, the man on whose shoulders Indian chess has boomed so much. Vishy Anand. Vishy, welcome.
Thanks, Tanya. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. It's amazing to see you back here, and what a crowd we have. A different venue. How are you feeling about this?
Fantastic. The venue is really incredible, and I think the field is even more exciting.
We got Magnus back this year.
Magnus, but even if there are people who have played before, they're stronger than they were before. So it feels like the tournament and them are growing together almost. That's very nice.
Indian kids especially, they don't need a year to get stronger. It feels like they're getting...
Exactly. Every round is going to be interesting, and I think that's what's going to be fun to watch.
Round 1 was already quite a start that we had, and we're into round 2, and this is the position that we've got. Vidit versus Arjun. We'd love to go through all of them with you one by one. Break this down for us, Vishy.
So this is some sort of b6, g6 thing, and then Arjun did his typical unbalancing stuff with some bishop takes f3 somewhere, when apparently Vidit could still capture with e-pawn, and then by now it's becoming a pretty clear pattern. He just does something to unbalance it. A bit provocative, I guess, to his eyes, not overly, though opinions can vary on that, but he does this consistently round after round, tournament after tournament, and it seems to be working for him. So again, he's basically saying, let's play chess, and no complicated theoretical battles here. Having said that, having given away the 2 bishops, and it's hard to get very excited about Black's position. Maybe potentially there's a knight coming to d4. So I think, some maybe c5, knight c6, d4 at some later point.
Definitely feels as if he has equalized, because when you play b6, g6, you are sort of giving up something, but I feel like Black is comfortable here.
I think White needs a lot of precision to nail Black if you do these kinds of loose moves, and it's very hard to master that precision if you've just been caught at the board, because he is so easily to get it wrong that you just make some natural moves as well. But I mean, I'm sure that if White plays very exactly, it can have a bit of an advantage. But the nice thing about this kind of provocative stuff is also these f2, f3 pawns look a bit strange. A reversed Berlin? What does it look like exactly? I don't know, but it's... I'm not used to f2,
sides as well.
Yeah, instead of c7, c6, we have flipped it to f2, f3, and I don't know. But certainly at this point, I don't think Arjun is significantly worse or anything. He's doing absolutely fine. That too, White can never play c5 because there's a knight landing on d5 and so on. So
it's so interesting to me because, Arjun's given that light squared bishop, just handed over the bishop pair. Yes, you destroy the pawn structure, but again, very non-conventional chess. And it doesn't matter if he's playing classical, rapid or blitz, he sticks to his style. He manages to make a position where both players can go wrong. And sometimes it just feels that he pushes the boundaries and he gets away with it.
Yes, like I said, it's a pattern in across formats. In WR Masters, it was extreme. He was doing this in every match. The one that made an impression on me was against MVL. He went for the Rubinstein French, but then played a bishop d7 somewhere and allowed knight takes f6, g takes f6 with the bishop, which is mixing 2 systems. Just anything to say, look, I don't want to discuss theory with you. And he's doing this over and over again. So
He really is. But other than this position is with it, can he try to actually punish this provocative play? Because his king is safe. He started activity on the other side and perhaps looking at pushing this pawn even further.
yes, but if you castle, I go a5, you go rook a b8. How dramatic is it? I don't think it's very much. Also, black can play knight f5. I think at this moment it's hard to do something better than bishop takes f5. Whereupon I can even choose ef5 or gf5. ef5 is almost symmetrical again. gf5 is keeps the d5 square option. I don't think black is in any way worse here. So this is going to be very equalish.
So how are we, before we move on to the next game, how would you evaluate this position? Who do you think is happier out of the opening?
I don't know, because it's not clear what they were aiming for. Maybe they're both slightly disappointed. I think Arjun was hoping for something more exciting,
Yeah.
and Vidit was hoping for something more direct. So I think they're both disappointed.
All right, it's still early.
I mean, afterwards, when you ask them, they'll probably both say they were ecstatic. But anyway, for the moment, that's my
We'll go to
opinion on
that.
that.
For sure, and we'll jump back to this one. Let's move on to another game, and I think I'm going to bring up Pragg's board against, not the most exciting board that I've chosen, but Pragg versus Daniel Dubov, as we do our opening roundup. What do we make of this?
It looks pretty flat. I think 1 in 20 games, white wins because of the slightly better bishop and the fact that black's bishop was on the same color as its pawn on d5, and white's bishop is ever so slightly better. There's some endings you can win, but it's not going to happen here. So I'm going to call this an early draw.
Is that surprising at all, considering the kind of chess that Daniel usually brings to the board, that this seems very safe?
Yes, but I think they also work together, and so that maybe is a factor in.
I didn't know that. Daniel and Pragg have worked together.
Yeah. So they might be familiar with each other's stuff as well.
Very interesting. I mean, Daniel and Magnus, of course, we've all heard about for the World Championship, but these two players as well, knowing each other well. So this one looks very balanced, very even right now. Let's jump over to the Nihal board, because that is anything but balanced.
Okay, here what is happening is this is Magnus's own theoretical battle against Duda.
Oh.
I was going to say recently, but I thought for a second, I realized it's 8 years ago. No, 6 years ago, in 2018, if I can say. So this is the Vienna variation where you take on A7 and blah, 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 and everything is long and forced.
So this is theory so far? Because you're just talking about
I think
that.
if we go 2 moves back, it'll be theory. I cannot swear that it continues to be theory, but it could well be. And the point is, black has got a square on d5 and d6, both of which are impregnable. In theory, white's got to make up for that with these 2 queenside pawns. And
It's a dramatic arrow.
yes, but it looks pretty equal to me. I mean, it feels like Nihal allowed some easy equality, but I think the level of precision to keep an edge here is so high for white that it's easy to slip up if you don't know what you're doing. I mean, white goes to extreme lengths to somehow keep some small edge, is my hunch. I mean, what are you going to do here if you go queen h4 or something?
That was going to be my next question. That is, white, do you want to keep the queens on the board?
Well, queen h4, I could go knight d7 maybe.
And insist on the trade. Let's just quickly bring that up.
Oh no, sorry, knight e4. Knight e4, knight e4.
Oh, 94.
Wait, that's oh my gosh. Okay, I have to show that. Knight e4 to me, it felt like, as Anand just blundered, but obviously that never happens.
But Vishu sir, can I not play castle just straight away?
I just
Yes, you could.
quickly point out that
No,
here
there's
you lose a
yeah.
piece. But the point is
Yeah.
that your queen is hanging. Just want to show everyone that after queen h4, knight e4, you first have to take a decision and trade the queen. So the tactics work in black's favor. Sorry, go on.
And the idea is to exchange everything. But then we come back to the original position with white having this a pawn, which maybe can go
Really dash up to
a4, a5, and then it's maybe just slightly unpleasant for black.
Yeah.
But black will also put his bishops on, let's say, black can play the pawn to c6 and bishop to d5 and create a kind of wall there.
Oh.
It might not be very much for white. You take on e4, bishop takes. If you go a4, I can go rook a8 even. And this sort of thing is kind of not very dramatic.
But is knight e4, I mean, does that then just neutralize the position immediately for white?
I believe so.
But queen h4 hasn't been played, by the way.
That's why I was thinking, why not just castle? Because if you go bishop g5, then I can just play h6 and invite bishop f6.
That is true.
There's some imbalance there, I thought, which could be good.
We do have
And if I go rook d1? Oh, he's gone bishop e3
He's
instead.
gone bishop e3.
But Nihal is normally very solid in these things. He'll just get into some quiet ending and press for a while. He is very comfortable with small edges and just shuffling his pieces around. So.
You know, and we were talking about this in round one, Pragg versus Magnus, that how the dynamics have changed, you know, now from it being an opportunity to playing against Magnus, these young boys, they're sort of just competing on almost level grounds, trying to take their opportunity, their chances as they get.
Yes, they've already played 8-9 games at least against him. If you take some of the one-day speed chess things, they've played 30-40 games against him. And I'm sure there are non-public games or matches they just arrange in private where they play another 100 or so. So they are hardly unknown quantities to each other, I think.
Yes, absolutely. And that switch, you know, Tata Steel has also been such a big part of sort of this journey, because the tournament has always been, and you've always been an ambassador. You've played here as well, of course, you know, as a platform to these youngsters to play against the best in the world. And now you've got exactly these youngsters who are one of the best in the world.
Yes, as I like to say, that the tournament is growing in importance along with the importance of the players who are playing in it. So even if we have a lot of players commentary, and it's not just the Indians, it's also Nodirbek.
Yes.
It's also others. A lot of them are frequent visitors here to Kolkata to play in this tournament. This looks typical Nodirbek provocation. But can I go knight takes e4?
We will switch the cameras as well as we move over to Vincent versus Nodirbek. And Anand, you've got the boards here as well. Any game catches your attention, just let me know.
Okay, can we go knight takes e4?
At this moment, so
Bishop c1, queen c1.
last
No,
move.
bishop c1, knight f6 check.
Oh, of course, of course.
I mean, that might not be
So
as,
sharp.
I mean, the computer will probably not be as impressed as I am, but then for me that looks like a no-brainer.
I'm going to try to keep everyone up with the analysis that we're having. So knight takes knight and bishop takes rook. It looks like you won material,
But we have this
immediately.
spoil your position check. You
Force
play g
him to
takes
take.
f6 and then queen takes c1, and this is going to be knight c5, rook d1. Everybody's weak.
And despite the evaluation bar not moving, this has to be much more pleasant for white, right? With
That's what I said. I mean, computers will never be impressed. They'll just play king g7, rook c8, b6, and they'll be happy. But for me, this looks so sad with black. But maybe that's why I'm not a computer. So knight takes e4, d e4.
So after knight takes knight, you don't have time to pick up the rook.
Now if I play e3, you'll take on d1 and play bishop b3, which is again slightly avoidable. Even here white has compensation as knight c5, but maybe not enough to be better. So I will take on d8 and play e3.
So sorry, knight takes knight, and then you take, rook takes, and then you.
And then the problem is if I
Block
play
it
e3, you play f5, and actually I might not have achieved so much. I can play knight c5, you go bishop c8. I don't know, I can play h4, h5 or something, and then g4 somewhere. Looks slightly wishful thinking.
Would an idea like g4 immediately would be good here?
g4, I thought g6. So I was trying to start with h4, h5 to stop
Okay.
g6 and then play g4 or something like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
But
That makes sense.
I'm winging it completely.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So knight takes knight. It almost looks like that's not a move that.
Oh, Magnus declined the exchange of queens, by the way. I mean, we can get to it later.
Yes.
But he declined the exchange of queens because, again, he's saying maybe he can play h5 now. And then suddenly that sets the cat among the pigeons.
Oh, yeah, knight g4.
h5 with idea knight g4.
Fine. By the way, your move is on the board here. So knight takes knight was played and doesn't capture the rook, allowing knight f6. And now the best move has been pointed out by the engine is indeed to go queen takes queen. Not allowing that bishop b3 trick.
Seem to like this for white. I like that.
I
as
think
well,
Vidit
actually.
is just ever so slightly better. Let's have a quick look
Let's
there.
have a quick look. It's Vidit versus Arjun. So we left it last. If we just do a quick action replay, around a4,
Yeah, castles a5, knight rook b8.
the line that
Take, and he's got rook
discussing.
a6, knight d7. If c5, knight b5 he wants to avoid, and then queen a3.
defends the knight. And this is our current position. So you're saying that Vidit's got a pleasant. Is it because of the a file and the control, and the rooks can't be traded off? The double bishop, open position.
Yes, no knight is threatening to trade off either bishop. And you can probe, you can go some rook a7, knight a4. You can keep probing here and there, maybe provoke a pawn move, something like that. I don't really. Those knights look slightly clumsy on d7, e7 as well. So if I was black, I would rather play knight f5 and get that out of the way. I think I shouldn't be in trouble after that.
So rook e8 is Arjun's last move. Stylistically, also this position feels like it's more in Vidit's camp than the Arjun mess that he wanted to create.
Do you think
no?
Leko will be happy with white?
Cemento.
No, this is not cemento.
This is.
Oh,
It's
like
not Paquetto
this.
also. If this is not better for white, then nothing is better for white.
Nothing is better for white.
It does look like that because
This is for Leko Ulala position.
yeah, Arjun wanting to create imbalances, but Vidit has kept
It's fair to say he succeeded. But
In
knight,
whose
knight
favour?
f5 I think is still under control. But he doesn't want to do that because that simplifies things too much.
It's really interesting you point that out because I just had a peek at the engine and actually the best move in the position for white is
g4, yeah?
yes.
Yes, you know, the idea to play against the knight on e7, it's quite. I was hesitating to say g4, but he instead of rook f8, he could have done knight f5 maybe. He was worried of bishop f5, e5, queen c7. But then I have. Oh no, I think there's another refutation. But anyway, go ahead.
Yes, and then rook a7, you know, you're absolutely on
And then
point,
queen
and
e7
it
now,
just,
okay.
yes, and it just everything works out in white's favor.
So he had to play rook f8, and then the
Sorry.
computer actually wants him to go g4. Wow.
Yes, g4. So stopping your idea of the knight jumping in, but g4 one. I want to ask you: is it a Vidit kind of move to make?
There are positions where you just have to do this kind of thing. I mean, the threat from black is so strong, knight f5. Also, white wants to cozy up like Peter, you know, pulling a blanket over himself with bishop f1, and then you really start to feel warm. But then knight f5 happens and spoils everything. Once you got g4 out of the way, also you're saying, white is saying here, black can't attack with these knights, so let me play g4. It's
Take
not
away
unheard
all
of.
the square.
I've seen it in King's Indians and things like that, where they just, if there's a knight threatening to come to f5, they just go g4. And having said that, I didn't get around to committing myself that far, but knight f5 did bother me.
You know, Sahaj, g4 is the kind of move which, when you see it once, everything makes sense.
Yeah.
But on the board, I mean, I feel it's a very tough move to actually make and play. And
What did Vidit play? He did
he's
something with
thinking,
it.
he hasn't made a move yet.
He made a move now.
Oh, he did. He didn't go for g4. He played bishop to e4.
Oh, come on with it. What is this?
You're not happy with this move.
Well, he's just lost a move, right? If knight f5, bishop f5, he's just lost a move. But basically, maybe he is saying that his pieces can't be improved much anyway. I mean, which tell me, improve one piece of white. You know? It's. So
yeah,
bishop
it's.
f5,
I mean,
e5.
rook a7, but maybe it doesn't get you anywhere because black always has this move.
Yeah.
Is there any argument to be made with trying to get your queen to d6 after bishop takes knight?
Yes, but queen d6, if I go knight e5, you have a problem defending c4, I think.
Maybe b3 then? Oh, the
Then
knight.
there are a lot of
But that's
tactics.
knight
Knight
c4.
c4 is also
Yeah.
whatever.
Very interesting. So bishop e4, centralizing the bishop, but it really doesn't stop black's idea. And Arjun's looking for any way to try to get some activity here, no? So knight f5.
Knight c5 is another idea.
You really just want to give one of the knights or the bishop.
Yeah.
I thought you were always team knight,
But these knights.
not these knights.
Not these knights. There are limits to my.
Then Anand,
Blind
is this just a general cliche, or you actually loved and enjoy playing with knights more than bishops? Is that
I don't
true?
frame it in those terms when I'm thinking, but people have said that I'm very often comfortable making a decision to get rid of a bishop and get a knight, and then continue playing two knights against. So the two bishops doesn't feel like a real thing for me that as much as it does for many others. So there are others who are much more sensitive to having two bishops, and I'm quite flippant about accepting the two.
The
Well,
knights.
not the two bishops, single bishop, and do your worst to me kind of attitude. So
There's a
I
pattern.
definitely lean in that direction, but
Yeah.
it's not obviously it's not conscious. You don't tend to think in those terms. You make the best moves or what you think, but too many people have pointed it out for me to dismiss it.
It's a bit of a pattern there.
Yeah.
So, okay, so this one, if Arjun does play knight f5 or knight c5, like you're pointing out, neutralizing essentially the bishop pair that Vidit has, things will be under control. Another game that you want to jump to, Sahaj?
I'm still looking at knight c5. It looks really, really good actually. But I was looking at some ideas. Maybe I can go rook a7, rook b7, takes, and knight f4. What do you think about
So you
that?
take with
Is that possible or not?
with what? Not with the
Might
knight.
just be a
I
pawn
guess?
up.
But you have some bishop d4. I don't know. I was a
Knight
bit.
takes
I was a
c5,
bit
queen
afraid.
d2, but then my knight is
It's not much.
better than yours. I'll take on b2 and then play rook d7 or something like that.
That's equal or maybe slightly.
Well, wait,
better?
knight c5.
Let's have a look. So knight c5, let's take it a little
rook
slow. So rook a7, the rook
rook
blocks.
a7.
You take with the
Yeah. I
queen.
go queen takes b7, and now if I play b4,
b4.
you interpolate rook a8. That is maybe unpleasant.
Yeah.
And then you trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So things still under balance. All right, we will check back in on this. Where do we go next?
Is there a game we haven't seen so far?
Wesley
Srinath,
as
Srinath against Wesley. Sorry, Sunil Dutt.
yes.
I always get confused there.
And a lot has happened in this one. But a similar pawn formation. So if we just move on to Narayanan versus Wesley, we've got that in front of us. So the last move has a threat. Two bishops we've got doubled F pawns. A pin on the D file.
But with these two bishops, I think it's easy to liquidate.
Just going knight
Only
C5.
pawns on one side. Knight c5, I go bishop d5.
So white has an extra pawn, but it's not going to come to anything.
No.
Also because the pawns aren't exactly healthy. With the two pawns, it's difficult to make a passer.
So I go bishop d5, some move like that. Next move, bishop e7.
Hmm.
I mean, I can trade my bishop for the knight quite easily, or keep on threatening, chasing the knight. It's hard to believe that SL will really manage to squeeze something out of this.
Maybe you can go a4. I don't know, g3, h4. You are right. It's not much though.
No, the useful moves is just at some point you'll run out and
You'll run out of ideas. Yeah.
You know, for SL, it's his debut here at the Tata Steel Chess India, and it just means so much to these players to be motivated to play, to get this opportunity, because often, you know, you've got so many of these youngsters and you're under their shadow, right? Everybody's talking about Gukesh and Arjun and Pragg and Nihal. So for Arvind's performance in Chennai, for example,
Yeah.
and for SL to be here, he had a great game one, a great start. He won his first game against Winston.
yes, I think he's probably still slightly relieved at that. Because at some point his position looked very difficult. Straight out of when he had this b3 pawn, he just mixed up something. I mean, he'll press a little bit against Wesley, but I don't know how real his chances are. He's played a4, by the way.
I mean, he's got quite a bit of a time advantage as well.
So, in fact, bishop d5 did happen, and this is the position on the board. So, just to wrap this game up, for Wesley, the aim is to, if he can, to try to get an opposite color bishop, and White's got an extra pawn, but you don't really see a way to make progress.
I don't see how White's going to exchange the right pair of bishops, leave a knight, and still have space. I mean, the black king is already threatening to come to d6 and be active.
So, as White, Anand, your aim is to try to trade off the light square bishop.
If I could trade off the light square bishops and put a knight on c4 or something, and I could bring my king to d3, that's almost like the maximum I could achieve. 4 versus 3 is still hard to convert with 2 f pawns, but what I'm worried about for SL here is that if king d6 and bishop c6, and then I've actually traded off light square bishops, but that king is so active. So you still have to protect the g2 pawn, so you'll have to make one pass move for that, f3 or g3, let's say. I go king d6, knight d3, and now suddenly bishop c6, creating a pass pawn. If I take
Knight e5 check, no?
king d5
Whoa,
or king c5.
And then
King
you're just
C5.
coming in, and who is playing for what? But
Yeah,
bishop is hanging.
I mean something like this. To be honest, I hadn't picked up on knight e5. I was going to come king d5 c4, but anyway, the point is it'll be much harder to do something with a knight than with this king and a pawn.
But it's amazing
White
because your
also.
instincts are totally on point here. You just, the computer's pointing out that you simply go bishop c7, stopping the knight from really coming anywhere, and then the king is coming back, picking up this a pawn, and the a5 pawn is very strong.
I mean that it's not that Wesley only has to play for a draw. He, if White drifts, Wesley can suddenly try for more. So
I mean, I think here it's a 2-result position, but once you take on f7 and black takes on a4, it's not a 2-result position
I'm
anymore.
actually kind of relieved he went bishop b6, because after bishop c6, I still think it's a decent shot.
So we have this on the board as this one continues, and any other.
I mean, what Wesley's doing is very beautiful, but it's not going to achieve anything. But if he had managed to play bishop c6 and bring a king to d5, White has some decision. It could be a practical attempt, right?
Yes, and I mean those two bishops look very, very powerful right now. It looks like more than enough compensation for that extra pawn.
I don't think Wesley is worried about losing any more even.
Yeah.
h4 looks a bit relaxed. I don't know if Wesley will try bishop c6 here.
And we were just talking about how White might want that trade, but it's interesting how the black's king activity and.
That outshines everything else, right?
Yeah. And Wesley, he won a great game against Vidit in the previous round as well.
Yes,
Did you see?
I mean,
Yeah.
hung in there and collected. Somehow he managed to lose the f2 pawn and then exchange queens and then win the.
Yeah. Well, that was amazing. And we'll leave
Bishop
this.
c6 that's got to be a serious try here.
Sorry.
Because also White has to defend f2 and so on.
Maybe he's thinking about that because it's also sort of a committal decision, right? When you trade these bishops in this kind of a position,
Yeah.
you can just sit solid. He first takes control. So maybe he does want to do that, but not allow knight e5 in any position.
But the thing is, if he waits, now if I go knight c1, I think probably it's just a draw. So maybe Wesley didn't even realize that he could even have chances to play for more.
After knight
I think
c1,
he's
black
been.
after knight c1, black can just say pass, no? There's nothing.
That's true. I would have to play f3 and then king d2, knight e2, and then.
King d2 also f3 is hanging.
No, that's why I play f3. Oh, yeah,
F3
okay, I
is
can't even
hanging
move.
on.
Yeah,
Like nothing.
maybe knight e1, c2 or something. Maybe knight e1, c2 is a better way to go, but.
Or knight e3, yeah, maybe that.
But still, bishop c6 is just that bit awkward
We love
because
that
I have
idea.
to defend this pawn. Actually, White might be safer with the bishop on c2. Exactly on b5, it's horribly placed to
That's a shame.
cope with bishop c6. I could maybe play f5 here.
You mean after f6 in this position
Yeah.
to just go f5?
Because if you go bishop c6, I take, and I go knight f4.
But I have bishop e4, no? That's a clear draw, no?
Yeah, but
Let's
I'm
show
trying
this
to make a
line
draw.
first.
Oh, white? Oh, you're right.
Well, you see my thread. I'm worried about bishop c6 enough that thing. So now suddenly I could go for the g7 pawn, and then I'll create some
Very nice.
thunder and lightning on this side with some pawns and pass pawns and what have you. Also, white can sacrifice if he collects a 2-pawn advantage on the king side, he can sacrifice the knight for the a-pawn and still draw.
Thunder, lightning, these pawns are going to be raining down the board. Sorry, you had to put that in. So knight f4.
In a wildly optimistic scenario.
So we've got f6, so f5 is tempting, and sorry Saj, he decides to go for your other plan, rerouting the knight to greener pastures.
Except they call now.
Yeah, because the knight was just next to that pasture. So
But then bishop c6, and how exactly is white drawing this?
Surely it's not.
and you don't want to allow black, I think, to trade on b5 because that just gives you a clear passed pawn. So you have to take the decision to trade.
I mean, why would Wesley not give this a shot? Could he actually be worried about being worse? But you'd have to really get into trouble, right?
That's a good point, yeah.
Is this what happened?
He hasn't made a decision yet.
Okay, so if that happens, knight c2, and I go bishop. It's true. Knight c2 attacks that. Now I can play king d5.
King c5.
King c5. King c5 as well. But what's the difference really?
Just if you go knight e3, I have king b4.
Yeah. Okay. So king c5. That's true. What he's saying is knight e3 check. You can ignore it. But I can play knight e3 anyway. If we go king b4 and give a check, drag you back.
Knight e3, I was thinking bishop e3. Is that possible?
Maybe fe3, king b4, king d3, king c4,
King
king
a4,
a4, king c4, and then we'll do this dance over there.
Yeah. I don't know if black is playing for a win there though.
So bishop takes knight, you
Also,
wanted to go?
So we'll might as well have the funny line fe3.
Yes, I think everyone wants
King
to see
b4.
it. King b4.
If e4, king a4, then that king is back in time.
Yes.
So you can see the computer dropped.
Yes. You
My
come
God,
back.
it dropped like a stone. Okay. So white goes king d3 instead.
After king takes pawn.
Instead of e4.
King b4, king d3, king takes pawn.
King c4. Now I go king a3.
e4, I think.
E4, a4, e5 takes. Oh, he's just queening both and
I
winning.
play queen e5 check only at the end.
Yes, okay. So I have to play f5 apparently.
Yes, you have to stop this, but this you're just not in time because white.
Queen's the pawn, yeah.
Yes, and then you give a check, and then your king comes and you're up a pawn. No, you're not up a pawn in that position.
I can
Okay,
also
we might as well
play
show it. So
Yes.
e5.
E5,
we can
king
also
b.
just
Or
play-
let's just take first. King b2. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
e6, a1, a3, e7,
yes.
a2, e8 queen, a1 queen, and now
Just trade.
Queen e5 wins by trading the queens and things, but queen e2 check wins.
Oh, you've calculated a checkmate, have you?
Well, this is this lovely position where you go king b1
Yes.
and then king b3 is made.
And
There is no. If you remove all the pawns, it's still winning.
Yes.
So.
You're just
But
threatening
it's
to
a bit too much when I can go for a winning king pawn ending or do this. I think we will move on to. But f5 would have saved the game. It seems okay.
Yes, so in that line, a decision hasn't been made yet, so we're calculating knight c.
But if Wesley hangs around another 2 moves, he will have only a draw to take. There'll be no bishop c6 anymore because the knight improves.
I mean, look at the clock. By the way, he's
Did he do
taken a
something?
lot of time, and yes, he did, and it wasn't bishop c6. He played f5.
Yeah, I think he's just taking the draw.
Yes.
But now knight c2 and knight e3 and well, white is not.
That's
very good
just,
against it,
So this one most likely to finish in a draw. Can we take a look at another game?
Oh, Vidit is roaring back. Hang on, we have to see this. No, I think this is my analysis. We should just see what happened.
Yes, so Vidit versus
Yeah,
Arjun, we've got some moves since we left it last. The knight came to e5, so not the moves we were looking at.
Also, Pragg has made significant progress.
We will just jump to that.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
quite some excitement.
What happened here?
Knight b5.
So you can't take because the rook is hanging. So that's a 10.
Well, no, it's
Whoa!
even.
What
But
just-
yeah, it's typical Arjun.
So if you take on b5, the rook is hanging.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I meant rook a7, knight c7, rook a3,
yes.
knight e8. But white wins the 2 bishops.
Yes.
And this time you won't even hear me arguing that the knight's thing. It's just knight takes g7 or rook d8 is going to be made
Yes.
there.
And then you're
Okay.
super happy with white. But instead he played rook d8. So
And in the famous brutal intermezzo.
That's a very cool move, and I just want to show everyone you don't get an opportunity to show a checkmate, a back rank mate every day, so you can't capture the queen. He traded on d8, again threatening a mate on d1.
Then he went rook a8.
Yes,
And if rook b8,
which was the best move, by the way. Our computer's pointing that out in this position.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was another move. What is the other move?
It was the only move, but the other move is the one that was played, and that's a blunder, and that's a knight retreat to c8.
Arjun played knight c8 here?
He did.
Oh.
I didn't even. I was just wondering, you're saying it's the best move, it's the only move. No. Okay, wow.
Maybe there's knight d6.
But this seriously worsens everything, right?
Yeah, maybe there's knight. Is there knight d6 or what's the issue?
Well, knight d6 is rook d7, I guess, is his big trick. Because he already demonstrated this earlier.
Oh, yeah, the back rank.
Wait, knight d6, so let's just show that. Knight d6, you can't pick up the knight because everything is pinned along the d file, and rook d7 you're pointing out is the trick here.
Yeah, based on. No, but the computer is not impressed.
And this is your idea. This is Arjun's idea as well.
Yeah,
This
but
is quite pretty.
I'm afraid we're missing something. Let's
What
go
are we
back
missing?
And see. Well, knight d6, rook d7, the computer nudges up for with
Rook
it. So
d7.
what are we talking about? c5 maybe? Just.
c5, I was thinking of knight c4 actually.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if this is working, but it looks
Or maybe
interesting.
just queen a6, rook takes d6, g3.
No,
Maybe
c5
that's
is
it.
the move.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
c5 is the move.
c5 is the move.
And if so, just knight c4,
I
then
think
queen
maybe
a6.
Queen
okay.
is.
And if b takes c5?
At what point?
Instead
After-
of knight c4.
Then. Yeah, computer is screaming for this queen a6 in every position
Okay, then let's try and understand why he doesn't want to play queen a6 on move 1.
instead of c5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just bring everyone with us in this position. Knight c8 has just been played by Arjun. It's a blunder, and the line that we're looking at is knight d6, which looks like a very natural move. Rook d7, and here Anand, you want to play queen
a6.
a6.
Rook takes d6. Okay, it seems to be an alternate. And you can play some g3, just get off the back rank, and I'm
Yes.
threatening rook takes e8.
Yes, and there's no way to defend the knight.
The computer seems to think this is the least best option, but it's still giving a serious advantage.
It is.
Every move, c5,
Yeah.
queen a6, everything is kind of.
Also, there's bishop h6 at the end, so I think this is over. Close to over.
At the end, yeah.
Yeah.
But it did look like there was a defense after knight d6. The most attractive
F8 or
move for
something.
white.
Must be some bishop f8.
So
trick.
can you just go back one move, Tanya?
Yes.
Here, the computer says h3. I can see there is an arrow on
Hmm.
h3. So does that mean it's the only move in that position?
The only move for a big advantage,
So
but
not g3.
G3 also. G3 is the second best move, so the best alternative for white here is to create an escape route for the king with either h3 or g3, but h3. And can you actually explain that to us? What is the difference, Anand, between h3 and g3?
Okay, let me explain it to myself. I'm happy to share it with you. h3, I was wondering what happens for knight takes c4, but then it's just queen d3 and family 4.
Oh, that's beautiful. So if you trade, you.
Is that in fact right? One sec. Bishop f8. Bishop takes d3.
No,
knight-
bishop h6. Bishop h6.
What?
Don't take
No.
the queen. Don't take the
Oh
queen.
yeah, you're right. There's no d6 square. There's
h6.
nothing. Bishop h6 wins.
And it's only a check.
Oh.
Very beautiful.
And a whole queen down and white's winning. Nice. Okay.
So
h3.
H3.
g3. There must be some queen takes up. check.
no, g3 is also an advantage, and by the way, after g3, knight takes pawn is the best move.
So queen d3.
But there's some.
Queen takes d3.
Oh, maybe knight takes bishop comes with a check in the end after queen d1. Is it something like that in
No,
the
queen
same
d3.
line?
I go bishop h6.
Oh, let's say rook c8.
Rook c8 check. Bishop,
Bishop
f8.
f8.
Bishop h6.
And now the difference
Hang
is
on a
yes.
second.
So check. And
And
after
knight
king
e3
knight
check.
e3 exactly.
Oh, that is.
And
okay.
this is beautiful, right? Because in the other line your king is on h2 and there's no check.
Wait, but does this work? Can I not just
Okay.
go fe3? You give a check on e2. I go king h3. Queen f1 check. King h4.
Sorry, queen e. Let's slow down a bit. Queen e2.
King h3. You go
Check.
Queen f1 check and king h4. Why am I losing?
g5.
here? King g5. Oh, there's f6 and rook f7. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna point that out as well. This is just amazing stuff, and then suddenly
Yes, yes,
black's rook comes and saves the day.
I think a bit more than saves the day.
Yes.
Okay.
makes the day as well. So,
So h3 was the clear.
he's gone for g3.
He's actually played g3.
It's on the board.
That's a pity. Why would you not play h3? Because it looks. But maybe this is a Catalan thing. Except the bishop's on e4 instead of g2. Maybe the king feels cozy on g2.
Also, the line is extremely difficult, yeah, with this queen d1 and then suddenly knight e3, that being the big difference.
You think that might be a factor?
It's a little bit.
It
And look at
is
this
a
one.
tough line, yeah.
It's a very tough line.
How are they doing with time? Vidit has spent what, 3-4 minutes on this?
Yes, exactly. And he's under 3 minutes right now as well. So at some point you have to take that decision. But I see that it still gives an advantage to white. So there's an alternative line somewhere which does work for Vidit.
So knight takes c4. Let's try and
We
figure it
have
out.
to see that. Okay, I'm going to just turn this off. So knight takes pawn. And we're looking at queen d3.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should. Queen a6 maybe? No, but then queen d1 check, knight
And
d3
knight
check.
takes bishop. So this is the big threat, right?
So wait, queen d3, queen d3.
got
Why can I not
moves.
just go bishop takes d3?
I just want to see if what we're discussing has happened.
Isn't
So
it-
he did go. Okay, knight takes bishop, queen d3 is on the board.
Okay.
Queen-
queen-
And it's-
he wants to go queen d3, queen d3 is a blunder.
What? But why? Bishop queen d3, bishop d3? Because I
Knight
bishop-
e3, rook c8, bishop f8.
Oh, I missed 93.
And in fact, it may be nothing for white.
So you take the queen back, and sorry, can you tell us how
Knight
this
e3
continues?
something.
Knight takes bishop, and there's just nothing. You just take the knight. Wow, and Vidit calculated this line through, right? Okay, he can't play bishop h6 in this. I think bishop f8 is on the board, and we saw that bishop to h6 runs into a perpetual in the best case scenario for white after bishop h6 and for black. Well, not for black, because black can win that position. Do you think Vidit has
Yeah.
seen bishop h6 and gone for this because he's slowed down? And now he'll double check and realize it's not working?
I think he missed.
And then realize that h3 was working and then just feel really bad about everything.
I think he just missed 93. It's possible.
Yeah, 93 is so tough.
Wow, and h3 would have clinched it.
Yes.
He would have
And you know, I don't know Anand, like how, but when you realize that in the middle of a game, that the difference between h3 and g3 was that your plan works in one and not in the other, it's not a happy moment. What do you think is going on right now? That's my idea.
I think some of it, at least for me, is this cold sweat. The shiver down your spine when you realize that you've messed up slightly, or even more, but I don't know how much he realizes yet. Bishop d3, knight e3, and it's just a draw.
Yes.
There's nothing left in it for white. All his advantage is gone. That's kind of tough.
But that he slowed down here and hasn't immediately captured, does that mean that perhaps his initial plan was to go for bishop h6? When he went
Certainly,
into this
I
line?
think he saw bishop h6, but didn't appreciate why this is a problem. Knight e3, fe3 is just doesn't seem to work. Yeah, so queen d1 check, king g2, and then knight e3 check.
That's a beautiful line, and marking the difference that if the king is on h2, if white had just played h3 instead of g3 and had the h2 square with it, would have been winning this position.
Correct. Because the d6 square is taken by the other knight, which
So-
is finally revealed to be actually doing something.
So
I
there's
have
nothing
another
he
question.
said.
So why not bishop takes e3? No.
Sorry. Oh wow, you have that much time, huh? You're saying?
Well, first of all, rook d7,
I don't have bishop. Oh, okay.
and then rook d8 and
Oh,
rook d.
Mm.
d7 is annoying.
It's great.
Rook d7 is annoying. Yeah, it doesn't work.
And Vidit keeps thinking in this position. He's seen knight e3 now for
No,
sure.
of course,
which
yeah, I
is,
think he saw it immediately.
yeah.
It's funny, I saw knight e3, but I dismissed it.
He's played bishop h6 by the way, and now Arjun is
Well,
immediately.
he better hope that some king h3 is a draw at least. He's seen something, but what
But you
has
can
he
take
seen?
fe3 and then just repeat king g1. Let's just have that. I mean, you will at least
Yeah.
have king g1, king
Did he
g2.
take on e3? He did. Right?
Yes, he
Yeah.
did. This is the position.
And now it's a draw, yeah. Because as we mentioned, king h3, h4, then there's a g5 check coming and everything is being spoiled.
Yes. He
Yeah.
comes back. He's going for the repetition now. If you had to, you know Vidit, do you think he realizes at this moment the difference between h3 and g3, or the chances are less because the lines are so complicated?
I think you leave with the overwhelming feeling that you are winning, but there are times I don't realize everything, and there are times you do. But he knows that something was winning, and he was very close to it, and he's just fumbled it.
Just one wrong pawn move, yeah? Instead of
Yeah.
g3, he's at
One
h3,
little
same
pawn
thing.
move.
Chess is brutal.
It was g4, which was another miss. But
Yeah.
that was a big pawn move, and smiles there. And I wonder
But
right
what
now.
what was the thing that gave white advantage after g3 in knight c4? The computer had something which was advantageous to white.
So instead of g3 or
Yeah,
at
no,
this
g3
moment?
and knight takes c4, something was indeed better for white. Queen b3. Knight e3,
What is
bishop takes
c4?
c6.
Oh, rook e7?
And then you just take this knight with.
Slight difference in the pieces.
Yeah,
But no, the line is more beautiful. It goes rook c7, not rook e7.
Yes.
Knight takes c7, queen takes c7. He wants to go queen e3.
And queen
And what happens
c6.
after queen c6? He goes on queen e4 or what? Queen e4.
Yes.
Queen c7.
Queen s4.
Sorry.
Oh, and just some queen a4, yeah? Queen a4, bishop f8, queen e8 wins. So it's just a slow battering. You go
Very
queen
beautiful.
a4 and then you land on e8 and that's it.
But I think with Vidit, the idea of g3 was never any of this. He wanted to go for this bishop h6 and just
Yeah.
realized that resource of knight e3 when it was too late.
Correct.
Alright, so this one ends in a draw. They're still analyzing this game. Where should we jump to? We've had another result. Let's update everyone that SL Narayanan versus Wesley So has also ended in a draw. Anand, where would you like to take us next? Should we
Pragg against Dubov looks like a
fun one?
yes.
It looks like a very fun one.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another queen knight versus queen knight, yeah?
Wow, we're getting. It's not the only move, but our engine is pointing out the blue arrow that it's the best move in the position.
Queen d3.
Yes.
It's funny, queen b4 loses because queen takes b4.
Oh wow, and the pawns are just coming in.
No, there's a specific for d6,
Yes. And
king f7. Now, if you remove the knight, the pawns wouldn't queen, but if you put the knight on g7, d7
that
wins.
is beautiful.
And f6 check. And it's exactly the position of the knight which spoils it for black. So, okay.
And also just want to point out that knight takes pawn is not possible because queen e6
Yeah.
wins the
That
knight.
should be better. Magnus is
Queen d3 keeps the balance. Let's check in with. He's gone queen h3, also with the same idea of attacking the f5 pawn and just
Yeah.
giving a million checks.
But it looks like white has good chances here, no? Or do you think it's a dead
apparently, but it doesn't seem to be. I don't see an easy way forward because where does the king point exactly?
Maybe I'll go. Oh, I can't go king e3 ever. Oh yeah, I can go king. I can't go king e1 either. Yeah, you're right. Also, if I go king g2 and knight g3, you will take queen g3.
I can wriggle out, right? King f1. If queen h1, I have knight g1, so you have to go to h3. Now maybe I go king g1 or king e1. Wait, whoa, hang on. King g1, I can go queen d1, h1, and then you can't allow me to take on d5 check.
Sorry, king g1?
Then queen g4.
Queen g4,
Yes.
king f2.
Thing is, you can't play knight
Queen
g3 ever.
h4?
Queen h4, knight e3, queen g3 is there.
Yeah.
Yes, let's just show that really nice tactics. And knight f5, and it's actually black whose a pawn or the h pawn will decide. So we do have moves, so let's just go back to live action here. Queen h3, and he's gone king e1. only move.
Queen h1 because I cannot go to d2 because the queen takes d5 check.
Oh, nice, yes. And that's the difference between h4 and h1.
Yeah.
So he has to give the check from here. Daniel has to find this. He's
And
about
draw
to.
him back to f2, but I think he will.
And the difference, as you pointed out, d5 is hanging. If you go to the d file, if Pragg tries to escape the check, he finds it. So this, it looks like, will end in a draw. And I want to check in with the Magnus game, Nihal and Magnus, because Nihal is down to 1 minute and 10 seconds, but that's never scary when it's Nihal.
Yeah. It's just, he just rolled out of bed.
Still too much time, especially with a 10-second increment.
Yes.
If we can, yes, we have that on our screen. But what about the position? What do we make of that? I'm trying to do the math. White has an extra pawn. Nihal?
Yes, he does. But black should do something which is compensation-like. I don't know, queen b8. He's gone queen f8, maybe because I wanted a white bishop f6. Did he go f8 or e8?
E8.
E8, okay. I would have.
So,
But then if I throw in rook e2, where does he go? Queen b5 or what?
I think rook e4.
He's just going for that kind of thing. And if I go
and
bishop
then
f6
bishop
here?
f6?
Then bishop f8 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Just keep everything.
Just good compensation.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
just,
need to.
as long as he has the e file, I think he should be.
Yeah.
Are you
Oh, in fact, so there's nothing much happening here.
really? Yeah, so we're not worried about the clock or anything. It's Magnus has things under control with his initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, but now he's thinking for a while. He's down to 30 seconds now.
Also, white can't play bishop f6 because of queen e1 check. So
Yes, and then
you do
f4.
have to pause for. Actually, not completely.
How does
true.
it work?
No, it doesn't. Queen e1 check, king h2 actually works.
Yeah, because bishop takes pawn g3, no?
Yes, exactly.
Can we just show that line? One second. I'll
Yeah,
just
so
bring
bishop
that.
f6, queen e1 check is a mistake, I think.
But I have
And
queen g3, no?
This is the real mistake, right? G3. Sorry, Saj, what are you saying?
Now queen
Now just take because you get rid of everything and then you take the bishop.
Yeah, but this is an improvement for white. No, rook c7 must be better for white.
Moves coming in. Let's see what they go for. It's rook e2.
Rook e4.
Yes, and now this is the line we were checking out. Saj, your move on the board. Rooks traded.
Some bishop e5 and then.
I kind of like white's position. It's an extra.
Well, Magnus will just go b1, take on b2.
Not an extra pawn for too long.
I would really like this position for white if the pawn was on f2. Pawn on f4 is just making you very uncomfortable.
Yeah, wide open spaces over here. And so.
You
Yeah,
know,
so this.
You know, my coach used to say that the f pawn is the golden pawn. You should never touch it.
Yes.
So this one likely to also finish in a draw?
Yes.
Oh, d4.
Is that ambitious?
Probably has a right to be, no?
Oh, by the way,
But
Funny.
queen f3, but then he'll go queen e1 and then.
and you're absolutely, that's the only move. Otherwise, black is better than.
Okay, okay,
Really?
yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
He has to find this move. Magnus. Sorry, Nihal. And he does it. Didn't take that long.
Yeah, queen b2, queen f2. I think this is a draw.
So now if you take the A pawn, he's going to take the D4 pawn. Sorry.
Maybe you can still play that, no? Queen a2, bishop d4, queen
Queen
b3.
takes pawn. We're going to see that happen on the board.
But that's getting a bit weak.
Or you
Three
can play
versus
c5 first and then queen b3.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something.
So if this does end in a draw, that means Magnus starts the tournament with 2 draws against Pragg and Nihal.
Yeah.
He can't be too happy about that start.
Why? I don't think he's expecting to beat them or either of them or something. He would be pleasant to make a +1, but they're both
Yeah.
very
know.
good at speed and.
I think it's more from the perspective that, especially the game against Pragg, how much trouble Magnus got into with the white pieces.
But he's also provoking a lot, right? With the white pieces, he's.
I still think he can play here. Nihal has, 26 seconds on the clock. I mean,
But when you actually try to do something, the Black Kings, then you did kingside.
you need to play.
There'll be some checks, but perhaps you're right. This is not a position to give a draw.
Yeah, I mean, he has more time. He has the pass pawn at least theoretically, but maybe he can go h4, h5, something like that. But somehow I wouldn't be comfortable here as white.
Yeah, and Magnus, if he senses that he has even a tiny bit of opportunity, he's going to play on. He's going to try to make Nihal sweat a little bit more.
So Danya, I wanted to play h5 also because
Has
f6.
anyone seen Nihal sweating?
Just to,
I haven't. It's true. But
I don't think I've ever seen him react much during the game, to be honest.
even when he's like got 1 second on the clock, 2 seconds, he's just calmly making those moves. How is he able to stay so calm in these seconds? I mean, we talk about how quick he is, how accurate he is with these seconds on the clock.
Yes.
It's really a unique, sort of a superhuman power that Nihal has.
Definitely. But many of them manage to project this feeling of calm. Arjun certainly.
Pragg,
Doesn't look
I've
very
seen
flustered
him
for
a
anything.
little
Pragg has got
nerves sometimes
Yeah.
show up.
Gukesh as well. Though, of course, Gukesh does have very controlled shows.
Magnus in a recent interview made an interesting statement about Gukesh, that he feels that Gukesh's level in classical is so much more different than in faster time formats. Just a lot stronger. Would you agree with that assessment?
Certainly the way he has played this year. I think this year Gukesh hasn't done very much in the faster ones. But his classical, he shows a lot of control and everything. But I think the classical tournaments he played are so much more important than the rapid tournaments he played. That's also tilting the balance. I mean, he played in Vike where I think he wanted to show that he was relieved after after qualifying for the candidates, finishing this V-Day circuit and everything. I think he wanted to show the relief that he felt. Then the candidates came, amazing performance, and now again. And the Olympiad, something brought out the best in him. But what has been the rapid event which could inspire them to a comparable degree, right?
True. And also we haven't seen Gukesh play online as well, these speed chess tournaments as much as the others. So it's perhaps a conscious decision to focus on classical.
Sure.
So Magnus is still continuing. He's got to keep that bishop defended to that g7 pawn. How do you make progress though here, right? You've done everything. But now what's next?
I have no idea.
which is, by the way, a question for you. Between, all the youngsters, whose play do you find the most fascinating?
I mean, I have this, recently watching Arjun, I have a feeling I should check all these lines he plays and just, what the hell is he doing and how do you come up with this? But equally, Gukesh has a lot of these sidelines as well, which he throws up. With it is more a player you study because you should. He's quite a bit more sensible. I mean, he plays the way you expect him to play, sort of, and
Very solid.
yeah, you can learn interesting things from with it. With the others, I'm just curious how bad is what they did, or because they're also playing this provocative game, and they do this.
No, I remember.
This doesn't look nice,
Wait,
okay,
what?
but maybe it's
Can you
Queen G5 check. Did he blunder that?
Yes, that's what? A miss, not a mouse slip. Queen
I think-
g5, and I just want to quickly show that. You just win the f4 pawn. Yes, you can block the check, but the bishop captures the f4 pawn.
Okay, so bishop takes f4, king f3.
Yes.
Takes bishop e5.
So, queen takes queen,
Yeah.
and let's say you capture it with maybe the king or the pawn, and bishop e5.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow, and he played
Oops.
queen to f5. That's an oops moment for sure.
Now what should he play? H4?
And I think Nihal
queen
just
e3.
realized it as well. That he missed this.
But isn't there g5 coming also from the black side?
Well, he's just played g5, so I just wish I knew what Nihal has done.
Yes, so queen f5, he played queen g4 anyway, a check. The queen had to come back. And Magnus somehow just does these Magnus things where progress, I was asking how do you make progress? There's definitely progress here.
But I feel if he takes on d3, that pawn is one file closer to the king, so that
Yes,
could be a draw.
that helps a lot, yeah.
He doesn't though, at least right now. He first brings the king closer to that pawn. So you could pick this pawn up, and then what you're saying is that you trade anyway.
Yeah, I think trade in bishop f4, that looks quite, that's good. Looks quite dangerous, no? Like I wouldn't want to play bishop f4 here and to allow.
Did he
queen
trade
to
and do king f2? He went king f2.
This is the position king f2 is on the board. So he's given him the opportunity to trade on f3, keeping the pawn on c4 and then capturing the f4 pawn.
Okay, so let's try that. Queen f3.
Queen takes queen. I'm assuming king.
Yeah.
Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, and if
Oh wow. And Magnus, he made a move in 1 second. That's why I think he forgot about his clock. Because he had that reaction right after, and we're seeing
so king
this.
e4, he wants to go bishop e5.
By the way, he decided not to do that.
So he's got a pawn on d3.
Yes, this is what we have.
Okay. g3 he's played.
But this should be an easier draw, no? With the pawn on c4, I feel that was the.
If you go bishop c1 now,
It's
king f3.
stopping king e3. Okay, the moves are coming in really fast, so let's stick with the live board.
f4.
The bishop comes back.
Bishop b1 I cannot play. I want to play h4.
Let's.
Bishop b4, bishop
Can we
f4.
analyze this after? Because I want to break down. Maybe you can tell us what's happening because this is our live board and we've got no time to look at variations.
Yeah, if he plays f5, white has his. Oh, g4 there is bishop f4 maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, if f5, g4, bishop f4, but you just move the bishop away, no? There is
Bishop
nothing.
c3, there is no progress. So I can go g4 here.
So you want to go g4 here and then
Did
he
play
doesn't do
He
it.
took on g3, he's allowing king takes
Yes,
bishop takes g3,
yes.
he's going king. Because the g5 pawn is temporarily vulnerable, so he'll get back in time.
So
So he's calculated it well. So let's show bishop
yes,
takes g3,
king takes pawn.
king takes d3, king h5, king e2. And if king h4, king f3, and you're not in time. So if you go f4, I have king g2, defending that h pawn.
Oh, very nice.
And that's going to be a slightly annoyed Magnus.
Very nice. Oh. So if we got moves, he's gone for f4. But this is just a draw now, and I think they've just agreed for a draw.
Yeah.
So king takes pawn, and the king comes back in time. And I just want to go back because you were looking at these variations, Anand. At what moment?
Okay, so
Was there a
f5, he went king e3.
f5, yes.
He went king e3. We were lost in g4 instead of king e3.
So here g4.
Bishop f4, and now bishop c3. And my point was if d2, then I just go bishop d2, h4.
Oh, h4 there is f4, f4.
Oh, h4 there's f4. Okay, so this is not working. Then he wants to go king e2.
But
Yeah,
that's
king
since
e2.
if the bishop was on f4, it was working.
Yeah, I had to
This
put the
is
bishop on f4
beautiful.
and I was
No,
playing
no,
h4.
wait,
but-
I want to
But
show
f4
this
now, yeah.
idea. I want to show
Yeah,
this
yeah,
idea
it's fine.
because you take and then you just trade off the pawns and it's the wrong color.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful concept. So,
So instead he went king e3.
he did. He went king e3.
No, in fact for d2, king e2 was an easy draw.
So just quickly, I'll show that. So g4, bishop f4, and in this position,
King
just
E2 is
simply
very
come
big.
back
Yeah.
and you win the material back. Yes. Yeah, but really nice piece of defense there. And I also want to point out one more moment that I know we had to skip quickly was that this point that you were making that actually you want to trade, but after king to f2, here, it might have made more sense for black to take on f3 and then take on
Yes,
f4.
because the more separated the pawns are, the better the chance, right? So that's the logic. I mean, we haven't put it into variations, but I think that's what we were thinking of.
Yeah, very nice concept. And I think with that, we've got all the results and only one.
Only Vincent lost to Nodirbek. We didn't see that game at all.
But you know also, which is I think
Isn't that lovely for the spectators? The only game
the
we didn't
only
show
decisive
was a
game,
decisive.
but there was a
But
lot
there
of
was
action.
action, yeah.
I mean, that game with Vidit and Arjun.
That was a classic, yeah.
That was very exciting. And maybe we can quickly have a look at this one that
Sure.
we missed, if you don't mind. And of course, I think we left it. I'll just bring it up from when we left it last, which was around this position. Actually, this is the line that we were pointing out. And we thought this was pretty balanced, which is why we never came back to this.
Yeah, but it does seem to want to go h4 and g4
Yeah, he
in
went
some
with your
way.
idea. H4, H5.
Oh, in fact, I wanted to play h5, but he says you can just play g4 instead of rook f1. So he doesn't even want to wait for h5. He's just going g5, g4, and if g6 he wants to play h5, then undermining the whole chain. So that would have been cute.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he's undermining that way. Very nice.
And you just want to get to this pawn,
Yeah,
which will give white an advantage. So
that's the plan anyway. Rook fe1, bishop d6.
The bishop
Bishop
came
E5,
back,
I guess.
so reroute.
But Nodirbek was a pawn down for a long time, so something must have changed dramatically.
Right now, all level.
I'm wondering how we blundered this pawn.
It looks like Nodirbek's the one who's getting ambitious here,
Definitely.
no?
It already feels pretty comfortable for.
What happened here? So pawn takes pawn and bishop h5.
Yeah. Oh, he got the pawn like this. Okay, let's see 5.
So just want to point out the bishop was hanging, develops, comes back,
GH4.
and you've got an extra pawn. But it still looks very active for black.
Wait, king f1 was the only move there? Ah, this bishop e2, sorry. This knight f3?
Bishop b5.
Sorry, can we go through that?
So his point was king
Oh, yeah,
f1,
yeah,
Yes.
okay, you're right.
bishop b5,
Hanji.
bishop e2, knight f3 threatening mate. But bishop b5 not only captures the bishop, it clears the square. So
Yeah.
something like that was flashing through Sahaj's mind. Also, there might be knight e6 at some point, which we're not paying
Oh
attention
yeah,
to.
knight
But
e6 as
anyway.
well. That just completely seals everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Because rook was on g7, no? Yeah, you can just take that.
Then he went king h2. And it still looks like
He's
a
a
lot
pawn
of
up. How did he lose this? I mean, black has awesome compensation, but
Yeah, the king is still looks a bit unsafe even though we're in the endgame.
yeah,
Comes
so
back.
knight d3.
Check.
He could have played bishop b4
Sorry, when?
instead of rook g8 check.
Okay. Is there
Knight
knight takes knight
Because
and
knight
knight
e5, then I
c6?
give rook g8 check.
Oh, tricky. I want to show that. So bishop takes rook was my initial instinct with knight c6, but you got an intermezzo check and win the rook
But
next.
he wants to go rook c7 check,
So
bishop e4,
bishop e4, rook c7 check.
king d6, rook c3.
Oh, first you block the file and then you come back. This is so tricky. So you just simply blocked your own rook from attacking the knight, defended everything, and come back.
Okay, let's just quickly see how this
Yes.
actually was decided.
So he went king h2, and this we saw. Gives a check, king f1, another check happened. Same idea actually, similar position to what we were looking at.
Yes. My only question is, how do you lose this?
The white has an extra pawn, it's true, but you stops any knight f3 ideas,
f4 is better for white.
and he played it.
Oh, he lost this.
So what's happening? Knight g4, e4, so you can't take the central pawn, the knight is hanging, he takes that side pawn. Still looks quite nice for white.
So maybe he could have started e5 check, okay.
He wins the pawn, the knight comes back. And now it looks like white's pieces are getting super active.
Yeah. He must go to h8.
He did. Can't be pleasant to play that.
Yeah.
Rook takes pawn, he defends that. He's still a pawn, he's got an extra pawn, but this h pawn, did it just start?
Suddenly just disturbs it enough, right? Yeah.
You know, which is that after f4, I felt really good about white's position, but like right after like 2-3 moves, it
e4,
felt-
e5 somehow
Yeah, it just
spoils it a
doesn't-
bit, unless
yeah.
it wins. But
I mean, white is up in material, but still it feels like black is the one pushing here.
But this position as well, it's just the h pawn.
yeah.
There is apparently still a way for white to keep the balance, but I think, I mean, the pawn from h6 has actually got into h2.
I mean, it's the only pawn in the position.
But bishop d5, I mean, it's you're not going to lose that.
He did that, I would think, after king. Whoa,
What did he?
what happened?
What's the move?
So bishop d5 here, and you're absolutely right. It's the move to defend,
Yeah,
to just
and I
stop
think-
this.
Okay, he went king d2.
But that's a mistake.
There's
a
some
big
knight
one.
h6 coming. Oh my
Yeah.
god, knight
Oh, rook
h6.
d4 check.
Oh my god.
I mean, the king went to the only square where that happens.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It went to d2 because if it, I don't know if
E2
it go to
also-
e2,
No,
maybe
E2
there's
also
something.
there's rook e4, rook e6, and knight h6 maybe. So.
But then my pawn will go to e7. I mean,
E7.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
it's
you have more chances of.
Unbelievable.
no, you go rook e4 check and knight e hit 6, and that way you win.
Yeah.
So
that's
king
the
e2, I want to show that if you put it on another square, you were discussing rook e4 check.
Yeah.
King
f3.
f3, let's say rook takes bishop,
No.
Not here.
Knight
Well,
at
because
6.
king comes back
Yeah,
to
knight at
g2.
6.
So you go knight h6.
And now why not king g2? Because of rook e2 check, king h1 and knight g4 winning.
And you're
Okay.
checkmating or what?
Yeah, there's rook e1, rook g1 to this.
Yeah.
Ah, you're just queening.
Can I play bishop d5? That's the last.
No, rook e1, rook g1 and win.
Oh yeah, I don't have a square.
And this wins anyway because you don't have a good square for the king. But this is just incredible what happened. And I want to point out what you were mentioning, that after king d2, knight h6, by the way, easy move to miss, no? Not for you, but
Yeah,
generally, you found it immediately.
I'm sure in the board with seconds on the clock, anything can be missed. But
Yes, and the point is that after bishop d5, which is the move that you're relying on now because the king is on d2, it just doesn't work. The only defensive resource. But already things were slipping out of white's control, no? At this
yes,
point.
somehow, I mean, it just happens. I'm not going to make some broad case for this, but
Yeah.
white spaces are doing too many things, and suddenly. But no, this is just very sad that somehow you line up your pieces exactly where they don't work. You put the king on d2, and that completes the thing, the trap for your opponent. So
Like that final piece of the puzzle, and then
yeah,
and it worked to perfection. So we've got one decisive game, and Nodirbek really making his own luck on the board in this one. Managed to get that counterplay. I mean, down a pawn, he kept pushing.
yeah.
And then we had 4 draws here, and we've got one more round coming up. And before we go into the break, I just want to get your thoughts on the tournament and the field as well. You know, every tournament that Magnus plays, he's a favorite, but it's not going to be easy here with the field that we've got.
No, not at all. He is sort of still a favorite, but not. His score against these players is not that overwhelming. And in fact, they're also so dynamic and changing all the time that. Well, I think he competed here because he finds it challenging.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
And that's always something that motivates him to play
Yeah.
against the younger generation as well.
Definitely. Especially people who go all out to beat him. He likes that a lot.
He does, and we've got another round coming up, the final round of the day. In just a few moments, we're going to go into a short break. Anand, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Will we have the pleasure of your company for the next one if you find a few moments?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll definitely come for round 3. This is
Great,
brilliant.
amazing. So we will see you back there. We'll go into a short break. See you in a few. Hello and welcome back as we're all set for the final round of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid Day 1. And what a day we've had. Magnus Carlsen still to win a game, Sahaj. Some impressive results by the youngsters as well. We had Anand in the studio with us. How's it been so far for you?
Oh, it's. I'm still trying to digest the fact that Wesley So was here, and hopefully he will join us again. It would be fantastic. And there he is again.
Just in a few moments from now, we will have him with us, and in a few moments from now, we will also have the first moves coming in, and we were discussing this earlier as well. And I'm going to ask you this question: how much does Magnus? How hungry is he for a win on day 1 right now?
Oh, I think quite a bit. I mean, who is he playing now? He's playing against Vidit with the white pieces.
We will come to the results, but we will come to the matchups. First, let's take a look at the results we had in round 2. We had only one decisive game in the men's section, which was Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who managed to find his chances down a pawn against Vincent Keimer and get the win. The other 4 matches ended in a draw. In the Tata Steel Chess India Women round 2, if we bring up the results, also the same story with just one decisive game.
For a rapid, it's a bit strange, no? To have like 4 draws in both sections, but I mean it is day 1, so hopefully, the third round can be a bit more dynamic. What do you think?
The players are settling in, but I completely agree with you that we expect more decisive games. But also this rapid has a time control of 25 minutes with 10 seconds, so there is a lot of time. We don't see as many blunders as you do with lesser increment. And our players are on the stage, and I believe first moves are already being made. That is our beautiful Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium in Kolkata. If you are here, if you're in the city over the next 5 days, you don't want to miss this action. Come and watch it live. It's a full celebration of chess.
Absolutely. And the match, by the way, the matches have begun, yeah? I think.
Yes, they have, as we can see on the board. And you pointed this matchup out, Magnus versus Vidit. Wow, so Magnus is playing his 3rd Indian opponent in a row. There are 5 in the whole section, so it's got to be ready for that. 3rd Indian of the day, Vidit's ready with the black pieces. It's been a shaky day for him as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's going for a more of a, Vidit has lost to Wesley and drawn against Arjun. I mean, against Arjun, it was a tough game, I would say, and against Wesley also, he had a very, very good chance, but, it was a very difficult position to kind of, come back from, although he really tried with that king on D1, that king on D1 was fantastic, he did really try, but it didn't go his way. But yeah, this is going to be a very tough match, I think, for Vidit here with the black pieces.
And so much of that has to do with momentum for the day in this kind of a format. It is a very demanding format. The players have little time to rest in between. With it, the first game really tough, the second game being so close, but we saw those complicated lines and we see the moves coming in. I think we can get in our analysis board and jump into the action already. It's an opening that at the opening ceremony, I think it was Katrina Lana who said that if she could ban one chess opening, it would be the Berlin. This is the anti-Berlin.
I completely support
Is it
that.
the anti-Berlin? Yes. And we've got Rishi Anand joining us. So please come in. Would you agree with that? I want to ask you this question actually. If you could ban one chess opening, which one would it be?
I think right now there are probably several. I can see why she said the Berlin, but this is a few years ago already, and you could make the same case for quite a few other openings as well. And the Berlin does have occasional moments. Like Arjun was somehow putting a lot of pressure with Bishop A4 and WR, and these things come to life briefly. But I think Vidit has gone back and repaired it to the maximum. It's not a very impressive winning try. Maybe Magnus will just play A4, A5, and that way it's not fully symmetrical.
And here I was expecting Rishi sir to say the bomb cloud.
Would that be an opening you'd ban?
No, I'd encourage everyone to play. I mean, the half bong is the best opening for the other person. It's only if you also bong yourself on with the other corresponding square that it's hopeless. But I would encourage my opponents to play the bong.
So if someone played King E2 against you, you wouldn't play King E7 back?
No.
I'm going to bring that on the board. So this is the half bong. Is this what you mean by half bong? And then this becomes the bomb cloud.
Or is maybe we should change the name here in Kolkata. But this is actually the full bonk cloud. So I don't know what a single king is.
Took me a while. But okay, so this did not happen. The bonk cloud did not happen. But the Berlin happened. So you still haven't answered the question though. You've dodged it somehow.
Yeah. There must be several. Okay, Berlin, Petrov.
Okay.
There are a few.
But Petrov's also gotten very exciting in the recent times, right? With these queenside castling structures.
Yes, but these things always flare to life for a while and then go back to thing. But we'll see how it goes. By the way, I guess Vidit is either going to play 96 or maybe 96. He won't like Queen G3.
It still looks so solid to me. I think this position is not going to flare to life anytime soon. And we can maybe jump across to some of the other boards. Vishy, what catches your attention?
Vishy, so just one more question before that. It's just on the same subject. Would you ban the London system?
Why should we ban the London system? It's actually quite interesting.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you so much, sir.
Are you putting up a course on this?
I have a chessable course on the London
That's
system.
right.
Yes.
Plug that in right now.
It's all commerce. It's all commerce. All these guys. Okay.
That would have been really bad business had you said yes to that question.
Yeah. I went down on a limb here, but you know.
All right, so where do we jump to next? What catches your attention? Oh, that's a Marshall, right? The Arjun.
Yes, Arjun SL is a. Oh my God! This is. This used to be. I guess Queen H6, maybe even Queen H5. Both work quite well.
Yes, so let's jump over to.
But even Queen F1 check is supposed to be equal.
If we can have the players on the screen as well. This is Arjun versus SL Narayanan. And sorry, so here Queen H6.
Yeah, or Queen H5. All of these moves, kind of, and then F5, F4, the usual stuff.
Yeah.
But you can equally play Queen takes F1, King takes F1, Bishop F5, Knight D2, Rook F8. You can see that both sides have not noticed that the Rook is. But this is F3, and I think maybe even H6.
So you insist take that Rook. But I understand now because I'm guessing, would you take with the pawn back if Black was to get greedy in this position?
Here, if you took on E4, I guess I can take with a Knight because I'm winning a pawn on G5.
Yes.
But
Also.
if you play H6.
Sorry. So, by the way, no decision has been taken, and just really quickly, takes. So this is all theory. Bishop F5 here.
Yeah.
Knight D2. And the idea is if Black was to take the Rook, you take with the Knight, and you're also winning the G5 pawn. So Rook E8, you quickly pointed out. And
Well, this used to be kind of the theory, but
Yes.
nowadays you can interject Knight B6 and C5, or Bishop takes E4, Knight C7. So there are options for
yes.
Black as well.
I don't think it'll surprise you that the queen trade did not happen, and
But Queen H5, Arjun has this trait of just challenging people to do their worst to him. Basically says, I don't care if this is all in your prep. Let's start here. It's a great attitude for commentators.
love having
As
him
for
in
his
front.
own thing, well, he's walking a minefield all the time. Any day, I mean, Marshall must be up on the list of things where the computer has just hammered it down. So some F5, F4 might just be catastrophic. It might not. You know, the F5, Rook E1, Rook A7. I think he's got 92. And then you can play F5. And Rook A7, the computer wants to go Bishop H3 first. Okay. And then
So F5, how are you reacting to this? Do you go back all the way and then?
then it wants to go F4, F3. Yeah. I mean, these lines. So it wants to start with Bishop D1. Sorry, that's correct.
Sorry, so F5.
Let's see what he's doing. He is playing F5. So
F5,
if I have Bishop D1, I thought that was maybe a error.
Attacking the queen. Is Arjun the most provocative out of this young generation, this golden generation, as you call?
These days, I mean, the last few months, yes, he's willing to take very large risks to challenge the opponent to play a full game, and this is a good example.
Yes.
I mean, I last looked at this position maybe 15 years back. It's vague, but now I remember that bishop d1 is a useful trick here, because if the queen has to go back, then rook e1, and you still have the f3 square for some of your pieces.
It's a good point about Arjun, taking these risks, because I remember in the Olympia in the last round, I think it was a must-win situation of sorts, and with the black pieces he was playing against a 25-50 opponent, and he played Scandinavian.
Yeah.
And that was just bizarre to me. I've never seen anyone do that before in a classical game.
It's not a bad. I mean, Scandinavian is not even the worst thing he's done. I mean, there are games he's gone for just clearly worse positions with black, and then he beats his opponents. Scandinavian's already one of the more respectable openings he could have chosen.
Good point.
But maybe it's all relative, as you say.
No, I remember after move 10 or 12, I mean, he had a really bad position, but he just managed to just find.
But again, here. It would surprise me if SL was out of book now or something. So perhaps he has also worked this out.
But it's Arjun who's thinking right now. So he hasn't automatically retreated the rook. So he's obviously got this intermezzo on his mind. He does go.
No, he just go anyway. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So f4 and f3.
And this has also been, I think, your pet opening for many, many years, the Marshal. And I want to ask you if you could just, maybe break down the dynamics of this opening, what it really entails, because it's a pawn sacrifice.
Yes, so as you can see, black's a pawn down on the queen side. Black is making the claim that the piece activity and the action on the king side is such a dominant theme in the position that you never really have to worry about the endgames. And that even in the endgames, if there's enough piece activity happening on this flank, there's no time to do anything serious on that flank. I can assure you, if you go into a game with these general principles, you'll have your head handed to you. The Marshal is also
Very concrete.
Very concrete, pages and pages of variations you must know, and so on. So my global perspective might have been helpful, but I don't think it's really going to help you. It's not a full opening repertoire.
I think it was Leko's favorite opening as well. He used to love it when we would commentate, and there would be Marshal, and of course the World Championship match as well got him some big victories.
Yes, his famous win against Kramnik in the Marshal.
He sacrificed the queen, no? And
yes.
This a-pawn rolls up
Yeah,
the
no,
board.
he didn't sacrifice the queen. He allowed a second queen.
Yes, sorry.
But he would finish it over here.
Yes. Yeah, in that Marshal, just for context, this a-pawn became a queen, but there was checkmate on the other side. So what you were saying, piece activity, it's so much about the piece activity for black.
Also, black is really swarming over the white king, so attacks become very important. There are some convenient themes that rook could come by a7 to g7, so there are attacking motives like that. We might see one in this game, but we'll see.
Just a move like f4 seems so natural here, but somehow I'm very afraid of knight e4. Is that a good move here, or should he wait?
You wouldn't play knight e4, I think, because I'll tell you, maybe fg3. fg3 here.
fg3.
G3, then you'll go bishop g4.
Oh.
So if knight takes d6, bishop f3 wins.
Oh.
So
That's
you would play bishop d1. Then I take on d1. Rook takes d1. Maybe now the audience would like to have a go at this position.
I would like to have a go at this position.
It's a very cute trick here.
Is this preparation? Is this something you know, or is this something you?
It's something which looks like something I think I know. I hope you've caught all the transitions there. But there is a nice tactic, and you should be able to see the overload.
I do. No.
Maybe we can leave it for the audience for a few minutes.
Yeah,
And
so
we'll
black
come back to
play
this
here.
in a second. Black to play here.
Okay, we'll come back to this, but let's go back to our live position as well, by the way, which there has been... No, f4 is on the board.
Yeah, so all he would do is he would start with bishop d1. That again messes things up.
So this is important, by the way. It's important that bishop d1 is included. Knight e4 would, in fact, like you said, give a big advantage to black.
Yeah, but it's not exactly the line I claimed. Knight e4, I wanted to go fg3.
I think he starts with a different move order of getting the bishop first.
I thought I'd seen this tactic somewhere,
So
fg3.
takes g3.
Bishop g4. Oh, he's just going bishop g5 though, so I must have mixed up some position. Bishop g5, bishop f3, bishop h4 is a cute trick. Okay. So it's not in this position. But anyway, a few moves down the line, I think my line is correct. Bishop d1 instead of g3, h3, bishop g4,
Yes.
bishop d1, take.
You wanted to take
I
immediately,
wanted to play rook takes f2,
which is also strong.
but the computer wants to play rook a e8,
And after knight takes rook,
bishop g3.
is this over? If
Close enough,
oh,
because d1
bishop
is still hanging and
yes,
so on.
you just take and take the rook. Beautiful.
But
stuff.
the computer actually wants to go rook a e8 first,
Yes.
strengthening it even more and so on.
But this is looking scary for white, no? I mean, bishop d1, he has to find this move and he's taking his time, so he's not so sure.
Again, you don't get here, you don't just stumble on the board to this position, so I would get,
Yes,
done it.
this happened.
he has done it. So, okay, now we can't pretend we're not looking at the computer, so I will just point out.
Move this
the computer
actually because
says,
this
yeah,
is
you
a
should
human
remove
position.
But anyway, I cannot unsee what I saw, so I'll share with you that black is now close to winning. And I'm puzzled as to what these guys are preparing.
Okay, so I'm not sure what is the move here. Pawn takes pawn, we saw that white does have a defense because
Yeah.
I just want to point that out. This g5 pawn becomes a bit tender after that.
Yeah, bishop takes g5, bishop h4 is a very nice trick,
Yes.
which I'd.
So, how does black have an advantage here then?
But so, can I play bishop g4, knight d6 and then fg3? Because
Yeah, that's one idea that it comes up with, which is just to invert the order. You go bishop g4
Yes. So you're just saying take the bishop
and then fg3 and you get the same thing.
and then bishop f3.
In fact, you don't even get the bishop d1 line anymore. Now here it's just bishop f3 and over.
Yes.
So, though I could play fg3, rook f1, it's not the end of the world.
So I'm just going to have to go back, to this position. And here knight e4, critical mistake by Arjun. And so you're pointing out that black has to be really careful about the move order.
Yeah.
Bishop g4 is the right way to go. Pawn takes pawn allows additional options to white. And is this the kind of position you just sit, you calculate, you use up a little bit of your time?
Yes, but at least for me, the theory was quite advanced here, as I said, 15, 20 years back. So it would be strange for me that you sit and start thinking here, because you might be lost. What you should be doing is you should at least have seen very, very similar positions, a lot of them, and then you sit and try to sort through the thing and figure out what applies here. I mean, that's fine, but if you're thinking from a blank slate here, well, it's not my approach to chess. Let's put it that way.
I want to ask you, what was your approach to preparation in these kind of positions? Because engines were not as strong at that time, and you kind of had to figure these very complicated lines out with your own mind.
Well, the first thing to remember is we didn't know that engines were not yet strong. Every generation, the engine seemed horribly strong to us. And then the next one came along. But we didn't realize yet that in 15 years we'd be laughing at the old engines. You know, it's the difficulty of dealing with the future. Okay, he's gone bishop h3, which is also a good move, I think. Because basically you dislodge this queen and you play rook a8 with tempo and then just some tactics all over the place. Let's try and figure some ones out. Queen
Alright,
d3.
let's do it. So
He's gone to queen d3.
immediately played.
Now I'll go rook a8.
Alright, so you're pinning that knight, not allowing any knight takes bishop now.
I'm wondering if bishop takes f4 works.
Whoa, what? Bishop takes pawn?
Yeah.
Where is that even coming from?
Well, I want to connect my rooks.
Well, let's have that on the board. And if pawn takes bishop, you
Knight
take
takes d6.
knight takes bishop. And suddenly everything's defended. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Maybe after bishop takes f4, I can go bishop takes f4.
Yeah. G takes f4. I mean, I'm happy that the knight is pinned. That would be knight takes f4.
Yeah.
But
I wanna play this
I think you should take with the pawn, right? So I don't get the g3 square.
That's true. Gf, and then king h8, rook g8, something like that.
Something like that with some sort of compensation.
So take with the pawn now, and then just go for the attack.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be more than that. I mean, the evaluation bar is incredibly low. But now we don't see the moves. The evaluation bar is very low.
Somehow
Yes.
the rook f4 felt more natural to me in the beginning, but
Okay, let's try it.
But as you said, the g3 square is so important. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense to me.
Well, if rook f4, I thought even knight g3, swap one pair of rooks, and
Yeah.
then it fizzles out a bit.
It becomes more difficult, for
So after queen d3, rook a e8, bishop f4, okay, you have to know bishop f4, gf4, gf4, and then that is strong. What,
What other moves are there? Sorry.
let me just see what else is happening. And by the way, in other news, Wesley's king is on e3, but no big deal.
Wesley? Oh, yeah, but the queens are off the board.
It is an endgame, yeah. And,
Just got a heart attack.
Magnus is
I mean, Wesley-
sort of squeezing. Dubov has got a lot of interesting themes here. He's got that pawn on h6. He's lost a pawn. I mean, Dubov's game is very rich and beautiful.
So should we move to Daniel versus Nihal? Let's bring that up quickly and you can break. Oh wow, it's a beautiful position. Very
Yeah.
Alpha Zero-esque.
Well, yes, this pawn on h6 is one of these new trends that especially Dubov and Magnus have played around a lot with. And
it's an alpha 0.
yes, exactly.
Alpha 0
It's
play.
though now all engines suggested.
Yeah, basically.
So
Was
it's
this
just saying, I don't know when, but when the situation clears, suddenly my queen or rook will go to the back rank and your king won't have a square. Or my queen will find a diagonal and it's got a protected square on g7. It seems to be hope-based, but the computer is quite happy with it.
And before this whole Alpha Zero concept of once the pawn reaches on h5, you don't trade and you push it, was it really an alien motive to think about this?
You know, the problem is, again, once you've seen it, you cannot unsee it. And it's, I'm sure there are people who'll say, oh, I was always claiming this. And there are also people who'll say, I think though that the idea is natural. I just never realized it could be done in so many positions. There were so many positions where the move which didn't come into my mind was h4, h5, and with the aim of playing h6. Even in the Dragon, the idea was to playing h5 was hg6. h6 was a failure, and that it began to be seen as a success. I think is a new way of looking at the position.
Yeah.
Let's.
Goes rook a2 here. Slight mistake with the. I mean, it's not really a mistake, right, Tanya?
It's an inaccuracy, but
What should he play instead? Knight a5 or what?
instead of rook a2 in this position, because you're never really afraid about black giving up the bishop for this rook because of this dynamic that
Yeah.
was pointed out. So you can actually sacrifice the rook on a1.
I was just thinking this rook b1 also feels very natural here. It doesn't really do much, but
But I don't think we can fault a player for making a move like rook a2 because it's, you get out of the way and
Also, I think he wants to go rook a c2 and then knight a5 and plonk the knight on c6.
Right,
So
right.
maybe it's not a bad plan at all. I mean, the fact that it's not the computer's top choice hardly means it's a bad move.
Yes.
So we should.
Yes. I don't even think the bar really fluctuates a lot
Yeah.
here. I really think it's a e6, okay?
Nihal trying to break in the center.
I think
And
with it is just ever so uncomfortable.
let's jump over to that. We will come back to the Nihal board against Daniel, but let's get an update on Magnus versus Vidit, if we can also have them on our cameras. Wow, so you're saying that Vidit is... It's the Berlin. How uncomfortable can you be here?
I'm seeing a different position.
Oh, wait.
I think it is.
Yes.
You might have to refresh.
This is why I just have to be on this screen and...
Yeah. So a few moves
lot of
have
moves,
happened. Yeah.
correct. And trade happened.
And Magnus actually went c4.
And this is what we have.
And typically you could do something like rook e5 and queen e3. And then either the rook sits on the 7th or you play f4, f5 and entomb that bishop on g6.
Sorry, I'm always so amazed at how easily these plans come to, your mind and every top player's mind, because yes, it's like, then it makes sense. It's the open file, but you put your rook ahead, you put the queen behind it. And then I check and it is the correct approach. You want to go rook e5 here.
But still, these are small advantages. But it looks like Magnus has at least made some progress in the infamous Berlin. So
No need to ban it just yet.
Just like you said, once you see it, you can't unsee it, and now I can't see a defense for black here anymore.
After rook e5.
I feel
Well,
like
rook,
black is just going to just sit there and do nothing.
yeah,
Just
but something like
F5.
rook queen d6,
Queen
queen e3, king f8,
then F4.
f6. So there's Wesley play. And then if
Yeah,
rook
okay,
e6,
that
I
works,
could even be cute and go rook e8. There's some
we should show that.
Queen
So,
e3,
queen
king
e3.
f8,
King F8, F4,
f4,
play
f6.
F5, black plays F6, and now rook E6, and now there is a very nice move, rook to E8.
Very nice. And then suddenly everything's fine.
Yeah.
So rook d7, you can at least even come back.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff, but rook e5 was played, no surprises there. You heard it here first. Rook e5 on the board, Magnus trying to put pressure. He's also, he's
With
amazing
this
in
starting
these
with king
positions.
f8?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
No queen d6, so controlling that square, and now Magnus is thinking.
Maxwell wants to play F6, I think.
Oh, he's just saying queen e3, f6, queen a3 check, I'll play queen d6 and something like that, right?
But
It's
it
nice
does feel like there's something in this position that white can try to achieve, but not sure what. I would love to get h4, h5 in as well, but it's unfortunately not possible right now. Let's just show that.
I guess you could play queen e3, f6, rook d5 or rook e6, but somehow there's bishop f7 always there. There's nothing you can do after f6, I think. It should be.
King f8 is nice, no? Fine with it?
Yeah. If queen e3, f6, maybe I have rook b5, attacking that pawn.
Yes, you do.
Because I'm threatening queen e6 as well.
Oh.
And rook takes b7, so.
Oh, that is so pretty. That is nice.
That's just massive full board awareness, because you put a pressure, an attack on one side of the board, and then you want to penetrate on the other side of the board. Super nice. King f8.
Tanya, it's that moment when you play rook
Oh,
b5,
sorry, yes.
and when you see it over the board, you just only look at that side of the board, so your opponent doesn't see that you're going to play queen e6,
I don't have a feeling that you've done this a few times.
Many times. Anyone who says, Vishu sir, have you done something like this before?
Of course, we've all done this.
So you're just focusing on that b7 pawn.
Come on, we've all been teenagers, and when your opponent's flag is getting low, you look up at the ceiling, you pretend to be non-interested totally, all the while keeping an eye out for the flag to fall. Come on. So we've all been there.
Step 1 here, queen e3. So after f6, really nice trick of rook b5. Have you ever done that thing where you've set a trap, but it looks like a blunder, and then you show that it's a blunder? Is that pushing it?
All the time. I still do it.
You still-
Vishu sir, have you?
Sure, though equally it could happen by accident that you see something afterwards and you realize it's good, or you suspected it, but only when your opponent gets there you double check it. So that kind of thing.
And later, even if it wasn't an accident, you can pretend that it was.
Sure.
So would f6 be a grave mistake then here?
I mean, rook b5 looks convincing. I don't see something concrete against that.
Because with its last move, clearly this was the plan.
Why doesn't he play queen d6?
Start with queen d6.
I mean, after f4, I'll go f6 and then.
And then you've got this rook e8 coming in.
Yeah, rook e6 comes with a tempo, so I'm a bit. But this is queen b4, I guess. There is nothing there.
I might start out with rook d8 first. I might make a couple of useful moves. It's only f4, I meet with f6, I think.
Okay.
Because then your queen is not defended anymore.
f6,
Which
f4,
would help, I think.
f6. You want to start with f6 here.
Yes.
No, he says when you play f4, then he plays f6.
Yes.
Otherwise, he just goes.
And then this whole idea that we were looking at earlier keeps things under defense. So Vidit has to be slightly careful about the move order that he chooses in this position. Starting with f6
But Vidit
would
is
be a
clearly not very convinced about queen d6, so what problem could he be saying? Maybe h4 now?
Oh, immediately after queen d6, because queen takes pawn is not possible. That would make a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
So you go f6. But now if rook e6,
Queen
I have
e6,
to-
I think he's played on the
yeah,
board. So
rook e6, and I just play queen b4 maybe? I have no choice, right? Because the queen goes anywhere else, there's queen a3 check.
But just a question, is rook e8,
Rook takes d6,
rook takes queen?
rook takes f6 check.
Oh,
And
I
I'm
want
a
to
pawn
show
up,
that.
yeah.
So now the difference with this line is that white
The queen is
has-
defended, so
Yes.
white has not played f4 and I get a pawn.
Very nice, yes. And this should be technically winning.
It's another story, but
Or maybe-
probably yes. I'll trade the e pawn for the f pawn, create a g passed pawn, and think. Whereas if I liquidate everything on the queen side, I don't have a dark square breakthrough.
Yes.
But if I
You want to distract the king.
yeah, something like that.
At least it's very good winning chances.
Yes.
So the f pawn required to defend the queen. So with it goes for queen d6, and Magnus has not yet made a decision. So h4. Now rook e8 doesn't work. So f6, rook e6, and what was our move here?
Queen b4.
Queen b4.
Oh, now it's actually going
Oh,
for
wow.
rook takes f6. Yeah, I
Maybe there's
wasn't sure the queen b4 was working, but
this was the switch I was looking for.
yeah.
'Cause
I wasn't sure that queen b4 was working, but that's why I want to, after h4, if I play rook d8, you'll play h5, and then the bishop gets kicked back
So yeah,
quite
can
a
you
lot.
finish this line for me? 'Cause
Yeah, sure. Queen h6.
King e7.
I think he wants to go queen g7, and this messes up black a lot.
And then queen takes pawn is a check as well. So if king d6, you run and then you win everything.
Win the
Oh,
house.
but we need, I think, our... Yes, because we need our bar on
Yeah.
our screen. So
I think you can turn off the analysis, the moves here, and then you still get the bar.
how do we do? Oh yes, that's right here.
Engine lines. You turn off engine lines,
Perfect.
and then you get the.
Bar without the moves, and we can think what the players are thinking.
A bar without the moves used to be called something else.
Can I ask what was it called, or does it kill the joke?
Isn't it just where you get alcohol? Unless you're thinking of some other kinds of moves, but anyway, it's just.
So, by the way,
Yes.
the line is on the board. H4 has been played. Wait, queen d7 was
No,
played.
he went queen d6, h4,
Yes.
queen d7.
Attacking g4.
So he's just nudging Magnus a bit.
Now, so I think f6 is more possible, no? As soon as he touches the f.
Yes. f3, f6 would be a start, for instance.
Yeah, yeah. And if he goes rook e6 and rook e8.
It's,
Yes, Arjun and
Maybe we switch?
SL is huge.
Yes, we will come back to this, but it feels like a slow grind. I think Magnus will try to push, create chances, but this is anything but a slow grind. Arjun versus SL Narayanan. And f4 happened. I'll just do a quick action replay. I don't think there's many moves. So after f4, he went in with the knight. We saw this, the bishop attacked the queen. The rook came onto that central file.
And now he's pinning with bishop f5. He's going to play queen g6. He's really going to pin all the way.
Pin and win. Do you pin and win in this position?
Yes, hang on a second. There used to be a famous draw which involved
famous
I
draw.
think, starting with rook takes e4 and then playing knight f6, and there was some forced draw. But it's a different position. Let's.
Wow. So, okay, so there are some ideas where you take the knight with
You
the rook.
take the knight first, because if you go queen g6, maybe f3 is relevant, or
I want to just have that on the board. So I'll make a non-move
Okay.
on one side. So instead of continuing to put pressure on the pin, you could take the knight, rook
queen
takes
g6.
rook.
Not impressed, but bishop c2, and then if knight f6.
Rook e1, is it? No,
No,
rook
but then you
e1,
can
you just
exchange
take
down to
everything, yes.
Though even there,
Oh.
white has compensation because c6 pawn or whatever.
But there's some move, I would not,
If you play f3, then I
Oh
like
my
g4 also.
But yeah.
yes, I would be very
Undermining,
afraid to play. That's a nice one.
But the position wasn't here, so. But rook e4, useful draw.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to swap the
Very
order,
nice.
order around.
So bishop f5, and he's thinking right now, it does look like a lot of pressure. So Arjun has to be careful here. And is it too late to be
It's a
careful?
great first day for SL Narayanan.
Yes, in his debut.
Yes.
He won the first round against Vincent.
Yeah. And drew the second.
True. Yeah, and he's doing very well in this one. Is there extra hunger when you don't have as many opportunities and you're more motivated in these platforms?
I think especially SL doesn't put a lot of pressure on himself. He's just come here to show his best, but in a nice, healthy way. He's just saying, "I'm going to have fun. I'm going to play whatever. If you guys can beat me, go on, knock yourself out. But show me."
Yes.
And sometimes this is the healthiest attitude to have, without thinking of too many other angles. So maybe he just plays freely and it works. I mean, it helps that he's a strong player anyway, but certainly the fact that there's probably no attention or expectation on him right now allows him to play freely.
Yes. And Arjun just, regardless of what the position is, whether he hates it or loves it, just no emotion.
Yeah.
And there was this, he had this moniker, the
But there are
Iceman.
strange things. I mean, there are positions which Arjun wanders into where he's much worse, but they look happier than this position. No, you see what I mean? He has play, he has dynamics. He might be worse, he might be even much worse, but he's got his thing. Why did he choose this position is a bit beyond me.
So as long as there is activity and a mess and a chaos where both players have an opportunity to go wrong.
Then at least you know what you got this position, bad position for. But here, what did he get this position? What was his point of entering this? I mean, you don't enter the marshal just to end up here. You want to pose some problem that's difficult for a human. And a little bit baffled by that. But maybe he's just, he's a random selector. He just picks an opening in the morning and then, or before the game, and then tosses. And maybe that's how it gets.
Was that ever the case for you when you were deciding the opening against your opponent?
Many times I felt happiest when I was before the tie breaks. I remember when tie breaks first started to come in, like late 90s. I was happiest when I got to the faster and faster controls, because then I would just play random stuff. And that's when I really felt I could get the kind of play I wanted, because my opponents might have been too well prepared in something. You think, okay, now we can go into the wide open spaces and think. That's one of the attractions. More to the point, what is happening after queen g6?
All right, now so bishop d1 on the board, and it's the plan, it's the idea. Does he want to try to defend it with? No, you can't go bishop f3 with
Because
g4
G4 and F3
coming
will shut
in.
it down, right?
Yes.
Okay, I've got it. I go queen g6 now.
Okay, let's have that on the board.
You have to go bishop c2. Or that would be my assumption. Now I cannot play knight f6 because check.
Yes.
But you take on e4 with the rook. I take. And now knight f6. And this is good for black, I think.
But she said this transpose, no? The f3, g4, I think we looked at this.
The
also.
rook e1
Yeah.
is again, why do I keep saying rook e1? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a thing. So you have to play f3 by now.
and now g4. Yeah.
Yeah, something g4 or fg3 first. There should be an attack.
But there is a move here.
It's definitely a strange decision to play this opening. Actually, what was the most strange opening that you've seen in a classical match by someone that you could remember, even at any point? Is there any? Because I could think about, for example, when he played, for example, that a6 bishop a4 f5 in the candidates when Pragg played it against Vidit.
Yeah, but these days you kind of expect to happen. Oh my God, there was actually Nodirbek beat Pragg.
Whoa.
Ah, yeah.
Should
But
we
I like how Pragg always still puts the pieces back in the starting position.
Yeah, that's also Gukesh.
Yes, very typical behavior of this.
We will check that game out once all the others are over. We'll have a look
Yeah.
at that. But just really to wrap this up, because it's a bit of a moment here. Now that I'm thinking, maybe rook e1 is a move here.
Knight e4, rook e4 just.
Yeah, if you take that rook, maybe you just go into the end. Because I'm struggling to find a way to otherwise keep a piece.
I agree, maybe it is rook e1. Well, just put rook e1 and see if
Yeah.
the bar doesn't drop anymore.
Let's see. Moment of truth.
Yeah, that's the best move in the position.
So rook e1.
And we have a winner.
Thank you.
Uh,
So
But okay, I'll take everything on e4 and play c5, so
Oh,
it's not it's not by any way, it just goes to, but there's something better than rook e4, let's just find it.
yes, okay. So
Maybe just rook e6 or something. It's just,
in this position, black has something better.
yeah, there's something huge apparently.
Yes.
Maybe just rook e6 or something.
So isn't there knight f6?
But knight f6 is
Rook
check.
f6? The bishop on c2 is, oh wait, you have bishop b3 check.
Yes, rook e8, bishop b3 check and queen comes out.
So rook takes knight, rook takes
It's
rook.
nice, but is it winning?
Could be a
So
bit risky.
I think I have to show that.
Can we play that?
Knight f6.
Oh no, it's not.
You want to take? That's fine. Let's just show the line that we're discussing.
Rook f6.
Rook takes knight,
Rook takes.
check, and then you
Bishop b3 check.
sidestep.
King somewhere. Let's say g7. Queen f3, I think, or you went to queen f1.
And this feels like white. The worst is behind for white, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so not this. There is something in the position. He still hasn't. No, he has.
He
He
has
went
just
for
gone
g4.
g4. He's
He
just
wants
gone
to
g4.
Is
And
that the
Arjun
point?
has now gone bishop c2.
Wow. So the complications in this one continue. Sorry, and you wanted us.
And now he's played queen g6. So maybe he wanted to shut out f3 from the options. Me, I would hope for white to play f3, but SLN wanted to rule it out.
But also, it's hard to imagine a way to get out of this pin, no? I mean, I'm trying to understand how do you even escape this traffic jam?
Which comes back to my question: why did Arjun play this opening? You don't pick the marshal for a fun game. It's too far along the.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played some amazing anti-marshals, for instance. Just
Yeah.
h3, d3, a3. He's played some beautiful games because there are lots of random moves you can still make. The path here is narrower. For
It's
me,
all-
that is quite strange.
Also, not Arjun's style to pick up a pawn but give all the initiative to his opponent.
Yes, exactly. If somebody told me actually they're sitting on the opposites, I would believe that slightly more. But I say clearly that.
Yeah. I mean, I said Arjun doesn't react, but he doesn't look very happy with what's going on. He's not enjoying this position at all.
That is not the reaction of someone who's happy.
No. Fair. Okay, so Arjun Erigaisi in trouble. SL, can he score his second win of the day? We will come back to this. Any other game that is heating up?
Maybe Dubov versus Nihal? We can have a look.
Dubov and Nihal is fascinating.
Let's jump to Daniel Dubov, and there we have it.
He's
Oh.
a piece up,
Yes.
and
Giving
he's just
up
gone
a-
bishop g4 saying, take my knight. But that's a mistake apparently.
So I would.
Why didn't he go bishop a6 first of all?
Okay, so let's take a look at that, and then.
Oh, a2 is hanging, sorry. That's why he didn't go bishop a6. If bishop c4, then d5 would have happened, I guess.
So, okay, so you mean instead of bishop g4 in this position?
I thought bishop c4, but then he didn't like d5 probably.
Well, actually, bishop c4 is strong. I see our bar shoots up.
So d5. Oh, but there's some bishop c5 winning.
Yeah, okay, you. Wow, there's everything hanging in this position. So bishop c5 directly here, and queen takes knight. You just take the rook. What do you do here? Or rook b2? We're saying it so slowly because we're not sure about anything.
Yes, rook b2, queen c7,
Oh gosh.
bishop f8, maybe queen c4,
Queen c4, yeah.
and now rook b8.
There's knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2 and bishop e5, that's the problem.
Oh, tricky. What you wanted was this line.
Queen c1
though.
and now bishop
Bishop
d6 and rook f8 knight.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I don't play rook b8, I play bishop d6.
I'm going to have to do this again. So here in this position, sorry, what position you wanted after?
Instead of rook b8, instead of 35 rook b8,
Yes.
I want to go bishop d6.
So you start with this, with the idea of giving checkmate. But knight e2 is still possible.
King h2.
Then have bishop e5.
Then
check.
bishop e5, yeah.
That's the trick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Though
but
it
bishop-
actually said it likes white.
Yes, it still does, you're right.
Maybe bishop e5 check, I have g3, no? Just, I don't, if you take the queen,
That's
g3,
it. Okay, so
yeah.
g3 here.
Just g3.
Beautiful stuff. Tactics everywhere. And that's why Daniel's got his head in hands trying to figure all this out. Live board
But
as we
bishop
stand with
g4
bishop
is
g4.
apparently a subtle mistake. Though in fact it looks like that knight on b7 is protected indirectly now. How could it possibly be a mistake?
Can we check out knight takes rook? Because to me that's...
Seems like a good place to start.
Yes.
Queen c4. So I'm
double
threatening bishop
it,
e6.
yes. Very strong threat. Again, this pawn, you know.
Yeah, the pawn on h6.
Somehow this position is not lost for black.
And
I
this
don't
is...
understand why
this is
I
what
think
is...
Vidit might be in serious trouble though.
Okay, I think we should jump over to that. But really quickly, let's wrap
Yeah.
this up. That it's
Bishop
still
E2 I
very
was thinking.
complicated. Knight takes rook, queen c4 is definitely Dubov's idea. We will jump back and see how Nihal
But
handles.
that's not a big deal apparently.
Yes,
As
but the game just continues. I think
Yeah.
you're just playing for compensation here, and it gets tricky. Should we move back to the Magnus board?
Sure.
Okay, I'll just bring that up. So you said Vidit is in trouble. Break that down for us.
Yeah. Well, it looks like suddenly he has to deal with this problem of queen h8. I suddenly realized that he can play something like bishop e4 or bishop b1.
So let's start with
Yeah.
bishop e4.
But then queen a7 keeps a pawn, kind of healthy pawn.
What was the point of bishop e4? You just wanted
Just
to...
after queen h8, I can play king f7.
Right.
So I'm hanging in there kind of.
So this feels fine. It's a pawn, which defends the d4 pawn as well. So in this position, the biggest threat that Vidit has to deal with is queen h8 and the a7 pawn as well. So how do you keep everything under control as black?
I don't see it. But the advantage isn't that big, right?
Exactly.
It's kind of microscopic.
So bishop d...
Maybe bishop e4, queen a7, bishop d5 is a reasonable option because white's king is exposed as well. And maybe black is simply going to play with compensation.
Can I suggest... Okay, yes. I'm sorry, I totally lost track of that because I was just wondering if this is a move.
I
No,
thought of
this-
that as well, but I have to go bishop takes d3.
And queen g3.
Yeah.
Yes, let me show that. Because I wanted to be clever. But it doesn't work as usual because the queen just comes back,
G3,
stops all the checks and defends the bishop. So this line doesn't work. And sorry, Anand, you were saying?
Yeah, I thought bishop e4,
Queen a7.
queen a7, and just play bishop d5. And king
Someday.
f7 next and continue a bit.
It's a beautiful bishop. He's thinking.
It's the best looking pawn.
You know, I saw this bishop d3 stuff, and then I was thinking maybe I'll go king f7, and if white goes queen h8, then I'll play bishop d3. But then I thought to myself, why would you play queen h8 if I play king f7? It makes no sense.
Actually, you would because there's a bishop c4
and bishop
check.
e4, bishop d5 is also.
Yeah, bishop d5. But you if king f7, then I would have to take on a7, right?
Yeah, you would have to take on a7. I think.
And then you can play bishop d3.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay,
That I didn't see that.
So this is
That's it.
the
Yes.
hybrid Tanya.
You made it work. Thank you. When I would play it, it would be a blunder. When you play it, it works.
But after bishop d3, Magnus could play bishop f3.
So sorry. So king
But then bishop
f7,
I
queen
think
a7.
Some checks.
Queen d1, yeah, I don't know. Bishop
Keep us
he
with you.
wants to go bishop e4
Bishop
here.
e4.
Okay, you want to insist, and then bishop comes back, and then
Wait, what?
Yeah, queen e4 check, bishop g2.
How is this?
He's not impressed, so let's go
Oh no,
You-
king h2,
no.
bishop h3. Just it's over.
king h2.
queen h5, bishop h3. And
No
there's
checks,
yeah.
and this falls.
So he's gone bishop e4.
Yes. Your move on the board. He's saying take that pawn, and like you said, black will have a beautiful pawn on d5.
Yeah.
Beautiful big pawn. We might see this line being played out. Magnus captures it, and with it,
He might want to. No, he's gone bishop d5.
yeah, it's a very Vidit way of playing the position as well. He just, keeping everything in the perfect position, the
Yeah.
pieces.
Okay, let's go back to Arjun SLN because.
So still in balance this one before we jump to the next one. I mean, extra pawn, but Vidit has enough play, you feel, with the activity?
No, he is worse, but
Okay.
and at a high depth, it could well be that the position there's enough compensation or something like that. But my instinct is, well, I don't know. I would suspect that black has compensation if I was white,
Yeah.
and if I was black, I would suspect that it wasn't enough. So
You probably
does that help?
No, it does help. And you probably hate making predictions, but if I ask you 2 minutes 20 seconds to hold this kind of a position, what are the chances?
No, for a second I thought SLN had blundered, but in fact,
Oh, sorry.
all he's done is forced to play rook d5.
We'll jump to that.
Yeah.
Clock might be a factor in this one for Vidit. Just want to point that out. And we will move on to Arjun versus SL Narayanan. And there's a lot of stuff that's happened in this one since we last left it. Should we just do a quick action
Yeah.
replay? So we left it last around here. The bishop came back. We saw this.
Okay.
Yeah, c4 was a defensive resource. So he sacrificed the piece for
Yeah,
chaos.
exactly. Rook d2 was a mistake apparently.
Yes.
So it wants to keep the. Oh, it has some clever move. Rook c8,
So if I went rook c8 and bishop takes d5, what's the
king f8, I guess.
queen somewhere?
b7.
b7.
Maybe then he takes on d2. Because what happened in the game was bishop d5 check, and the king, if it had gone anywhere, queen c3 check would have forked. So he had to play rook takes d5.
Okay. That makes
Let me just show that if you move away with your king, the queen comes back to c3 and wins the house.
Yes.
So after rook takes bishop, he takes back, and this is what we have. So a piece count quickly. Rook for 2 pieces. Usually that favors the side with the minor pieces. Is that the case in this one as well?
On top of that, 2 bishops. But having said that, white's king side is blunting black's attack. So unless black is able to leverage another pawn up,
Yeah.
and black's bishops are loose. I mean, if there's a pawn on c7 already, I would love black's position. But the bishops are sort of loose, and that means rook d1 and everything. Things can slip up. Having said that, I don't doubt that black is better, but
Because both
he's
kings,
done rook a d1.
both kings look a bit unsafe in this position. Rook d1.
I mean, I feel like he's no longer losing anymore. No, he can probably even play on this position as white. Like play for a win. I mean,
It's getting a bit much.
really? You don't think
It
so?
is 2 bishops against a rook.
I mean, the time was so. I feel.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if black overreached or something, but I think the evaluation must be. But it's true, the evaluation is not very
surely,
impressive.
I mean, SL realizes that he was winning before. Now there's that psychological factor
No,
as well.
I'll concede that black has spoiled. Black must have had much more.
Yeah, it does feel like the best position Arjun's had all game, no? With this activity of the queen and the rooks. Black's king not feeling that safe. Arjun drops back with the queen.
To c4.
Yes.
Now, in fact, would I just play fg3, hg3, h5?
Pawn takes one, hg3, h5.
Or maybe even h5 without that.
So you want to continue with the activity, you could trade first or start with h5. He takes another approach.
Because queen f7, okay.
Yes. Would you trade?
I guess I shouldn't. I mean, I should play queen c3 or something here. And as Saj pointed out, that is still hope.
Does
So
it?
he's done queen c3.
It feels like a game for 3 results, no?
Yeah.
Just
King g6.
I would hope that my opponent is a bit mad here and that they would try to, overpress still and, maybe something can happen.
Look at both of them. I think either of them are going to be mad. Just look at both of them. Like some Zen Buddhist.
Really, and the position is anything but Zen.
I mean, Arjun, this whole game has been so. Well, he hasn't changed his expression at all.
Or his posture, or his position. I mean, the position on the board, but he's just been sitting like that throughout.
Sure. And Vidit has actually recovered his pawn. But he might not be there very long.
Do you want to switch to that, or you want to? Is this more exciting? Just take us wherever you want.
I don't know this.
Yeah, maybe we go back to because Vidit's under a minute in that
Yeah.
position.
Push c4.
Yes, we're going to go back to Magnus versus Vidit. The Arjun SL board, absolute chaos. We'll keep an eye on that.
But maybe now the problem is Magnus can play b4 and a5, and he's got a perfect structure on the queen side. Oh, and with Magnus is saying, I'm happy with queen endings.
Yeah, it's the popular belief that that's one of his favorites, and he's the absolute best when it comes to these queen endings. He just knows how to maneuver the queen, and how many times you've seen him squeeze this stuff out. What do you think about that assessment, Magnus and queen endings?
It seems reasonable, though in a fair number of them, he's obviously been the side with a pawn up or something. But yes, he knows how to go round and round till your opponent forgets what is the drawing maneuver, and then poke it in. No, but his score in queen endings is also incredible.
Fantastic, yeah. What are I mean, in this one specific, I mean, there's a big advantage to white. So, can you just, from a overall perspective, is that just because one of the pawns is falling now?
Yes, but it's also because the biggest problem for black is that his queen has practically no squares. I mean, it's in danger of being exchanged almost everywhere, and on top of that, white's pawns aren't in any sort of danger. And these are the factors that make me think that it's just pleasant for white.
The white queen's beautiful. Do you just take on f3 immediately? Do you get greedy?
I
Against
could, but
VD?
then the queen goes to f7 and maybe you play g6 or something like that.
This looks good, but I really like the move b4, a5. Just
Yeah, I didn't want to
improve
take on
as
f3. I want to play
Just
and do
improve
some
as
more
much as
improving.
possible, and then you go.
Before, if queen f7, b5, I mean, you can't do very much really. So I just, and of course the computer drops the evaluation slightly. Maybe a5 was the point.
So just keep this position, and tough for black to make.
No, maybe the
moves.
bar likes b5 more.
Maybe the bar liked king f3 more.
I like king f3. I'll give me those pawns, but it didn't love it. There's a stronger move, I think. King takes pawn also gives away.
King f4 maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That is
He's going to
good.
play it. He does it. What a call.
Oh my god, Vidit has to come back to this grovelly d8 square. Because queen f7, queen f5 would have.
Yeah.
Oh,
So to avoid the queen exchange, he is forced to, queen f5 is over, yeah.
this is beautiful. It's just over.
Yeah. So, king f4 is nice, and then Vidit comes back, tail between the legs, to d8.
Yes, and you spotted this just a few seconds before. I think at the same time Magnus made this move. How do you come to this kind of a decision like king f4?
I knew something is clearly better. I thought must be a queen exchange. No. I mean,
You make it sound very easy.
yes, but I would be a genius if I could have the eval bar running all the time. So I will
So he hasn't.
humbly acknowledge its contribution to that. But
Yeah, and I think that's also one of the factors that makes us appreciate, the audience sometimes doesn't appreciate how complex the game can be and how beautiful it is when the players discover these moves compared to the commentators.
because they have no sense of whether they're in the right path or not. Maybe for all Magnus knows, he may have spoiled his advantage already. He suspects that's not the case, but there are many positions where he might not even know if he's on the right track, and then you follow it. I mean, once I know I'm on the right track, I know it's not king takes f3, I know it's not b4, then it's too obvious, and it must involve a queen exchange, and it's the only way I could make a queen exchange.
He takes king f3 now, okay?
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Yes.
because if he were to go to, let's say, G, he didn't like it apparently.
I think you have the extra queen b8 check move, probably that's why.
Yes, but it didn't like it anyway, I think. Did he take on f3? Yes.
Yes, he did. And
He didn't like it anyway. But which means there was something much stronger. Maybe it was queen b8 check, king e7, and then some random move, b4. Let's just try that.
But then d4 is hanging,
So
no?
queen
Ah,
b8
d4 is
check.
hanging, yeah.
But queen b8 check
Yeah.
is fine.
So maybe some king e3 or something, because you don't have a good move. No, even this it's not.
I think you can probably just play b4 straight away without moving the queen. That should be fine as well. If you go queen f7 check, then I just put the king back to g3 or g4.
Alright, we will go back to the live board because Vidit's also playing on seconds.
Yeah.
You're
Maybe
completely.
you can actually watch what they're playing, right?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea whatsoever.
Yeah.
King takes pawn was taken.
Wesley is
not the most-
also probably winning, and he would be on 2.5 out of 3. He's won a game, right?
He won the first game, yes, against,
Against
Vidit.
Vidit, exactly. So he's 2.5.
Yes, and SL is still playing.
Still
okay.
doing very well, but
Yes, this is. But I think from a practical perspective, even this position is very tough to hold with black.
he's gone queen b3, which is probably best. You might as well give up the. As they used to say, once you've blundered your pawns, you can't blunder them anymore.
Also, he has 2 seconds on the clock, so this is it's very easy to make a blunder.
Yeah.
So if white moves the king, maybe he wants to get more active.
I think if he wants to play f3, queen takes b2, queen takes g7, maybe is the thing. Then at least I take that pawn.
Yes. And Magnus will push this and push this.
Yeah, but
and
I'll go queen d2 or queen c1, and it's a long story.
it's a long story. I think
He's
decided
gone king g2.
to.
He didn't want to play f3.
Yes.
These are the marks of a. No, these are the marks of a specialist. Feeling that though the computer says it's wrong, it's that good intuitive sense. I mean, it also tells you just how strong the computer is, right? When it's able to say so many of the moves are just mistakes. That's it gives you a sense of the gulf.
Yes. But the move king g2, you said, I think it's also true, right? From a practical perspective, Magnus just keeps the king safe. And even if the computer thinks there's a stronger alternative, it's more
I
difficult.
think Magnus has kind of spoiled this. It's very difficult to advance that f pawn.
It's an
Though
actual
Magnus
pawn.
will do this a lot.
It's about 9 seconds as well
Yeah.
with the
Now
pawn.
he'll have to go back to c8 to protect that miserable one on ace. No,
Yeah.
he's got to d7.
So
But I can play a5, then I'll play king g3, then I'll play.
It's just, you can play this forever and just
should be winning, no? Or you don't think? Or you think
He's
that's
played a5, yeah, this moves.
taking away more squares from Vidit. And the thing is, even if you're accurate for 5 moves, for 10 moves, in this kind of a position, black needs to be accurate continuously.
Yeah, queen d1's nice.
So,
Now
creating
F3.
threats.
Can I
Yeah,
just
what do you do? Then I go check and back to d1 and I hope to start checking you on the 8th. So I'll
The
come
king
around the bend.
goes
Queen d1.
F4.
Yeah, at least once you're roaming, I'll have checks. But what else to do? My king hardly has a move.
Yeah, that's true.
No, he could go to c8 and just say the hell with it. Vidit could have, instead of queen d1, he could have also gone king c8 and said, look, I don't have a better move. My queen is ideally placed. So I'll go back. Oh, well, he's done it now.
So, he instead played queen d1 and
Oh, sorry, that was us.
yes, that is just showing the
Right,
line.
yeah,
that you're
okay.
going
So
on.
he can go king c8 maybe. f3 has happened, right?
Yes.
Please do.
He stops that check and now he's threatening. Is he threatening to take the h6 pawn?
No, I go queen d2 check.
Oh, we just made a move with 1 second on the clock. So he goes to c1.
Probably also fine. And if king g3, I'll play king c8. And no, then queen f5 check, maybe unpleasant.
Ah, you're looking for queen f4.
I'm looking for some dark square.
Makes sense.
What should I call it?
This is a tough hold.
Let's just watch them do this.
I think king g3, there's queen g1 check, and you can't put the king all the way up because the h5 pawn will be hanging. So it would be a bit difficult to.
We have to see Dubov,
Let's do it.
Nihal. I mean, this is.
So this one, I think Magnus
this is
will
genius.
play and very
He
tough
will
to
play.
hold
We'll have time
against
to come
him.
back to this.
Yes, we'll come back and let's go back.
Nihal has just done.
Just quickly want to point out that your plan was played with queen c4, yours and Dubov's. Whoa, and then a piece sacrifice.
Yeah.
He's down in exchange, picks that back up. I'm going to try and just get us to the live board really quickly. Putting pressure, and this is where we are at. Or not really. Okay, so what is
I think
happening
he should
here?
be eliminating the h6 pawn somehow. He could have done it with the bishop and come back, right? But anyway. So f4, bishop f6, e5, bishop e7, g4. No, but you should show this.
Yes, sorry.
Make his move. a3, sorry, a3, bishop a2. He made it.
This was played.
And
Oh,
now
it's a
bishop
blunder.
g5.
This is what caught your attention.
Yeah, if
oh,
fg5,
oh my god, yes, that's
queen f2 check,
beautiful.
and it's a draw because
Because of bishop a2.
it's very hard to refuse a queen. So, and black has run out of moves. So this would be a stalemate.
Amazing. Forcing the matter. This is stunning actually, bishop g5. And it's all because of this last move, bishop a2, right? Because
Well, we're getting the same thing anyway. He's gone queen h4 check and it's a draw.
f5 happened, and this is, let's quickly, yes. So king g4, check.
SL has blundered everything.
Stunning.
He is now worse, but he can take the draw. So of course he has no reason to play on.
Okay, this is a beautiful final position.
Yes.
One for the t-shirt, and this is how it ended. White has an extra queen, an extra bishop, an extra pawn, but no moves, and that's called a stalemate. This one finishes in a draw. Sorry, you wanted to, and Magnus completely winning against Vidit.
Is he?
I just saw this.
He's got f4. So I go queen d3 check. Presumably king g4, queen d1 check. You just chuck the pawn. King f5. You have to chuck the h5 pawn.
Yes.
And then king f6 and f5, and it's going to win. Also because that h pawn, black's h pawn is going to shield white's king from a lot of checks, and that is a problem for.
You want to just pick up this pawn and kind of chuck it out of the board. But
You want to throw it away, but you can't, and that king is awfully safe there now.
yeah,
So
very nice.
what is?
Arjun, where do you?
Oh, yeah, Arjun is now winning.
I'm gonna say it, but Sahaj predicted that a while ago.
No, there might be a perpetual. Sorry, no, it might be just a perpetual, or it might not lose.
But Arjun
Which I
has an
think
extra pawn.
he'll go mental if.
He can play queen e2, no? If queen b4, maybe you have some winning king pawn ending. Queen e3, queen f4, I don't know.
Queen e3, king d5,
Queen g5.
king e6. I mean, I'm not in danger exchange.
I'm gonna show that line. Queen e2 on the board. So you're analyzing queen takes pawn,
B4,
queen
yeah.
e3 check, king d5, and queen g5. You wanted,
Queen g5, I want.
Yeah, king e6. I don't see any.
Yeah,
hope
yeah.
for
and this should be fine. This pawn should trade off at least one of the other two pawns. Let's quickly go back to our live board.
In fact, that's what's happening.
Yes. So this is where we are. Oh, but how did Arjun manage to do this magician-like thing where he's the one who's up a pawn now? If anyone's pushing, it's him.
For the record, his expression hasn't changed.
He's
No
sitting-
relief, no nothing. He's just.
Yes.
But I think good call. Apparently, the position was very difficult to play for black. Like I said, if that pawn had been on c7, you might have been happier because at least one bishop you don't have to think about who's defending it, right? Yeah, but this is a trivial draw.
But he's gonna play on, so queen takes pawn,
Yeah, but queen b1 and.
No, this is this because he's losing the f2 pawn by 4.
Queen
so I
e4
think,
check.
and then queen f. So yes,
Yeah,
it's. I don't need to show it. I think the players are gonna play this out. King g3, queen f3.
Yeah, Arjun is willing to go for just queens, or even just a king in more ending. Now queen e2, queen takes h5 is
Yes,
good enough.
elementary, and that's it. Handshake. What a chaotic game by both players. And Arjun just as calm as ever.
And
Ends in
Magnus
a draw.
is totally winning.
Let's see if we can capture the final moments of that game. Magnus versus Vidit. If we
Wesley
can
might not be winning. because
quickly
that h
switch
pawn
our
is too
camera.
far.
Let's get our players on full screen in this game, as we've got the analysis board there as well. If we just zoom into our arena view. So, checkmate.
I think
being
Wesley has
settled.
spoiled it, so he's only on +1 and Magnus might catch up with him.
Let's have our analysis board as well so we can see the moves on the screen. And there we have it. So, as I said, this is completely winning. Too many threats for Vidit now.
And Black still hasn't lost that h pawn, so it's still blocking his checks.
Can you actually go queen d7 here?
Yes, he's done it in fact.
And goes into a winning king pawn ending to
And then
Black's
king takes
game.
h5 and you go
Yes.
back.
You're just not in time. The king comes to g6 next. Oh, it's been a tough day for Vidit.
Yeah.
And Magnus is about to get his first win of the day.
All the other matches are finished. This is the last one, and only Nodirbek has won, and all the other games are drawn.
Yeah.
You know, in the opening ceremony, we really missed you, Anand, there.
Yeah.
And we spoke to Magnus. We had a few questions with him. And we see the final moments of this game being played out. I think Vidit will, probably at this moment, we'll see handshakes.
Yeah.
And there it is. Magnus gets his first win, sets out the pieces, a bit of analysis. And we spoke to Magnus about his world #1 spot. He's been at the world #1 since 13 years now. But there's so much talk about the Indian youngsters. They're catching up. You know, Arjun crossing over to 2800, the second Indian to do so. The 15th, I think, 15 overall player in the world to have ever done so. And Anand, of course, you were the first from India to have ever done it. And just how much it means to Magnus, this world #1 spot and this whole challenge, race for it. How much longer do you think he stays there?
Well, I can do worse than quote him. He said he doesn't play that much classical chess. And therefore his rating will not fluctuate a lot. But he prefers to compete against all of them in the faster controls in these newer formats. The funny thing is that attitude hasn't caught on. In fact, if anything, Nodirbek, Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, they all have a reverence for the classical format. They really want to do well there. They take it very seriously. They take classical tournaments very seriously, and they enjoy playing them fully.
Yeah.
So it seems that they're moving in different directions as well. I mean, I don't know how long and so on, but that is the kind of trend out there.
Yeah. There we have him on our screen, gets the first win of the day. But it's really interesting what you say, because yes, the players are focusing more on classical, Magnus shifting away from classical. And we might see that change, but he also said it doesn't really matter to him, you know, because of this, because of the choices that he makes with the tournaments that he plays.
Also, somebody who walked away from the world title is hardly, well, he's in a different state of mind already.
Yes.
So, but look, Magnus is still competing very, very successfully in the faster controls, and his games are still a pleasure to watch. So we'll leave it there.
But you know, just to, on that thought, because he walked away from the world title, I would think the world #1 spot has that much more meaning and importance.
But he's also reduced his classical tournaments. It's
Yes.
only now HS. And maybe Club Cup and then maybe Olympiad. So he still plays a couple, but and now he's playing
Nowhere close.
Bundesliga as well. So or might play. So it's kind of it's hard to say. But he's not playing in bike. He's not playing in
No.
GCT. So there are a lot of things going on.
Yes.
But in a sense, we are lucky to have all these youngsters who are able to compensate for his absence.
Yes.
In a sense, in classical chess, and the fact that, like I said, for them, these classical tournaments are very important, and they take them as serious places where you show your worth.
It's actually gotten a very interesting place in the chess world with this young generation, and it's not one or two. You have so many of them.
Yes, and already the first generation is just hitting the 20s. Gukesh is still 18, Pragg is already 19 or 20, I think. But if you take Gurel, Edis Gurel and so on, then already we're talking another 5 or 6 years back, and even those talents have started to emerge. So maybe the wheel is just turning faster.
You got a 3-year-old who's a 1555 rated player.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I'm trying to picture a 3-year-old do something, and I can't relate it to anything else.
It's amazing. Just incredible stuff. And Anand, thank you so much for joining us for these 2 games. And before we let you go, what has been the highlight for you in this tournament today, and generally the journey of Tata Steel Chess India as well, because you've seen the tournament evolve in such a big way?
When they started this tournament, I thought it was great. They're giving a chance to a lot of Indians who have a lot of potential but need a chance to showcase that. But what is clear is that's happening, that now a lot of these youngsters, they're playing both. They're playing Tata Steel Chess India and Tata Steel Chess Netherlands, so I can say.
Yes.
They are, in fact, just amongst the top players in the world. And what a similar thing is happening in India. You can already start thinking of the next generation after that. So it's fantastic for Indian chess, because the opportunity is great. Also, we should not forget, we have a great women's tournament every year here, which is also going to have the same effect. It becomes the flagship event that everyone looks forward to. They can come and compete here, so that's very helpful.
As well.
Yes, so very healthy development there, and I think we have to thank Tata Steel for that.
Yeah, it's just amazing that where the event started, the vision that was there, and how it's continued to keep that momentum of having 5 Indian players against the 5 best in the world in both sections.
Yeah.
It's been amazing, and we will see if we can get perhaps one of the players to join us as well. But Anand, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will have you back. You're here for the whole tournament?
Yes, I'm here for the whole tournament. So
okay, great.
I will be joining in regularly.
Great. And as we wait, Sahaj, how was the day for you?
I am very happy that I got to discuss chess with you. I think that's not a highlight of my day, it's a highlight of my life. So
No, it's. I think we're in a very blessed time that we get you to analyze these games with us and have you here with us. It comes a second close to have you play out there.
Yeah.
What about you, Anand? Any plans of playing anytime soon?
I'll see. I always wonder when I'm ready and so on, but maybe one year it'll be fun to play again. So let's see.
Yes.
I'm not. I think the break has been long enough that now maybe I can try it again. So.
And you also seem to enjoy the rapid and blitz formats. We've seen you go back to Grandchester and then play like you never left.
Yes, I enjoy just these days playing any chess.
Yes.
Because you play a little bit less frequently, but then you enjoy it more maybe.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to start, give me 1 minute. I'm just going to go check if there's a player who's joining us. Yeah. So I'm going to leave both of you for just a moment and be right back.
So any other updates here? What happened in the women's section? Actually,
We didn't actually
end up checking on that, so we.
Actually, that format is very difficult to